Hello everyone and welcome to Smite Prime September Circuit, the peak, the pinnacle. It's the closed bracket series where the plays are always premium. I'm D-Lo here on the scene, joined right beside me, Musi behind the mic, almighty eyes in the sky, Morton Man and Jithins keeping things nice and spick and span behind the cam. Musi, how we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited for, it's finals for Smite Prime. We have not only the winners bracket, but a losers bracket, so there's always comeback potential for a team that gets knocked out pretty early. And when you have so many teams that are in this, so many being 8, but they're all such high caliber, it is kind of intense to see who's going to be able to go for what and who will ultimately be able to get that grand prize we got cooking up for you today.
$7,000 of cash prizing up to stake alongside 125K in diamonds. A lot of cool skins being released just as soon as you mention it. So you want to make sure you have the moolah. You got the scratch to snatch up some of those skins like that Trash Bandicilla right there. Well, you got to make sure that you're up on top, that you are ready to drop the rest of the competition.
We also have a little bit of extra fun for the winners, the Smite Prime Champion title. You'll be able to flex on everybody, be it in your ranked or casual queues or just jump scaring some poor person in their joust game, just being able to have that extra bit of pizzazz,
I mean, it just looks so cool. It just looks so sick, Musi. How could you not want that, right? You got all of the badges, you got all the titles, all of the accolades that you could want. It's really cool to see that Smite Prime as a brand is developing, and the rewards that players get, it's not declining as the name becomes bigger. It's actually increasing. The stakes become higher with every passing circuit, and I've got to imagine that is not going to be a trend that stops going into the next after this week.
You'll just have everything that you want and more, including a lovely little handmade trophy. Bunjithins himself, the MVP trophy, it glows. So if it wasn't cool enough just to have a little, fancy, I don't know if it could be used as a paperweight, maybe for like a couple stacks of papers, but it's not like, super metal, but it glows. Did I mention it glows? It glows!
I heard Jithins kisses each one with his bare lips. So rising in value. You make sure to, with holy water gotten from the river Styx itself. So Jithin's making sure to put in as much quality, love, and care into each trophy as humanly possible. But we're going to be going shortly into the thick of it. But before we get into the games, having a little more fun for you. The bingo board, Musi.
Wow.
Now, keep in mind, there's a lot of fun stuff that goes on here in Smite Prime, and why not get some prizing for noticing it? So, guys, as you can see, here's some interesting items alongside it. Caster's going off topic, I can tell you, probably going to be knocked off first thing, so definitely keep a look-see out for that. And if you're able to complete that bingo board, there is indeed the channel in the Smite Prime Discord server for it, so do please make sure that you are inside the server if you do want to gain those rewards, including feline fashing and wheelies, or that Smite Cart, baby, that we know our Titans have been raving about for so long.
The spirit of clumsy is here with us in Smite Prime, because they are going to be there on that. I mean, he probably already has all the Smite card stuff, and we could be real.
I'd imagine
but
so.
If he didn't, he too would be desperate to play some Smite Prime bingo. So any noticers in the chat, be sure to keep your eyes out for that as we put our eyes onto the bracket that we've got coming up next to you here. We talked about those teams that are going to be going at it today. Well, here they are, listed all nice and neatly for you.
It is going to be 8 teams that make it to that close bracket. Keep in mind, folks, because we are in the last stages, it's no longer just a best of 1 and you're done. Even though these first matches are best of 1, there's a loser's bracket that you can drop down to and have a chance to fight your way up from the bottom. Now, who are those teams that are stepping up to get that down? It's going to be some interesting names here. Musi, I can already see you're kind of giggling. What's got your eye, buddy?
How in the world did High Velocity Diarrhea Poop make top 8, man? Just barely squeaked in there too. Who let this happen? We're supposed to gatekeep that team for us, so we don't have to say it. They're up against Clocked In. That's a tough ask if there ever were one, though.
Yeah, something tells me we still might not have to actually say the name too many times, unless they perform an amazing upset. Imagine if Clocked enlists diarrhea.
God,
Too many poop breaks on the job. You're fired. Get out of here. We also have Unforgettable Dance going up against the other silly name squad, Joe Biden Esports. But where our attentions are directed to, 800 GPM Musi up against Danzy. That's a matchup we've seen before. Walk me through what it was the last go around.
I mean, it was an absolute bloodbath. I think that's the only real way to describe what happens when these teams clash against each other. It felt like 800 GPM, the EU team playing off of EU ping, to be noted for sure, throughout all of the conventional EU play that we're used to seeing, that slow, the methodical, no, it's just pedal to the metal on the train.
And it's pedal to the metal right over those P's and B's as well. Now, keep in mind, folks, X-Ball, not quite comp allowed, but we do have some other things being freed up. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, Musi, Giannis back up and ready to portal away.
Giannis is back, and I know for sure Benny Q is a Giannis player. They do enjoy having that in their back pocket. Oh, is Giannis banned? Did it get rebanned while we weren't looking? Oh, it did. Updated today, by the way. So Giannis is off the board. Jabalanke is, of course, off the board. The Morgan is still and forever off the board. And Awilix is also off the board. Not that anybody was picking her anyways. And then there's also kind of the Hakate Norman Gunner interaction. If it ever pops up, we could touch on that. But it's just, those are off the table. So what that means for our picks and bans is there's still a lot of focus on Merlin, or maybe even Agni, especially. I think is very prominent in the mid lane. Yeah. Aladdin is definitely a character both teams have to acknowledge, if only so that Scream isn't able to walk away with that. But we know that Scream likes to kind of come out of left field with some of these picks where they'll lock in the Mercury, one of the only players to lock in that Mercury, or even the Loki that they've been bringing up from time to time. So there's a lot of flexibility available.
The fact that we have these two teams slated against each other so early doesn't mean that one of them has to drop to the loser's bracket. That is simply inevitability. And what sucks about that, if you are one of those high velocities, or if you are that Joe Biden Esports, you're going to have to face a final boss very early on in your loser's bracket run. So it could just be the case that we see one of these teams get sent down to the bottom, and there's clean house down over there. But who gets sent there is going to be decided right here with these picks. And right now is being banned away. That Merlin you mentioned, the Hoi as well, top of the line threats in their respective roles. Seems no one wants to focus on the front line. We're all about the damage.
Yeah, and Hoi is going to be one of those characters that is just super good, very safe, a lot of damage. The Apollo band that we see coming through here is a little more interesting to me, and I think that's because Adapting is one of the few junglers that we have in Smite 2 that understands that Apollo jungle is just kind of insane when you know how to farm and play it right. I know Jing Wei jungle has been brought out a couple of times, so these Hunter jungles, we don't have them anymore, but Hunter jungles have a lot, yeah, there she is, have a lot of potential to just sit there, farm a jungle, be super mobile and being able to clear all that out, and just show up at level 20 and one-shot somebody because, you know, they're a gold scaling character that is just farming gold. Yeah, you in the back.
Ares. They're not going to ban, they have to ban something, obviously. I think it's going to be probably a frontline, maybe the first frontline. Yep, there it is. Okay.
There it is.
I was about to say, Yaboja then is still available. I'm seeing that as a good frontline pick, but I don't think it's going first. Sun Wukong has been in talks. Musi, who do you want to see for this first pick?
Honestly, the newcomer to the show, Tsukiyomi gets Hubbard. We didn't get a chance to see them last week, one of the newest gods added to the game, minus Shibble. But for the comp setting that we have here in Smite Prime, Tsukiyomi does quite a bit of damage, either with their ultimate. You can flex him over in solo lane or jungle. Not entirely sold on like Suku mid. I feel like it's just not as effective as he could be in other roles, but I'll tell you what, when you slap him in that solo lane, he is so annoying to deal with, has a crazy amount of sustain, just being able to run that lifesteal build and hang out forever, buys himself some more time with the ultimate, throw down caltrops, just be a nuisance. And I think you give that to Cherry, who is just really good at being a nuisance in team fights, he'll be able to make this Suku look very good.
The emoji is going to get picked up there, and I'm really not surprised to see that. Without that Piercing Moonlight, Suki really can do nothing to get out of it, and even with the Piercing Moonlight, you're likely still staying inside the waves. Hoopah's locked alongside, and a Fenrir to counter. We got some pretty big team fight ultimates being unlocked.
I mean, you have this Ragnarok that'll be a good beads burner. Now we just need somebody to really follow up that setup that this Fenrir is able to provide. And when we look at Homebots and Yamoja, we kind of understand where they're headed just by virtue of the picks, but I'm looking at this Suku and this Fenrir, and there's a part of me that recognizes there's still a bit of flexibility so far just within these first 2 picks. Suku, I'm saying, kind of want them over in that solo lane. Fenrir, then initially you're like, oh yeah, and then put him in the jungle. Well, maybe Bobby, you know, inbound picks him up over for their support role, but that Hecate almost assuredly heads over to the mid lane.
The Zeus is going to be also an argument for that same spot as well. You know what's interesting is that normally I feel like when we see Danzy play against Clocked In, mid is the top contested pick. However, you can tell that there's a bit less of an emphasis on Doduin's play for 800 GPM, whereas adapting, we want to make sure we set them up first. That's why the Hoonbots went top lock. So that way, Benny Q can kind of just get that Hecate pretty safely, knowing that it's not going to be top pick for their opponents. Ullr, however, is going to be locked in for 800 GPM. That's got to be their carry, backline secured.
Yeah, it could be the carry. I could also even see it over if they wanted to Zeus carry Ullr mid, just because I feel like Snod might be able to, you know, pull something crazy with that Zeus. But already we have a lot of damage for 800 GPM, and they have crazy amounts of setup to make it happen. A lot of enabling between the Homebots and the Yamoja. So if Zeus are able to follow up that damage and just be able to have that moment where they blow somebody up, Donzi's going to be in a really tough spot.
Is this a Fenrir support with his Thor hover? It could also be the Thor support, but I'm thinking back to the olden days of Aurora rocking that consistently. Sun Wukong is going to be locked in, so Fen support's more likely. That also brings up the question for me, Hoonbots, do you go stun to interrupt Brutalize, knowing that it's not going to do as much damage given the Fenrir's role?
So 800 GPM have a fair amount of CC even without the stun bots. I feel like you don't necessarily have to go the aspect here and kind of rely on having a bit more damage and use your, you know, that pillar to have your moment of big CC, burn some beads, burn a tally if it shows up, and then you also got this Bacchus in the back line that's able to flop in, get their belch off, a lot of CC happening there. We don't need a stun bots, we just need a little bit more damage.
Nerf some of that healing that Sun Wukong and Fen are going to be trying to output with that natural anti-heal baked into the kit. That's probably going to Clino. I miss the days of Clino on these Mordred kind of gods where they're just kind of going and getting a bunch of damage off, and Bacchus kind of fills that same slot where you are really tanky but also can still get your deeps out, so I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Looking at the two comps, Musi, we have 2 amazing teams, 10 amazing players. What's their identity? What is each trying to accomplish?
So 800 GPM to me has a bit more of a classic styling team comp. This Bacchus and the Hoonbots are going to be up there kind of harassing Donzi a bit. And then you'll have Zeus, Ullr, and Yamoja kind of hanging out next to each other just because I feel like Yamoja is able to position themselves near that back line, but still have a lot of impact on the front because once she moves up, she'll have that ultimate available. So it's just a question of can 800 GPM actually execute on that, or are Donzi going to tear straight through them with all their damage?
Find out as we hop into game right now. The first of the day, first of the stream as well. One of them must go down to that loser's bracket. Danzy, 800 GPM, step up to the scene. D-Lo and Musi once again behind the mics. Morton, man, your almighty eye in the sky. Now, Musi, taking a look, there's quite a lot of information I'm seeing on the screen. What do you like? What do you shiver at?
So, we are seeing that Stunbots picked up for adapting, and while I'm not quite married to the idea of having or lost a bit of damage towards this overhead strike, but like you said before, it's still an extra bit of CC, and that's still useful in being able to lock somebody down. It does enable him to pick up this blink, so he has a bit of safety, a bit of peel for himself to buy some time to be able to blink out or blink in. But it definitely means that adapting is going to be the one to, with that Fear No Evil, really kick off these fights. So to me, it kind of recontextualizes how we're seeing this 800 GPM team move, where adapting is not going to be necessarily up there with Clino, but maybe more off to the side, looking for these pillar moments to blink in, pillar, smash, jump away, and let Zeus and Faceless deal the rest of the damage they need.
Speaking of the Zeus, everything is just about as we expected in terms of Zeus mid, who are going to be in that carry slot. And you have this combination we've talked about so many times, Musi, that you've lovingly called the training wheels combination. Yamoja Moonstrike with an Ullr axe. Maybe you need your training wheels right now, buddy. You might fall off your bike. Ullr misses the axe, gets body blocked for it too. A lot of good damage put out by the Pug.
Yep, speaking of this Pug, this Fenrir in the support, they do also have this aspect attached to them, so that means that we're going to be a little bit applying more slows with that aspect of loyalty. You've got a little bit more stun duration as well, which was changed recently for this Fenrir, so kind of helps them be a bit more tanky, a bit more forward in the sense of just offering that immediate response if I've got my stun online and I'm able to set you up, and a little bit of training wheels of their own between the two animal crew here in the dual lane, because you get your stun, you get your pillar, stun again. It's a lot all at once.
That actually is a lot of sustain we just saw put up Inbound. Like, they were dropped down to a quarter and now back up to full, so I'm really curious to see if the dual lanes where the pressure ends up being at. And this Fenrir, like you mentioned at the desk, we haven't really got to see it play support for quite some time, so how does that change how Inbound has got to approach the character?
So it definitely just enables you to hold that thought. That's a lot of damage coming out on top of adapting there, getting chased by Scream, but doesn't
One
have
last
it.
hit. Can we get the slice? One more in the back. Adapting gets cut on down. Maybe you shouldn't have gone that aspect, buddy. Some more damage could have been helpful.
Dude, Suki is just so good at applying that slow. Now Zeus is actually in a spot of bother. The disarm, the stun's off the mark. They'll be able to get away. But you want to talk about lockdown, Dilo? Suki has that in spades. Built in a lab to kill characters who want to jump away as Bobby jumps in and dies.
Yeah, unfortunately brutalizes the wrong target. Maybe trying to get out, but instead sinks their claws into Yamoja, who happily answers back with some basics of their own. So one kill in the duo, one kill in the mid.
I mean, we have that last game between Donzi and 800 GPM as a point of reference for how this one is going to go. We're already seeing it, Dilo. There are bodies on the floor. Both teams are very willing to be aggressive with each other, and I don't expect that to slow down anytime soon. And I want to tie that back to a question you were asking me before about what this Fenrir support does from their dual lane. They're doing it right now. It's just W key at people, find value with your stuns, get in your face. You have sustain, a little bit of health regen, maybe a bit off more than you can chew, though.
Yeah, maybe you don't have enough, buddy. You got to be careful to brutalize into the bushes, but I think we know just where you went, puppy dog. Are you lost? Good pillar. Candy pickup optimal. And the Unchained back. All right, Inbound just hungry, I guess, for a snack.
Well, he's got that health chalice. He's also got the sash that offers a little bit of health regen, plus your Seething Howl gives you a bit of life steal, so you're able to keep that sustain going, like you said. So this really enables this Fenrir to just kind of run at somebody, but you just have to be careful that you don't bite off more than you can chew. It's like when a dog carries a really big stick, tries to walk through a door, and they just like they get stuck. They can't quite make it. You have to prevent that. Fenrir was like 1 health maybe 30 seconds ago. Now they're full health. So he can just keep doing that over and over and over again. He just has to be careful not to overcommit and die.
Yeah, dude, you said he's got a sash. He's got like a focus sash from Pokemon. Dude left on like one shot, got sturdy. I don't know how he did that. That was crazy.
Revenge!
But Inbound on these aggressive supports. I've seen it before. Thor. I feel like it's very hit or miss, Musi. It can be insanely effective if you're burning those beads at the right moments. It can also result in a lot of missed opportunities and a lot of unfortunate attempts to engage when you don't have follow-up. You got to make sure you're always aware of where your team is behind you.
Well, and probably something you should have talked about a little bit earlier today in this game we just started. But think about where this Fenrir is going to be going with that Ragnarok, right? There are 2 beads on the team. One's on top of the Uldr, and the other one goes to this Bacchus. So that means that this Ragnarok gets to connect on top of Zeus, Hunbots, or Yamoja with almost no problem, but that does mean that Vibes needs to very heavily consider a talisman of purification just for that, just for their team.
Yeah. Musi, holy crap, none of them have CC immune ults. Holy crap.
Holy crap, that's so freaking crazy.
Oh.
There it is.
He's about to see it right now. Yep. You're done.
Is.
Goodbye. Want to see another disappear? I got a quick magic trick for you. Buy beads, folks. No better advertisement than that. You don't need us to say anything more.
Yeah, literally, Scream is just like, Bobby, fetch! And you have Benny Q like, hey, cool, I've got this here. I've been fetched so hard. Stop trying to bring back fetch. It's not happening. But Inbound's bringing it back with these Ragnaroks. You can expect to see other than another get picked off like that pretty frequently, because once you get caught inside that Ragnarok, you're immediately getting taken over to damage. But this call on the Gold Fury, though, as a couple of people are grouped up around it, Bob's in the area.
Smart cart wars on both sides. The portal will not rescue you from the blue eyes, but the rocking waves might be a different story. No shell, unfortunately. Inbound trapped beneath. He gets a good stun on top. The training wheel secured, and inbound is dead. But here comes the piercing moonlight. Vibes has been torn apart, and Scream continues to get the damage on. The totem forces out the bees, but now their attentions have been turned instead to the leaping Uller. The shot off the mark, but now the Honor is here to fish the rest of the damage. Faceless has their face ripped off, and BennyQ takes down their opposition as well. Don't know what you're still doing here, Hoonbots. A stun will not save you, but it does give them the opportunity to go back in, only to leap right back out, just trying to jump scare Scream.
Maybe work their way back towards that camper, just hit the fast back. That fight was kind of insane from Donzi, and 800 GPM got completely like torn apart there. Even though you had a great ult from Vibes to be able to isolate this Fenrir, he's just too tanky. He's gone straight into the Spectral, so the Zeus and the Uller are gonna have a hard time actually trying to take them down because they can't get their autos off. And then, because of the sustain from Fenrir, again, he just lives through all that damage. That buys time for Scream to show up, rip the ultimate, and just start boom, 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 tearing through everybody. And then when you have the moment where 800 GPM starts to, I'm gonna zig and you're gonna zag, the ultimate from BennyQ swoops the Zeus right back into danger. He doesn't have beads, and that's a giant circle. That Zeus gets caught every time. Hey, he's caught again.
Oh God, goodbye.
You're dead, and this is gonna keep happening until we get a talisman on top of anybody, or a Magi's, or something. Definitely needed that purification against not only the dog, but the Hecate too.
Helm of Radiance is not going to be saving you from the CC, buddy. I fear to tell you. You might have wanted to make a wiser investment. 7 minutes in, 6-2. And a solid gold lead, about 3K Donzi's way with no Gold Fury to boot. Might be adding some more on top. The Piercing Moonlight is going to follow Klino, even if they decide to leap away, so they have to save it for a bit longer. Not long enough. Killing spree there for Scream and Musi. Something in these teams' brain chemistry, when they're faced against each other, they just want to fight.
Yeah, it is just non-stop. Donzi knows that as long as they can just keep up the pressure and keep winning these engagements, they can start to look for bigger things along the horizon. Gold Fury, in my mind, is going to be one of the objectives that we want to pull sooner rather than later, but if you could just keep finding kills, it denies 800 GPM farm. Look at the levels across the board, man. BennyQ is 2 up over a mid laner. That is very significant, especially because Zeus needs to get up and rolling.
Moment you see inbound have a full diamond, I just want to see Ragnarok let rip on that Zeus. At this point, there's no reason for you not to do it. I think that that ring we see being built by Yamoja is going to be a talisman in the future, but how much time is that going to take, and how many times you can have Yamoja next to you to save you? I have to find out right now with inbound. Decides to keep attacking.
I mean, yeah, got the ultimate there too. Hunbots goes in, but can't find the ult.
Unfortunate, man. You want to really see that be the big starter of the fight, but in this case, I guess it's a good disengage, too. Naga gonna have to do what we settle for instead. Potentially the gold here right after. BennyQ just doing a good 1v2 job of keeping up the pressure, distracting that Zeus and Yamoja for long enough for that to be an easy objective to Donzi.
And I'm getting really excited here because you mentioned that we need that talisman online for Vibes, but think about this too. That's a magical protection item against this Fenrir that's going to be all up in your face, and Scream, who's really starting to hit their stride too. The stats on Talisman are pretty decent, but the cost of gold is high, so it's a worthwhile investment, but it takes so long to get online, and honestly, the damage has already been done. Donzi's already running away with it.
Cyclone has to run away from combat there due to a good axe combo from Faceless. Unfortunately, the arrow off the mark. Some decent poke being applied in return. Inbounds on the scene. Does have that ultimate. Nice and ready. Gonna leap right over the water portal, and no leap available quite for the Uller just yet. They leap right into the piercing moonlight, the fury of the desert. Spears and rays of light pierce their skin and finish the job. Open the gate's gonna be dodged, but the Fenrir gonna play fetch one more time. Kitty Cat gonna like that. Double kill for the On Her.
Vibes tries to hide in between that portal, but then gets scooped right into the Fenrir jaws. So 2 people down for 800 GPM. They're still looking for an engagement here, but I don't think Donzi even has to take it. They're going to take all the steps back and be able to spend some of that well-earned gold that they just had. And at this stage of the game, we're really going to start to see this snowball take effect, because Donzi is really just pulling away here, and we're coming to levels where this Fenrir is just going to run at you. They're not going to die anymore. Like, I don't foresee it happening unless Bobby really screws up. And then Scream is getting so much gold online. They're getting so much damage, especially with this int build Tsukiyomi. You got that Chronos pendant, so they're constantly spamming, throwing out abilities. See that Evil Eye being built there, so you know that's a big power spike coming up. Thinking like a Spirit Desolation, so even though, yeah, there it is, finished up there. You get a kill, your cooldowns are all back, so Scream's just gonna be a menace. We're picking up this Gold Fury, and look who's here to defend it. No one. Gold Fury goes to Donzi, and their gold lead just gets further and further ahead.
Monkeys, snakes, cats, and dogs all working together to take down the objective, and now it might be one Benny Q. All they need to take down the Zeus. Great dodge with the chain lightning ensures there's no way to get the CC off. And went right on back. One last auto could finish it. A good Aegis actually does stop it. And Triplicate Vision can't find it through the wall. That's okay. Sun Wukong's got the Somersault Cloud. You thought you're safe, buddy. Master wills it not. They're going to go down, but a good stun from the Hoonbots ensures that Cherio falls beneath the tower shot. So at the very least, it's 1-for-1. Might be more if Inbound can't get out.
You got this Bacchus chasing after them. Umoja water rings in. 800 GPMs on the chase.
Bye, but no shell even necessary since they don't have the happen ability to just passively block you into any geography that the map might have. Now Inbound feels emboldened instead to go on in. The stun bots does interrupt the Brutalize, but unfortunately your attempt is going to be interrupted by the giant jaws of the Fenrir. Bach is not able to escape either. It just keeps on getting worse. Look away, fans. Kleeno's been cleaned off the map.
It is just ridiculous trying to stand up against this Fenrir because there are just not enough beads in the world to deal with the CC that he puts out, and then you stack that on top of the other CC abilities from Benny Q. This Open the Gates gets so much value when you know that Fenrir will be able to pull the 2 beads that are on the map. That ability's gonna hit every single time, and it's always gonna pull somebody. It's always gonna do crazy damage. This just enables Donzi to constantly look for those fights. We don't even care that Cherio low-key inted for a kill that didn't matter because Open the Gates is up again and it pulls.
Oh my god, what damage! Benny Q lassos 2 on in, was a cowboy, another life. Gonna wrangle on those cattle right back to the gray screen. A Pyromancer on top, 12 minutes in, 15-3 from Donzi. 9K ahead, they can do no wrong.
It is kind of insane the lead that they're building here. And now Cherry's just able to up and one next to tapping. Scream misses every shot at the ultimate. Humbot's just barely able to squeeze away.
At least you can thank your lucky stars for that one brief respite, but it's quickly going to be followed up with the tier 2 tower going down the mid lane. Dear God, Musi, this has been a breakneck pace. What can 800 GPM do to slow it down to 400 instead?
Honestly, we're just really trying to farm our own camps, not get caught out by this Open the Gates, by the Ragnarok, and hunker down. We have to drag this game out for another 20 minutes or so and reach the point where all it takes is one team fight to really swing things. But as it stands, the fact that Donzi is sitting here with the lead that they have at 14 minutes, it's uh-oh territory. We're reaching beyond uh-oh territory. FG's not even on the map yet, D'Lo, and this game is already looking, I'm gonna say it, it kind of looks over. A lot of people are gonna look at this and go, okay, so like, it would be weird if Donzi lost. Because that's what we're looking at. Can we say that 800 GPM scales? Maybe, but your Zeus has a Sphere of Negation and a Helm of Radiance, so no penetration is going to be coming anytime soon. That's a lot of gold to dump on top of those prots, and the Zeus is going to die anyways, because the problem isn't that you need prots, the problem is that you need CC immunity, and we still don't have that. It's just in Talisman and people are going to die!
It's not going to matter for much. Talisman having to be used selfishly instead. The Fenrir decides to take a big bite of the bots, but goes right back in, deciding to deliver them so kindly to their team, because Honor is here to rob them of their lives instead. Scream takes the kill on Vibes, follows it up onto Kleeno. The Caltrops are down, but Scream's in a bit of trouble. Great pre-beats of the knockup. Kitsuriara takes down the Bacchus. Benny Q, though, will die, and Faceless shuts down Scream. This might be the turnaround they need, but Zeus, too many prots, not enough damage to drop him. Cyclone Spin takes him out, 4 for 2.
Maybe that's a trade that could benefit 800 GPM. You get some shutdown golds, you know, to line your pockets with literally anything instead of the dust that's been collecting in there. But guess what happens now? Donzi pulls an FG, and no one's going to be able to get here in time. Cyclone's got a little bit of penetration online, plus they're on her. being able to reduce the protections of that FG, so it's going to get stolen away. And again, we are really just starting to see this Donzi lead start to skyrocket away. The dagger does get taken away by Vibes though, so that's neat. You know, you've got that going for you.
Cats, monkeys, and dogs, once again, all working together. The best nature documentary you've ever seen. Maybe a horror movie, honestly. But it's looking like one that Donzi stand to be the victors of at the end of the day. It will not fall on Scream and BennyQ, and that does feel good. They both just recently experienced their first taste of death, so at the very least, you only have to worry about the animal proof.
I want to talk a little bit about Scream too. We mentioned Chronos Deso for the Tsukiyomi. Now they're rocking over with this World Stone, and now we're also building a little bit of strength item build. I'm really curious to see where Scream walks with this build, but so far I can tell you that it's going to be a lot of Suki ultimates on top of Suki ultimates. Just getting in there, getting their damage off. And the one problem with the Donzi team is that if 800 GPM is able to live long enough through the initial onslaught, I feel like the Donzi comp runs out of gas pretty quickly. They're very front-loaded. They need to kill you all at once with their damage. They're not really looking for a sustained engagement. They're not really looking to have a fight go on for too long. So if 800 GPM can really dig their heels in the ground and be able to drag out these fights, that's an avenue that they could take to start winning.
Scream's walking right into two. Piercing Moonlight going to be able to dash right between them. He gets really good damage. It ends on the Hoon bots, who unfortunately will be able to leap away. Fenrir continues their pursuit, but they might be caught beneath three. So Inbound's got to make sure that once again they're being aware. Left side bird being burned away. It's a good leap in from Cleano. Gets the cat a bit drunk and also drops down the waves. Now Scream's cut off from the rest of the team. This could be trouble for the backline. Inbound's nowhere to be seen. Cyclone spins evaporated. BennyQ's dead as well, thanks to Cleano. Inbound tries to avenge their brothers in arms with a few claw swipes. Does grab one, but Scream's dead too. An absolute turnaround. This dog's lost. You've got no owners left.
Bobby's gonna get walked left stage and away. He's tanky, but he won't be able to survive for too much longer. There's the stun. Here comes the damage. Jump over the wall, but Dapting should be able to follow.
Stun's off the mark. Hold on a second. This is going woefully awry as the dog leads them on a goose chase. The Sacred Monkey comes just a bit too late. Should have maybe waited for the Wind Sprite in order to activate the TP. They continue to try to catch up, but the axe is off the mark and a great leap right through those doors. Adapting has got to knock politely just to get through. Somehow that dog's able to walk all the way back home.
I said it earlier, I don't think Inbound dies for the rest of the game. I really don't see it. He's got Yogis, he's got the Spectral, he's just so tanky, especially with that FG buff ticking. It's just not gonna happen. But I will tell you what did happen. 800 GPM able to piece apart the fight once you separate this Fenrir from the rest of their team, and a wonderful ultimate from Umoja. You called it out earlier, D'Lo. There are no shells available for Donzi, so this Umoja ultimate gets a lot of value when you're able to lock in the damage carries of Danzi in a room with this Zeus, who does have their Triton's Conch online now, so they've got some more damage behind all of these protections, and able to, like I said, drag the game on a little bit more to hit some of these power spikes and avoid those open the gates. Really just opened up the moment for 800 GPM.
Opening up this Pyromancer's ribcage, but once again the waves come rocking up, just leave barely enough room for them to eke out of the kiddie pool. This is Fury. Cyclone Spin is going to be able to secure it, gets good damage on Vibes and Faceless alongside it. Wind Sprite back to safety. Now Scream goes in the back. Can they get the stun off? Not quite. Instead, they're dead. Cyclone takes down Cleano, and now Vibes might be hunted down. No, the Fenrir decides to go for juicier targets before the leap comes through. You're not getting inside that water portal, my friend. You're taking the slide right on back to base the hard way. Same with the Zeus, who will fall. Adapting. TP's in the back line to take down BennyQ before the Impale actually grants them the space needed to escape. What's Inbound up to in the meantime? Still trying to hunt down Vibes. That might not be a ride that you can survive though, buddy, as Inbound's got to once again turn back claws empty.
I mean, he has the ability to just harass anybody they so choose to do, but I think we saw, again, a good example of what 800 GPM can do against the Donzi team, and that is survive the initial onslaught of Scream and then turn around and kill him. That Suki was in a rock and a hard place. Adapting finally gets caught by Cyclone. And once you're able to turn the Suki off, you can turn your attentions over to BennyQ. You can take them off the board with the damage that you have available. And from there, it's kind of a staring contest. You're not killing Bobby, you just have to account for him. Maybe you can take a look at this Uller instead. Faceless, could be in danger. No, he's fine. But what I'm really trying to say is you have to strike at the parts that can die. It's not Inbound, it's not Cheerio. You gotta look at Benny, you gotta look at Scream. Because once Scream dumps their kit, that's it. They're done for a minute. If they don't get a kill when they do that, they're dead. And they're relying on a kill. That's why you see Jotuns, that's why you see Deso, Chronos, Worldstone. They need those cooldowns.
You gotta look at these objectives. I see a Gold Fury and an FG, both up and ready. Or a Totem, that's way more important. They're going for the Emoja instead, lame. But unfortunately, Emoja might be in quite the spot of bother. Having to use the waves just to try to defend herself, but the Brutalize does get right through it. Still, Vive's quite tanky of their own right. Inbound eats an axe to the face on the water slide. I want my money back, give me a full refund. Has to Ragnarok right through it. Zeus, hey, do you have your beads today? Oh no, that's a shame. Gonna bring him right back to the rest of the team, but they can get off some decent damage before they go down. The Thunderstorm, inclement weather, gonna be shrugged right off. Inbound takes them out, and Vives TP'd back into danger. Benny Q will finish them off. Sun Wukong, Wu 1 and Wu 2 finish off Faceless, and the rest of the team might just be an inevitability. Scream brought down to half health, that's A-OK. Inbound and Benny Q can finish the job here as Kalino once again wiped away, adapting the sole survivor.
I really like the way that Inbound was testing the waters, Ragnaroking right in front of Vive's face, being like, hey, you Talismaned earlier, right? You did? Cool, I'm taking your Zeus, he has no beads, Talisman's still on cooldown, and Adapting is trying to make something happen in the back, but he's about to get ulted and probably dead.
Able to catch up, and the couch drops on down. We know just how painful those Legos can be. Same with the Kugasara crashing down on your cranium. It's a deicide for Donzi. The first of the game does not quite bring the victory just yet. They'll have to settle for FG.
I mean, Adapting was able to buy enough time to dissuade Donzi away from that Phoenix, but you know, your consolation prize is a Fire Giant. You're still feeling pretty good about how things are going if you're a Donzi fan, and they're looking really strong today. Definitely a turn from where we've seen them the past couple of weeks, where there's maybe been some cracks in the foundation. We're not quite sure, especially as they go up against like Clocked In and everybody else. You know, I'd be stressing a little bit. How are they going to do going into the final week in this closed bracket? I'll tell you right now, they're looking very good. They're playing together very well. They're looking really clean. I really especially appreciate the coordination between Inbound and Scream, the way that they're able to make space for Benny Q. So excited to see how that progresses through the rest of today. And I know it's kind of crazy to talk as if the game is over, but again, like I said before, it's very difficult to imagine Donzi not winning this, but if there was ever a team to be able to take the rug out from underneath you, I am looking at Adaptive, and I am looking at, you know, Faceless and Kalino and everybody else to maybe just force something to happen. Donzi can bleed, and if they can bleed, they can die. We just got to make sure that the sword goes into the right spot.
What that is whoever's not next to that Fenrir. The time on that left side Phoenix when they assaulted it, Inbound, like a dog with a bone, kind of just wandered off, happy as a clam, wagging their tail. The rest of the backline got completely eviscerated by the Emoja, like you pointed out. So just hope that maybe Inbound takes a 2 paw steps out of their front line or back line's reach, and maybe you have a good case for a win. Unfortunately, though, Inbound, group of the rest of the team, forces the bees early, but the Ragnarok comes just a bit too early as well. Faceless still going to die, and they open the gates, pull back in one. You're on the other side of that kiddie pool, buddy. You're gonna drown in it as the Brutalize tries to finish them off. Cheerio takes down Vibes in the meantime. Fear no evil, I fear not, as that Hoombot's going to leap right back out to safety. The dagger not used in the right spot, so Scream unfortunately will fall, but that's A-OK. Lino's dead and Adapting once again just has to watch as Donzi wander into that throne room and take the Titan.
It's so unfortunate. Vibes pops the Talisman when Inbound walks up, but Faceless had a beads of their own to save themselves, and that Talisman might have been very helpful in saving your Zeus from that open the gates. There was just too much CC, too much crowd control, way too easy to place, especially on top of characters that have nowhere to go. I think it really just came down to the fact that we didn't have enough purification for, you know, the mages and the squishies of our life for 800 GPM, and Donzi was just able to use and abuse that, just constantly farming kills.
I think no CC immune ults was a wild vulnerability that Inbound did a fantastic job of exploiting. We got to talk about that, and we'll be talking about it a lot more just after a little bit, so stick around. More Smite Prime action after the break. Hello everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. We just got quite the barn burner of a game, plenty of blood spilled on the battlefield of the gods, and Dilo and Spirited Book are here to review the thrills. We got, of course, Morton Man, Jithin's Almighty Eyes in the Sky, Music Land waiting on the bench, and Danzy and 800 GPM mopping up the corpses of their fallen foes and friends. Book, you were watching the sidelines. What just went down?
Yeah, I mean, look, Donzi just kind of had it from minute one. We saw a bit of a bite back from 800 GPM, but ultimately, Donzi, they just had the better comp as a whole, in my opinion. You know, a lot of Smite 2 in general is about, can you afford to go Beads or Aegis in this game and in this meta? And so the likes of the Donzi composition, you kind of really want both. This is why, unfortunately, the other and another just had a hard time on the Zeus really staying alive and just kept on dying with that Aegis pickup instead of the Beads, which you would have liked against the Fenrir, the Hecate. It was just a really rough time for 800 GPM to survive.
You got to go CC Immune ults if you want to survive and not get Beads. Unfortunately, they did not oblige and they did not survive. So that's going to be 800 GPM down in the losers bracket. Speaking of, take a look at the landscape real quick, see where everyone stands. Unforgettable Dance do take down their opponents, Joe Biden Esports, who now wait to see if they take down High Velocity or clocked in their first losers run. Strength of Wood will be faced up with 800 GPM. That's going to be a tough match, but 6 and 7 seeds, so I believe either team, honestly, could get the better end of it. Smite 2 Bad Boys and Danzy is where our eyes will dance to next, and this is an interesting matchup, my friend Book. This is the bridesmaids that are trying to get a ring on it versus Danzy, the ones who have already been at the altar multiple times.
Yeah, and these are, you know, arguably some of the best players that we have in Smite Prime to showcase. You know, the likes of Aurora, Donut Doug, versus the likes of Benny Q and whatnot that we just saw just absolutely pop off against 800 GPM. This is going to be a tough one, I think, for the Bad Boys. 800 or Donzi, however, just looked so locked in and ready to play today specifically. This is finals. This is for all, and they are a scary team to look at this week.
And we got some P's and B's coming at you. Hopefully not too spooky. Not in October quite just yet, but Smite 2 Bad Boys, like you mentioned, they have that Aurora support. And when I think of the Fenrir support, I think of Aurora back in Founders Series. That was honestly the prime pick for that player. But instead, we're going to be focusing probably on those back lines again. That's really where all these bans have been centered on. Aladdin, no one's surprised to see that gone.
No, Aladdin's still just by far the best character, arguably, in Smite 2 right now. Scream loves that character. Twig, I think, just not the biggest fan, so kind of surprised to see Smite 2 Bad Boys get rid of that character, but if you're not going to play it, we'll just get it off the table. Agnia's response, this has been one of Doug's favorite picks, as well as Moswell. This is just a strong flex potential character that we see Smite 2 Bad Boys go towards often, so I love to see that already taken away from Donzi.
Merlin can be banned away as well. We talked about that when Muse was back on the desk of how threatening that mid can be, especially in Benny Q's hands. The Hecate ban has not been something anyone's really considered. That god doesn't really seem to be at the top of anyone's hit list, but no one at the same time is putting it at the top of their pick list except for like Benny Q and Paul. I don't know if we can let it go back in Benny Q's hands though. They were absolutely murdering on it.
I agree. I would like to maybe see instead a Tsukiyomi ban though. Instead, maybe getting rid of the Tsukiyomi makes that Beads option a whole lot easier to deal with the Hecate option. You're not forced to go Aegis to deal with the Tsukiyomi, so maybe the Hecate becomes a little easier if your carriage can then lean on that option. But I agree. With how Benny Q just kind of popped off, and if Smite 2 Bad Boys were at all paying attention to that performance, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just get rid of the Hecate. And sure enough, there it is. They're going to get rid of the Hecate. But this does leave open the Fenrir as an option. You briefly mentioned it. I think this could be a huge priority for Aurora in the support role. I feel like this is a prime option for first pick for them. And if not, I think Danzy will just take it away as well.
Musi and I have been consistently saying how first pick seems cooked. I don't want first pick because it means there's so many great gods that you're naturally going to be giving them two of the top squads. And oftentimes we're not seeing supports be top locked. So it's going to be Emodra or Fenrir, I feel like, no matter what. Last ban is available. Do you give them the Ares? Do you give them the Ares? Do you really want to do that?
You don't give Aurora Ares in this in the 2025. I mean, he is the synonymous Ares player throughout all of Smite, but sure enough, They're gonna ban the Yemo, and Ares is available. But you mentioned it. Are they gonna first pick it? No.
What?
Aurora's gonna lean on the Scylla, and Aurora's been popping with it. I'm not at all surprised. You can't give Aurora or Ares. You can't give him Scylla, and we saw this absolutely pop off last week for Aurora. So again, just no surprise that he's gonna go back towards this pick.
I'm not surprised. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed because I think you're giving this to Inbound now. I think Inbound picks it up, and I think they can operate so well off it. Scylla's really good. It also does a CC immune ult, so that's at least nice not to worry about the Ares yourself. I wouldn't be worried though about Inbound taking it. That's my issue, Book, is that I don't feel like Inbound's been playing that as hard. So did you need to top lock it? You better convince me, because now Tsukiyomi's the one who's facing you down.
Yeah, there's no surprise that Suki's going to be locked in here for Donzi. Scream just ran it, had a great performance. They are going to lock in the Ares. I am a little curious, though. Is this going to go towards Inbound? Fenrir is still available. I actually quite like the Fenrir and Scylla matchup. So I'm a little less fan of the Ares versus Scylla matchup. I'm kind of curious to see, is this hard locked in for support? Because we have seen Ares solo once upon a time, and I think it's very heavily dependent on the solo lane matchup. I'm just not entirely sold, especially because it's Cherio. Cherio will pick up the Cuckoo Khan solo. He'll play the wacky stuff in the solo lane. If anyone is going to do it, it is going to be Cherio. I do believe, though, it is heavily solo lane matchup dependent. It's going to depend on what my two bad boys lock in there, and it's going to be the Bologna.
I want to see them get a mid pick alongside it. Who could we even get for it? I mean, in theory, pick the Uller. Benny Q doesn't really operate on that, though, as often, so Cuckoo Khan is an option for you to take if you feel confident on that. I want to see them, though, take a rib shot, get some body shots in, sneak in a few jabs on top of Benny Q, take something away from them. That is actually a brilliant point. Never mind. Screw everything I was saying. Jingwei is available. Jingwei is picked. You do that every time.
Yeah, and this is probably going to go towards Donut Doug. Twig hasn't really been playing a lot of the Jingwei. It's mostly been Doug picking it up on this team, so that's likely going to go towards the ADC. I really like this idea that my two bad boys have gone towards. I would like to see their next two picks maybe have a little more CC. Bologna really doesn't have a whole lot of hard lockdown CC. It really is just mostly the Scylla from a range route, sure, but that could be a little inconsistent. I just need a tad more CC out of the mid jungle options here for my two bad boys, and I think they're in a very good position in terms of how strong their comp is here.
Their peel, I do got to say, you're right, is not the best. Jingwei can kind of... Jingwei's not really get off me, it's I'm going to go away from you more so. Kabrakan's going to make sure that's not going to be possible since they have the walls to stop you. With that pickup, I think that could very well be going... I don't know. I don't know who picks that one up. Cherio's played that before as well. So I was about to say, I think that might be ending up in their pocket. Baron Samity provides a bit more intrigue, though. Is that going to solo?
No, I believe that's going to go towards Moswell. Moswell has been a big fan of the Baron mids as of late, running that aspect of the Achilles lock-in tells me that it's going to be Twig on the Achilles, I believe, here. It could be a Bologna flex. We've seen Bologna jungle ran often, and Bologna very strong with the Rip Talon, the recent, attack damage addition item into the game. Achilles still really prevalent in the jungle, I'd say more so than the soul lane, and Bologna just tearing through, still going to go towards that Devo stacking lifesteal build that we see often in solo, and Benny Q is going back to tried and true Benny Q moment. He's going to lock in the Raw last pick.
Caveman combo, big pull from Ares into big fat beam from Raw. There's so many good follow-ups now. And also, really quick correction there. Mistake your eyes. Hekate's triplicated visions you because on her is actually not the pick. It is supposed to be an Uller that is in that slot. So a bit less CC immunity, a bit less shock and awe following up the Ares combo, but the 1v1 potential is still pretty solid.
Not only that, but I was going to comment that Donzi, they have great setup CC. They have the Cabra walls, they have the Ares, they have the Tsukiyomi, but for whatever reason on her in my head, I'm like, this kind of just feels a little off-putting. For whatever reason, this isn't it. The Uller makes a lot more sense. The range axe to also play setup, man. There's just so much, engage potential, but engage from a distance as well. The long range setup from the Uller will be great. The Cabra getting in there. There's just so much range potential for this Donzi to start fights with.
Well, we're going to have to start the fight right now, start the game as well. So my two bad boys once again try to prove they belong on the big stage, and Donzi here to reassert the common pecking order. Taking a look across the field, what do we see? What do we like?
Blink for Cherio is honestly what stands out. I kind of wanted to mention a little more about the Cabra and, you know, what it really brings to this Donzi roster. It's just going to be a setup range body that gets on top of the Smite 2 bad boys, especially because we kind of said, like, these last 2 picks, it needs a bit more CC. We got a bit more of that. We got Moswell on the Baron Samedi, Twig on the Achilles. That's going to provide a bit more CC. But Moswell is so vulnerable on a character like Baron Samedi. The lockdown from Cherio, you know, blinking in to just Cabra wall, Cabra stun. Baron's going to get locked down in an instant. And Moswell, if he's the one to die at the start of every fight on the Smite 2 bad boys, it really is going to be left to Donut Doug and Aurora, I think, to just make the plays and make the rest of the team fight go their way. But without Moswell in those moments, I think mages are so prevalent in Smite 2 in the late game right now that if you're a mobile like the Baron Samedi and you're dying at the start of the team fight, you're going to have a very difficult time winning out the team fights in the late game.
It's definitely more CC. My issue is it's not on-demand CC. Mosswall's
True.
wrap it up takes a bit of time before it wraps up, right? You really have the shield bash from Twig, and that's really all the instant gratification you get. Besides that, even Persistent Gusts has a moment of uptime before he can actually find it. The pressure in my mind is going to be on these supports. They top-locked both in their first picks, this Scylla and this Ares. We saw just how impactful that role can be last game around. This time, they really got to bring the fire.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you kind of mentioned it going into the draft of how, you know, we don't often see top lock supports. And there's a reason for that, because there are so many roles that kind of have just those top 2-3 characters that are just a cut above everyone else. Support's one of those roles that I think has a few, you know, really strong picks across the way. You know, the Yemo, we see Scylla, obviously, the Ares, as mentioned. There's just a couple of more options, but instead we're already going to see, actually, we're going to see Inbound take an early back to base here, just 1 minute into the game. Kind of surprised by that.
Donut Doug hit every single autosave for one. That's literally all it came down to, is just precise, basic training from this Jingwei already, level 2, proving that this god is worth being one of the top carries in the game as well. But back into the fray. Doesn't have rapid resurrection, but still gets back nice and quick thanks to the TP. And also, I will say that cripple is very effective against both members of the Smite 2 Bad Boys duo.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Doug, we talk about Jingwei all the time, the safest hunter in the game right now, but just it relies heavily on those dashes, and when they're crippled, they'll hold that Scream on the way here on the left-hand side.
That cripple could be really useful if you find him on top of the Scylla, and that dog's going to be leashed, brought down for first blood. Cyclone Spin takes it. You got to avoid those chains.
Yeah, for sure. And just already getting off to an early start on this left-hand side. This is what you want to have happen if you're Donzi. Enable the early game duo, Ares, Uller, just the ultimate kill lane for as long as time has been, or time itself, excuse me. So it's just such a nice start here already for Donzi. This can transfer over to early purple buff invades, early back camp invades if they want to be, you know, a little more risque, and potentially even a Gold Fury early on. They have decent damage, the sustain as well with the Raw. We haven't even touched on that just yet. It is so much already on this left-hand side that Donzi can get going for them.
Right side is where I'm looking now. Rimakami is in quite a spot of bother. Tsukiyomi begins to dive on in, trying to finish the job too. Not quite beneath that tower line just yet. Rimakami will be able to escape with just barely a dreg of health remaining. It's Benny Q in the mid lane, who goes down a solo dolo brought there by Moswell.
Moswell just hits level 5 first, while Benny Q still level 4. Great play from him, gets active early. Benny Q at some point got his beats forced. We aren't able to track what exactly happened there as Twig contesting these elementals on the right-hand side against Scream.
Gonna be looking for a bit more damage on Rimakami, but this time Twig's here to counter the balance, as they're able to try to back them off. Neither of these jungles has that level 5 difference quite just yet, but a blue buff invade might be able to change it alongside Mosswall waiting in the wings. Does not have that ultimate ready, but can still provide a bit of extra damage. And that invade, thanks to the double reset from Donzi, will be successful. Smite 2 Bad Boys doing a good job controlling that macro.
I think at some point we saw, you know, Scream rotated to the left-hand side. It netted them first blood on Aurora, sure, but I think at some point Twig used that time and paid attention to mid, forced the beads out of Benny Q, and again, that just gives Moswell, who is on this Baron, it is incredibly immobile, sure, but Benny Q on this character, or sorry, Moswell on this character, it's such good all-in potential. Baron Samedi on aspect does a ton of damage in the early mid game thanks to that passive. And against Benny Q, who is just an immobile mage, not level 5, no beads, no CC immune ultimate in that moment, he's just an easy pickup here for the first kill for Smite 2 Bad Boys in the mid lane.
On the right side. This is actually a really interesting matchup when you consider the grand scheme of things. Bologna versus Cab. Cab, who obviously requires those auto attacks infused with their abilities to do a lot of their damage. Is this just a complete wash for the Cab?
Yeah, kinda. I think Cherio's more so focused on more towards the mid game. This is kind of what Cherio's picks have always been designed towards. He'll play the Geb solo and just farm it out, as we see Freeze here on the left-hand side. Unfortunate for Doug and Aurora. But yeah, I mean, Cherio it's just a wash of a lane mostly. It's just more slap fighting here. And that's all it's going to be. There's not really going to be a lot of solo kills here. There's not a lot of easy all-in potential out of Cherio, as I believe he's actually going towards a Helm of Radiance first item. And I love this early pickup here for the Cabra in the solo lane.
Yeah, you can also tell with that blink, right? It makes sense that they're kind of focused more on the team as a whole. Clearly that blink's going to be used more so for the engages once the grander fights happen, but Achilles trying to get one started here on the right side as well. Twig makes their entrance from Akami in hot pursuit. A double back there from the Cab could cost them big. The wall's actually going to stop and slow the approach of the Achilles. Unfortunately, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Cherio's going to have to keep on making that long walk back. Inbound is indeed inbound. The blink does come in handy to grant a bit more distance, retreating to the arms of the awaiting Ares, and Tsukiyomi is also wrapping around. It's a disengage call from the Smite 2 bad boys, and a lot of time wasted.
Oh, Rebekami now could be in trouble though, because inbound is here on the right-hand side. He didn't spot him out.
Just another ult. We're just going to use everything in the kitchen sink to ensure that every solo laner remains safe. Bologna is going to be leashed up, slowed down. It's not that aspect, so you can't quite stun him in place, but Tsukiyomi through the wall. That piercing moonlight will find them. And now it could be the Scylla in danger as well. No escape, though, only going to be used for a bit of flash and filler. One kill more for Dancy.
A great rotation from the support and jungler out of Donzi. You know, inbound on the way first to cover out for his solo laner, as now Doug could be in trouble on the left-hand side. Gets his dash caught here by inbound, but I don't think this should be much more. I don't think you want to dive a tier 1 tower at 6.5 minutes just yet, but a great play from inbound to bail out his solo laner, who was in a bit of trouble. Walked on the way over. Scream showed up late. Inbound saying, guys, we can keep this going. I can pull in the Bologna here, or we could just slow him down with the chains. It's going to be great here. Anything we get here is value. Even if we just force the beads, if we get the kill here, it's great. And sure enough, they get that. And that's a great sign here, especially because we talked about it. It's just a slap fight here on the right. So Cherio getting off to a lead here pretty early on means he'll be able to rotate out of that solo lane faster, utilize that blink a little earlier in towards the team fights around this Gold Fury, which not entirely certain when this is going to be pulled. We saw, yes, First Blood going the way of Donzi on the left-hand side, but since then, they haven't really gone back to the left-hand side. They just kind of let Cyclone Spin and Inbound use their own 2v2 pressure to just keep pushing out this left-hand side, keep farming whatever neutrals they can. And I think it's going to be around the, you know, maybe 15-minute mark we might see our first Gold Fury.
7 minutes in. 1-2 reads the scoreboard. Danzy with about a 1k gold lead. Just a little bit less, but a Naga might change it. Not quite going to be picked up just yet, but Twig decides to make a second college attempt. Does seem to be able to grab it, but Ra is here, and Ra does have that steal potential. Benny Q, the full diamond ready to charge up that big fat laser beam. It's going to split the difference as Smite 2 bad boys grab the objective.
Smite 2 bad boys, yes, they get the Naga, and they'll take it easy for now. They are the team that wants to be scaling a bit more, wants their Jingwei to get a couple of items online, wants Moswell to get an item or two. Their front line out of the Scylla, as Cherio will blink in on this right-hand side just to force Ramakami back, and now Cherio is okay, but you want to scale a little bit if you're the Smite 2 bad boys. You want your carries to be online. Aurora, Twig, and Ramakami, they can kind of get active whenever they want, but you want your carries to have a little bit more extra oomph before they start team fighting.
So far from Donzi, it seems like the support's got the oomph. This Ares pick has already been doing so much damage, and got to see the Scylla do the same as they try to evade the damage being poured in by the approaching Sook. Inbound is trying to patrol and keep Donut Doug occupied, or maybe just waiting for the Scylla dash. You got no beads, sucker. Donut Doug has to use theirs, and they're not even safe from the piercing moonlight. Aurora's going to be torn apart once more. Donzi's saying, shouldn't have first picked that Scylla.
Yeah, Aurora just falling here on the left-hand side. It was just kind of a moment of Smite 2 bad boys being like, oh, can we stick around? And then the rest of the members show up on the left-hand side from Donzi. Inbound with a great ult, pulls the beads out of Doug as well. So as soon as that Ares ult is back up, wouldn't be surprised to see him on this left-hand side yet again. We haven't even mentioned it just yet, but Scream going for the aspect on the Tsukiyomi. There's been a lot of discussion on which of the Tsukiyomis is better, the base form or the aspect. And in my opinion, with the build that Scream is going towards, the more intelligence-based build, where it's just a ton of damage here, as well as survivability leaning towards that aspect, I really like this option that Scream is going for, especially because just how committal Tsukiyomi can often be with that ultimate, instead going towards the intelligence build, which is more of poke from a distance. Look at the poke that this team has. Cycle and Spin, Uller. Benny Q, Brock. So much long-range poke potential, as well as sustain with inbound on the Ares too, and Benny Q as Moswell pulling in inbound here on the left-hand side.
Could be trouble as it's going to just pour in every single ultimate we have. Twig's going to use theirs. Moswell throws a diamond at you as well. And Aurora going to use their ultimate just for added panache. Hey, a solid kill. Can't let that Ares get too frisky.
Yeah, great play here. And now, Smite 2 Bad Boys, I'm kind of surprised. They're not pulling gold. And this is, again, what leans to their comp. They want to scale a bit more. They want the items on their carries. And Cyclone Spin looking a little bit for Doug in a 2v1 as Scream is on the way on the left-hand side. But no, he'll just back off to base. But Smite 2 Bad Boys, man, they are scaling. They want to get there. They're working on the lifesteal, the items here. As I think Cyclone might be in trouble here on the left.
Gonna find the ultimate. Achilles is making their grand approach. However, Cherio has it ultimate. We've seen them use it for blocking terrain just like that. What amazing defensive use of Tectonic Shift. It's so amazing. Honestly, they could have even squeezed past it, but Achilles just didn't even want to bother sucking in their gut to try to make that push forward. So instead, it's going to be another failed gank attempt. I gotta say, given how much pressure's on this left side, though, surprised Donzi has not made an attempt for this Gold Fairy just yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is the team that wants to be pulling objectives early, as we see a bit of a grouping now on this left-hand side, now that Twig is on the way back to mid, and you called for it. They're going to go for it.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Just make sure to listen to me on no delay. Aurora is present. Does have that Sunder in pocket, locked and loaded. Donzi know it as well. So are they looking for the grander fight? Aurora certainly is, as they dash in aggressively. Mosswall is also present, a level up on their competition. It's Smite 2 Bad Boys. We'll pick up where we left off, but Ares also has that Sunder. Will it be a blunder to wrap it up? And it's going to be grabbed by the Smite 2 Bad Boys. Now it's got to make sure they don't trade in any lives. Twig able to Fatal Strike back to safety, and now they might actually grab inbound instead. Unfortunately, that CC just a bit off the mark. Aurora going to win Sprite in plays, jump for joy, since they got the first objective.
Yeah, Smite 2 Bad Boys, they pick up where Donzi left off. Donzi dropped the objective, and Smite 2 Bad Boys said, oh, hold that, though. Benny Q in a world of hurt.
Damage! Nothing you can do about it. Get on in the coffin, nice and snug. 3-3 reads the scoreboard. A big turnaround. Now Smite 2 Bad Boys begin to make the gold lead.
Scream gets his beads and his ultimate force there in the mid lane, thanks to Moswell. This is the power of this Baron. Just so much CC and damage here. Coming out of the mid lane, a true and tried and true control mage here from Moswell. It is vulnerable, yes, and we haven't really seen a lot of attention paid towards mid lane as Naga's being pulled here. Cherio's on the way.
Could be a bit of danger. Aurora's going to be the one who eats the shields. And Danzy say, how about we pick up where you guys left off with this one, all right? Maybe we'll just pick up a few corpses along the way, but Twig is able to use those beads to escape to safety.
Oh,
never mind. Great walls from Cherio. They can be used to defend and attack. They bite right back, and that's going to be Twig going down.
I don't think Twig was expecting that much damage coming out of Cherio. I certainly wasn't. Aurora's trying to contest this Pyromancer, though. Using that I'm a Monster. Can he get in range with the damage?
The Pyromancer instantly unleashed. Donzi won no part of that. Tries to bite off maybe a bit more than you could chew, though, with that third. Gets the good Sick 'em Crush combo to dissuade any further pursuit. Smite 2 Bad Boys got to lick their wounds. Achilles is not back for a few more seconds, and Jingwei is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Doug used that opportunity of Cyclone Spin rotating to keep pushing out on this left-hand side. Netted themselves the tier 1 tower as Aurora going to get pulled here in the mid lane.
They know, again, you don't have any answer to this. The cripple, the stuns, you're done. What great layering of CC and a great kill from Donzi.
Aurora using that I'm a Monster in mid as Moswell. Oh, great blink from Cherio to avoid the ultimate. The open the coffins. Moswell just unlucky there, but yeah, all the while. Aurora's not even building towards a tally beads just yet. Gonna be relying on that I'm a Monster to just stay CC immune. Has that Eye of the Providence online second item for just more ward control. Has to be a little more cautious, I think, going into this mid game. with that CC immunity, because otherwise they're going to be the prime target of not only Cherio, but inbound as well. If you could pick the Scylla at the start of every team fight, the fight and setup for Smite 2 Bad Boys becomes just a little bit more difficult here.
It drops off astronomically. And look at that, a Magi's Cloak instead. Awfully shellfish of you, my friend Silas. Spread the love instead. Why not share with the rest of the team? But I've got to say, it's again expressing the idea that that first pick slot, man, you really pushed in all your chips on the Scylla, and you're coming up with a dead hand.
Yeah, he actually sold the Eye of Providence there to make sure he gets the Magi's Cloak online, because I think Aurora realized that he needs the CC immunity right here, right now, to stay alive against this Ares and this Tsukiyomi, the Uller, the Kabrakan that's going to be blinking on you. I really like this shift from Aurora immediately. Like, guys, this is why this last fight went wrong. I just didn't have CC immunity. An immediate switch up. And that's just what a veteran player like Aurora will just bring to the table. Not afraid to just say, hey, look, maybe this isn't the right call. I'll just quickly make this adjustment here. And that makes the next fight a little bit easier for us.
Mosswall also doing a good job to make these fights easier just by carrying low-key. 2 levels ahead on Benny Q. That is not an easy feat. And I've been saying it for a while that Mosswall is, I think, the gem of Smite 2 Bad Boys. On a Merlin, on a Shock mid, on this Baron, they perform at their peak.
Yeah, I find I'm a little more critical of Mosswall in terms of the God Pool department of things, but the picks that he does play are spectacular. Scream in a world of hurt here on the left-hand side.
Going to be eating all those monster shots. The Wind Sprite will not save you for much longer as Mosswall shuts them up with one last scream from the Sook. That's going to open up a second gold for your opportunity here. Donut Doug's already started it, and no one's contesting since Donzi are looking instead to the Pyromancer. But you do have the Steel Brigade on the squad, trying to make sure that they can still get everything for themselves and force them to unleash. It's a free Gold Fury. It might be a Roar going down as the cost. They do have that Magi's Cloak up, and that ensures they stay alive.
That's I mean, already we're seeing the value out of the Magi's from Aurora, as Aramikami's going to go here in the mid lane.
Remy finds the rally, can't find too much else after because the Crush was not on the mark, but the Sikkim gonna be able to take them down. Cyclone's already dead. Twin considers going in with a Fatal Strike, but does not go in, and that leaves our friend Donut Doug all by themselves for inbound to chain up and flame down. It's a 1-for-1, but at least he got the objective for the Bad Boys. Aurora tries to go back in, but that Crush, cheeky, unfortunately not effective. It's gonna miss.
Doug smelled blood in the water in that moment, but he was the only one that did, going in by himself as the Jingwei, and the rest of the team said, no, guys, this is the right call. It's fine. Doug, you're on your own. Good luck, as Aurora could get caught here.
You are very much on your own, buddy. You're gonna eat a lot of damage, even if...
Oh,
no! I'm a Monster does not save you from death immunity. All that damage being poured right in. I don't know what they were doing so far up.
I mean, Aurora was looking to try and pick Benny Q under the tier 2 tower, sure, but I agree. After that call, just walk away. We saw last week, Aurora piloted the Scylla to a T. Just continue to be in the face of Donzi's carries, but Smite 2 Bad Boys, they're just not grouped, and they're not as ahead this time around as when Aurora was doing that last week. This time around, they're kind of more of an even footing. It's still a relatively close game, all things considered. And so Aurora just being on his own that far forward, it doesn't lose them anything. There's no objectives, as Doug could get picked here on the left-hand side as Scream is on the way, but he'll back off. But again, Aurora's just too far forward on his own, playing with confidence. Sure, you love to see that out of your support, but sometimes a little too overconfident.
Speaking of the supports, fight started by one on the left, and fight started by inbound here on the right. Thought you had the better hand of things, Bologna, but now you're going to rally right into the face of the Raw. Solar blessings upon you, but we have no thoughts and prayers to spare. Benny Q takes down Bologna.
That's a great play, because there's nothing to do on the left side of the map right now. We saw response from Scream really push out the members of Smite 2 Bad Boys. They netted themselves that neutral buff on the left-hand side, and so that gives Inbound and Benny Q a prime rotation option to go to this right-hand side. They're going to then push out the tower. I'm kind of surprised they're not going to push on to the tier 1. I think they thought they'll hold that. They've TP'd to the left. They're looking to push out Doug.
This could be trouble. Wind Sprite taking to try to close the gap, but Cherio can't quite hit him in the back. So Jingwei instead now begins to advance. Achilles is starting to wind the noose around their neck, and Baron Salmon is making the quick TP on over. Same with the Cab, uses that blink as well as the walls, but quickly puts them back down, which does allow Jingwei to continue pursuit. Inbound with some good chains, make sure that no one can catch quite up, and backups on the way. Danzi, 4-man strong, gather on the left side. Nothing to be done though, so everyone just quick backs.
Cherry dropped those walls immediately because he saw Inbound on the way to back him up. I think there was a bit of miscommunication. I think Inbound thought Cherio was in a lot more trouble than he actually was. And so Inbound went up to walk in, and Cherry drops the walls, put Inbound in a bit of a tough spot there, drops them immediately because he thought he would have had to bail out for his Ares in a moment there. But still, Inbound able to walk away here. And I love this look from Donzi so far. They're continuing to try and look for plays inside lanes. And you kind of see they're moving around the map really quickly. You know, already BennyQ on the right-hand side here, just continuing to farm up as Cyclone pretty well here on the left-hand side to Doug. Yeah.
Nice solo dolo there by Donut Doug. Manages to get that Jingwei easy pickings off on the Uller. Doing pretty solid so far, 2-1. The backline of Smite 2 Bad Boys are shining like stars, and unfortunately you're seeing him, Cab. Moswall takes down the Cab.
Cherry gets caught out on his own here. That's now 2 kills against Donzi that Smite 2 Bad Boys can look to take advantage of. You see them grouping here at the center of the map. 4 members strong. Doug still on the left-hand side. So I can't imagine that any towers are going to be the target here, though. Gold Fury's up, Pyro's up, Inbound, trying to solo kill this Jingwei here, but he doesn't have the damage to take this 1v1. Doug just too strong.
You know, it's so funny, Doug for a minute thought he could too, but then instead it's a 2v2, a 2v4 in fact. Clock it, now a 4v1 as BennyQ is the first to fall, and Scream goes down as well. Unfortunately, just a filtering there as Smite 2 Bad Boys slowly wring Danzy dry. They are now 1 kill up and 7,000 gold ahead.
Donzi, their 2v2 is just too immobile against this high mobility chase down comp that Smite 2 Bad Boys have. Part of the Scylla support, the best part of it, is the fact that she could just dash forward and point blank root you, and she'll be tanky enough to survive the initial, you know, backlash of damage she'll receive, and the rest of the team will follow up off it. Scream on the Tsukiyomi going more towards the int means no movement speed off that 2 to get away with, and BennyQ on the Raw. I mean, look, Raw just the tried and true immobile mid carry here, just gonna get caught every single time, and it has been rough so far for BennyQ and Scream to really make plays in this 2v2 in mid.
It's just kind of shown that the back line has been really the star supports, as the Pyromancer does go down to Smite 2 Bad Boys as well. But you have your support ahead with Inbound, you have Cherio ahead in solo for a bit. Does not matter because Mosswall and Donut Doug have generated so much map pressure that you just have to bow before it.
Yeah, and honestly, it's been a lot of just, you know, solo plays. You know, Doug solo killing Cyclone Spin on the left-hand side. We saw Moswell net first blood in mid onto BennyQ, just off of great performances out of these 2 players individually. It's not off of team performances of Aurora, you know, dashing in, rooting someone. Yes, sure, Twig pulled the beads out of BennyQ early in the mid lane, sure, for that first blood, but just individual performances out of these 2 players have put Smite 2 Bad Boys in a very good position in this game. Up so much gold here, 22 minutes in. 3 golds to their name, a Fire Giant, you know, a Naga in hand, a Pyro Bomb, a Dagger. They're ready to push on this left-hand side, and they're likely going to force a bird here.
This is incredible for the Smite 2 Bad Boys to fight their way up to the top. Again, guys, these are the teams, these are the members that have time and time again, circuit after circuit, been forced to bitterly accept a second round exit. This time they say no longer. It's our time to shine. We are coming for the top. We're coming for the throat.
And these are 2 really good teams, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of them go through the lower bracket moving on, as BennyQ could get caught here.
Ramakami moves on to try to move you to the great beyond. Tsukiyomi gets set there quickly by Donut Doug with one last arrow to the heart. And already that's going to spell good tidings for the Smite 2 Bad Boy as they push down this tier 2.
Again, the Tsukiyomi just, it's not as immobile when you go towards this imp build, so you really have to play really far back like a mage, and it has put Scream in really bad spots here. Smite 2 Bad Boys, 5 men strong. They're going to push into the mid bird.
It's a blink in the back from Cherio, but these damage being applied nonetheless onto Inbound. They're just going to ignore the Cab. Never mind. We're just going to tear him apart. That beam does absolutely nothing other than enable my dagger threshold. Thank you very much, BennyQ. I didn't know you could heal the enemies too. Donut Doug with a clean bill of health. Dashes on forward. That bird on the mid is already toast. Left bird being fried up next.
Donzi just too far behind. They don't have the damage to even one-shot a carry at this stage. And, you know, Moswell, we haven't talked about it at all. BennyQ on this Raw should be able to target out Moswell from a distance as soon as he goes up into that ultimate. targeting out the immobile mage who's just becomes a whole lot less immobile in that moment. And it is just not worked out. Moswell ulting, I don't know if he's been ulted once by Benny Q this entire game, in all honesty, as Roar is pretty healthy here. I don't know if he's in trouble, though Benny Q has that nimble ring.
That piercing moonlight is going to try to say otherwise,
aspect.
but unfortunately that aspect means you're not really going to gain much distance. Scylla will if they utilize that sentry properly. Gets that I'm a monster, now could be inbound in trouble instead. Stay for a while, the no escape not going to result in yours. Inbound put at the end of the spear by Twig.
Great rotation from Twig to get involved there and help take down the enemy support. Inbound on this area is just, I don't feel like it's worked out so far. Outside of that one play on the right-hand side, the solo lane rotation to take down Remakami, I feel like this area is just really hasn't done a whole lot. The chains have done a lot more than the ultimates so far. I think you're going back to the drawing board if you're Donzi after this game with the composition. You're taking a look at everything. Like, yeah, what worked? What didn't work? Well, the Tsukiyomi was decent in the early game. It made some plays. Maybe the imp build doesn't play because our chase down isn't as strong, or we just lack a little more mobility and CC in that moment. What else worked? Well, the Cabra was pretty strong. It was good on the right-hand side. It survived and it did good damage. What didn't work? Well, in theory, it should have worked. We had an Ares and Uller on the left-hand side. They got a really good early kill. They had free lane pressure, but why didn't it work? Why did none of this work? Smite 2 bad boys have just responded to everything that Donzi has done beautifully. The rotations, the layering of their ultimates, the positioning, the individual plays from Doug and Moswell. Speaking of individual plays.
Could be in a bit of trouble right now. Their positioning needs to be watched, or maybe the shots too. Airstrike, use it just the right moment. Hits 3 members on the way back too. Does a quick Yui. Lets a Roar bite up the rest of Benny Q. And now it's Cherio being sent back to Kingdom Come. No, Moswell does get shut down by Scream. The first time they taste death, Bologna says, damn you for that one. As they decide to dash on in. Does have the beads, the resulting chain from the Ares. The Sikkim bring him down. Remakami slices out inbound. And the good crush combo does decent damage there to the Tsukiyomi. Not quite enough, though, to force this Phoenix pressure as Jingwei continues to chase down Cherio through the jungle. Donut Doug, I don't know if you're going to get the easiest hand at that one. That cab is awfully speedy.
Yeah, I don't think Cherio is going to get caught here, though we could see a rotation from Smite 2 bad boys. As Cyclone Spin's already dead. This, I can't imagine it's an end call. 3 Phoenixes down. I don't think Smite 2 bad boys are going to go for it, though. Aurora dashing in aggressively onto Scream.
Magi's gonna shrug off any attempted CC as you hip-hop your way back to the gray screen. And Cherio still just wandering in circles, lost, delirious, beleaguered through the jungle as the rest of the Smite 2 bad boys bring down the Titan and Cherio as well. They will advance. Danzi back down to losers.
Donut Doug in a 2v1 against 2 tanks with a crypt build just stands tall, standing his ground and just making it happen. The rest of the team showing up late into the rotation to make the rest of the fight go so well. And Donzi, they just get caught, man. And I think it's a back to the drawing board with the comps, but Smite 2 bad boys, they move on.
Very impressive and also a very dark omen for the top leaders of this bracket. Clocked in. Danzy, you guys think you have a shot at the top of that 7K prize? Might have some words to say from your friends on the bad boys. And we got some more words for you too, but right after the break. So stick around. More Smite Prime action after this. Hello everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, September Circuit Closed Bracket, where the plays are always premium and getting even more peak as we continue to go along here, Musy. We're starting to get to the pinnacle. We're starting to approach the climax of our day. But before we do, we got to throw out some quick shout-outs. Morton Man, of course, Almighty Eye in the Sky, alongside Jithin's also operating behind the curtain. You just heard the sultry, silky voice of Spirited Book just a moment ago, and they'll be back very shortly to provide some extra commentary. And Musy, you were on the sidelines watching that last game. Danzy go down to the Smite 2 bad boys. What do you think about that?
Honestly, I almost saw it coming, right? And it's funny because last game we got a chance to see Danzy go kind of crazy up against 800 GPM. They were looking really good, but look at the way that Smite 2 Bad Boys was able to draft this composition. You have this Raw that I really feel like does not get a chance to play against the likes of, you know, the Achilles plus the Scylla. There's so many roots, there's so much abilities here to be able to lock down that speedy chicken. And then you also have what I expected more from like the Kabrakan and Ares to really lock people down, but it really just didn't come to pass. It felt like Smite 2 Bad Boys were just kind of outside of their mind.
I want to throw a ton of credit to Spirit of Books call out that Magi's Cloak. The moment Aurora invested in that, I feel like we never got to see Ares do anything ever again, because they were constantly only pulling Aurora, and all of a sudden you can't pull no more. Instead, we're going to pull up the bracket here to take a quick look at the landscape, see what just went down after that upset, that shakeup. But Smite 2 Bad Boys would say, hey, it's not an upset, we've been here the whole time. They still got to make sure to pull it off once more. The second seed steps up to the first, clocked in, or locked in.
That's going to be an interesting match, especially because we've seen Smite 2 Bad Boys step up to the plate in the past. I think it was either week 1 or week 2 where they walked away with the win at the end of the bracket.
Yes.
So this team has a lot of potential. They've been steadily improving, steadily being able to punch higher and higher and higher. So I even foresee it that if they end up losing against Clocked In here, they don't make it to the finals, I would imagine them to be just a menace over there in that losers finals, and they'll be coming right back up for another chance after Clocked In. I'm really interested to see how these losers brackets are going to be progressing for the point where they're at. Danzy, of course, is known for making this run back just to play more Smite, like just a bunch of passion maxers. You almost wonder to yourself, I wonder if they just took the knee so that they could get more games in, because they're just kind of like that, you know, just to kind of sweep out everybody from underneath them to come right back up to the top. But you still have some really strong teams down there. Unforgettable Dance, Strength of Wood. I'm a big fan of what I'm seeing so far.
This has been such an interesting turning point for what we consider to be the established norm, right? The regular run-of-the-mill day, run-of-the-mill circuit. It's Clocked In and Danzy kind of running the show. Smite 2 Bad Boys say, I'm tired of being behind the camera. It's like if Mort decided to just choke me out and picked up the mic where my corpse once stood. But Clocked In, who knows, could happen. Clocked In, though, are trying to reestablish what they consider to be the norm, what they consider to be the run-of-the-mill, the day-to-day, and they're making sure Smite 2 Bad Boys get rolled over.
I'm super excited for how the rest of today is going to be panning out. I'm especially excited to get our eyes on the next game that we get to see. If I'm not mistaken, it's Clocked In and Bad Boys that we got coming up next for us, right?
Correct. Yes, indeed
yeah.
it is. So it's the top, man. It's big. We don't need to look at the losers. They're called that for a reason. Let them stay down there in the muck. We'll take a look at them once you reach that finals bracket, and whoever takes this goes on to the best of 3. So again, high stakes, high stakes, because Clocked In, they haven't gotten to face Danzy yet all day. And if it is indeed Clocked In who win this one, they send our friends the Bad Boys right back to very likely repeat that same grudge match.
And I really do think that the Bad Boys would look pretty good at going through those loser brackets, especially up against some of the bigger titans that you have down there. I mean, maybe that game that we just had from Danzy was a bit of a fluke, you know, where they kind of have a rough go of the fights. Even though they get some strong picks, they're not able to execute it quite the way that they wanted to. So they kind of take that, they learn from it, they push on forward, because, you know, that first game that they had against 800 GPM was just looking so ridiculously clean. But think to yourself, how much of that was Danzy executing, and how much of it was the fact that we had a lot of big CC abilities and not enough CC immunity to go around. So just kind of trying to take a look at each of these games as a case-by-case basis and understanding what were the individual reasons why the games went the way that they did, and how much of it has to do with just momentum and what the team you have playing there is.
Musi, you like trivia. Here's a fun fact for you. A fluke is one of the most common fish in the sea. So if you go fishing for one, you might just end up catching it. Danzy can say fluke, washed, all they want. But at the end of the day, they're the ones battling back up from the slums, from the dirt ditch, to try to get out of the pit. And my two bad boys are looking oh so good right now. That being said, Clocked In, they're not going to roll over easily. They had that 1 week where they were a first round exit, and they have not relented off the gas pedal since. That chip off their shoulder, they decided to just take a big chomp out of it. Now the question is, if you are on the My Two Bad Boys, who are you trying to focus out to make sure that you can have that same success?
I mean, if you're bad boys going up against Clocked In, I feel like it's always Paul. You always need to find a way to acknowledge Paul. Take down that mid laner. That is not my job to execute on.
Okay,
That's my
right,
job to tell the players that they gotta do it, right? Well,
right.
Okay. Realistically, we want to ask, how do you want to lock down a mid laner? It's just gonna come down to some of the picks, like make sure that Paul is gonna be on something that he's not as comfortable on. Speaking of, we're gonna shift on over to that. The picks and bans coming at you here. Boom, cover thing, whatcha, and then now we're here.
Very cool.
We're not banning out Paul per se, but maybe we're trying to lean him towards some picks that you can exploit while setting yourself up with some picks that are really good for lockdown. In my opinion, if we have a lot of lockdown on our team, just find, isolate, kill that guy, and then figure it out from there. But there's another element to this Clocked In team that has a lot of potential. There are two elements, and I'm looking at Tegvir and I'm looking at Hydrogen specifically, because if you let Hydrogen have the Jingwei, that is a really big issue in my eyes. So there are so many picks that you just have to be aware of going into this match of just, well, we can't let him have anything.
So my two bad boys, I will say, their last P's and B's phase against Danzy did such a fantastic job. They recognized the threat. It was Benny Q. They banned that Kate, which I feel like everyone is very loath to do. They're very afraid of letting an Ares go by. But they've recognized through itemization we can actually counter the Ares. Scylla's instead banned. Some respect being thrown on Aurora's name. Yemo off the map as well. Ares is still available.
And I like the Ares pick quite a bit. I still hold true and firm that he is one of the strongest gods in that support role, at the very least in a comp setting, just because of the amount of damage that he has, his ability to pull things like a Magi's, like a Beast, but you need to be able to have multiple layers of resource pulling when you're playing it with that Ares. If you are gonna have him up there, you need to have more people up there on the front line with him. Luckily, not something that we have to worry about anymore, because Clocked In decided, yeah, no, we're not going to let that through, but the Aladdin is still here and available on the board, and I wonder if bad boys are going to try to take that away.
Do they just let that go through in hopes that Clocked In lock it in and have some sort of counter pick in mind?
Jingwei?
Banned. You can't decide to go for her. Is Jingwei worth the Aladdin, Yuzi? Is that a bargain you want to make for your soul?
Honestly, I would rather ban the Jingwei than the Aladdin here. You can call me cooked for it, but I think that Jingwei in the hands of Hydrogen is going to be a lot worse to deal with than an Aladdin in the hands of Paul. Or you could ban Tsukiyomi and let both through. Luckily, Clocked In's only first pick, so they can only have one or the other.
That's true.
But does Twig or Moswell have an Aladdin in the back pocket, and do Clocked In even go for it still?
My two bad boys are calling their bluff. They say, I don't think you're going to play the Aladdin, and if you do, I think you're risking an awful lot, buddy. Let's see if the wealth's actually going to be wealthing in just a moment. Do you wish for it, or do you decide to push it away, refuse with one hand? No, thank you, I'm good. There's so much left on the table, and first pick, like we said, Musi, might be just as cooked as the take you just gave, but we'll find out. They're still waiting, they're still thinking. I'm nervous too.
It's got to be the Jingwei, right? Oh, Achilles. Oh, Achilles for Tegvir. Oh, that's right, because Tegvir was also doing this goofy thing with Achilles a couple weeks ago, where he was blinking in, getting the bash off and then Lurdian Bow right afterwards. So that'll be super fun for us to watch at least, because he does so well with that. And the execute is also super good to have in your back pocket. But I'm waiting to see the Hoi versus Jingwei decision-making for the dual lane, right? Because Doug and Hydrogen both want that Jing, just because of how much damage it's able to do. They both look really good on it. We still have the Aladdin to think about and contend with. Yeah, there's that Jingwei pick. You gotta, if you're not grabbing Aladdin, you are grabbing Jingwei.
What?
And a Ymir. Which...
Merlin's still available.
Merlin is still available. We're picking Ymir. This is a very early pick for a god that I don't think was going to be contested. So I'm really curious as to what the reasoning here is from Aurora. Or maybe, you know, Bad Boys is just trying to see what else Clocked In wants before they confirm themselves in for their damage carries.
They're trying to butter me up, I think, but unfortunately, they're going to be the ones who are toast in a moment. Hoi Yi locked in. I'm convinced a Merlin is incoming as well, if not the Uller. There it is.
Yeah.
I think we have made a very large blunder, granting two of the top picks for the back line to Clocked In.
Yeah, Merlin is... Oh, okay,
No
but
way.
there's the Aladdin. So it was...
What is going
Two
on?
Bad Boys was essentially playing the game of, listen, do you want Merlin or you want Aladdin? Because you don't get to have both, you just locked in your jungler, so they know that they'll be able to pick at least one of those, and they're happy with either one that they get. So that's why we see Aladdin hover here. But is it going to Twig or is it headed to Moswell mid? I feel like Moswell, I don't see them play Aladdin mid too often, so I'm kind of curious as to where the pieces fall down there. But Clocked In's comp, D'Lo, you're right. That's already a very heavy hitter. Those are three very strong gods, and to have them all in tandem, it's a lot of damage, it's a lot of area denial, and it's a Baron Samdi lock-in instead.
But again, I'm going to say, Musi, I don't even know why we're picking the mid at this point so early on, because you know it's not a contested role any longer. I guess at the same time, you don't
True.
have anything else to contest for, but the jungle's going to be picked up
Is
instead.
it Baron mid?
Who's missing? There's solo laner. So it could be Baron solo. I'm not convinced after Moswell's last performance, though, they'll want to switch it up. So why aren't we contesting for solo lane instead when the other roles are picked?
Well, it just kind of comes down to the mentality of what you want to be able to find, and knowing that Clocked In is still looking for their own, you know, support, maybe take away the Baron so that Happen can't run that back. But, you know, instead we're going straight to the reptile exhibit in the zoo. It's Yorm and a Sobek cover, and Jormungandr did see some changes recently in a patch. They adjusted some of his base numbers, made him a little bit more tanky, a little bit more survivable in that solo lane. I do like Yorm in solo. He's a big lane bully. He can do a lot of damage, sticks onto you pretty well, but what he lacks is a lot of that CC. So we'll be really relying on Sobek and Achilles to be able to start fights. But once the fight is started, if you're not world serpenting in, you do have a lot that you can offer to the team in terms of just throwing out those pools, being a general nuisance, and being dangerous to be standing next to.
Bologna being able to shut off that hot
Love
breath for a
that.
second is actually pretty good with the disarm. That's a really good last pick there for my two Bad Boys. I also like the fact that a lot of the CCs from Bad Boys, it's not displacement. So Jormungandr is going to be affected fully by all of it, save for that persistent gust and the Ymir knockup from the wall, which is very easy to apply and get that debuff off. And speaking of, we're going to be heading right into this game. All of these teams are buffed up, locked in, ready to go. Musi, take a look at the board. What you see, what you like, what you fear.
I love Bologna solo. I am such a big fan, big advocate. This character's busted, by the way. I don't think we see enough Bologna solo, just because, and especially into Clocked In's comp, I'm a big fan. She is able to sit there, box against this Jormungandr in the solo lane, and she has the disarm, she has shield bash, she's able to do a lot of damage, she can sustain for a long time, especially with the lifesteal build. So you're going like Devos into Lash, into Umbral Link, and then into literally whatever else you feel like at that point. I'm a big fan of Berserker somewhere in there. You can pick up a Magi's if you're really feeling saucy. You know, Clocked In does have a fair amount of CC, and this Bologna is just trying to get in the mix and get active. You'll notice too, no aspect for this Bologna solo means that her bludgeons are going to be hitting for quite a lot if they can catch multiple people in there. This does mean that Smite 2 Bad Boys loses some of the sustain potential that they could have had off the Scourge, but honestly, I think it's a fair trade-off, and my eyes are on Remikami to really make something happen here.
And honestly, they're just kind of fine with the sustain they already have, right? That Baron can keep up a nice amount of health thanks to that consigned spares, then M bubble as well. That being said, there is a decent amount of hard CC Clocked In can use to burst that bubble rather quickly. Early game dynamics here in Musi, what should we be expecting?
I'm kind of waiting for Tagveer to get their Lernium Bow online, and then this Achilles is going to be a menace across the map. So until that happens, I feel like Clocked In isn't going too crazy, unless Aurora takes a lot of poke here. Between Sobek and Hou Yi, we could shift and talk about this dual lane. That's a lot of kill potential. If Happen's able to find a pluck on top of Aurora specifically, Doug should just be able to dash away. But if they find Aurora, Hydrogen has a lot of CC that they can follow up with. The chain of CC is really strong between Hou Yi and Sobek.
that was just a really good ricochet to force out a lot of the consumables in Roar's pockets. Doing it again, just look at that chunk of your quarter of your health. Doesn't mean, though, there's no abilities to save you. Some good body blocks being applied after the wall. They opt for that instead of the freeze, and it might actually gain you the kill. Not quite, though. Happen is not going to die just yet.
And Ymir is going to be at his strongest in these early levels here, being able to apply that slow when Happen doesn't have pluck available, which he does now. There goes the dash from Donut Dog, so that kind of pans out like we thought. But this early pressure from Ymir is going to fall off as the minutes stretch by. Once you hit like 6 or 7 people have abilities, it's not as scary for this dual lane. So Happen just needs to be able to survive that initial span, and then they can really get aggressive on top of Aurora.
I just want to go back to how amazing that tech is, that they got the wall second on the Ymir. I think potentially also to give themselves a safety net from that pluck. Sometimes you can place it down and actually escape from it with the jet jump that you get from it as well. Paul secures that neutral red. Feels good about that one at the very least, and can try to leverage some more pressure up against Mosswall. Both of these players, the mid I think is going to be a significant point of focus for these jungles. The question is, how the heck do you kill either one?
So we don't see the beads from Paul here. They have the Aegis, so that means that this life of the party has some potential to cause some problems for Paul if you catch the flicker. But Tagbeer is already getting kind of dangerous on top of Twig there. Like I said, Achilles is able to do quite a bit of damage early, but the Learning Bow is going to be that difference maker. But between Merlin and Baron Dilo, I really do feel Merlin comes out ahead.
Aegis are going to be used there from the Baron, so both of these mid laners not rocking their relics, but Paul's will come up just a bit shorter. So at the very least, maybe we'll see a call out there from if level 5s are hit by the Smite 2 bad boys. It's also an impactful point to mention that Nemesis has not gone the aspect, so instead they're just going for the protection shreds rather than any big fat burst of health.
And I think part of that has to do with the change that we saw with Nemesis aspect, where they shifted how much healing she got from it, where instead of like a 50-50, it's more akin to like it was like a 70-30, or not a 70-30, but like you pull somebody down not as much. The long and the short of it is, you're not completely screwing over somebody's health bar, and when you're up against an immobile target like a Jormungandr, you can just ult that guy and then stick to him. You have Bellona, so you got slows attached there. You'll be able to take him off the board and then be able to dash in on other people when you're a big tanky Nemesis there.
There's actually a lot of slows from Smite 2 bad boys. I wonder if maybe we see like a Hussar's wings come out there between the Glacial Strike, the Slice and Dice, the Shield Bash. There's a lot of stuff you got to shrug off. Soft CC can be just as impactful in tandem as the hard stuff too. We're seeing a bit of a shift in the pace as we start to get the ults going in overdrive. Old Serpent ensures the Jormungandr is going to be nice and safe.
And while this Jormungandr is a lane bully, Bellona is also a lane bully. So it's kind of like who's got the biggest baseball bat and who's able to hit each other harder and faster, right? I do think initially Jormungandr is going to be suffering a bit against a Bellona, but if he gets some items online, standing next to him is a very dangerous game because the autos just continuously tick, 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 tick. If he's got something like a Mystical Mail or a Lash alongside of that, it doesn't feel like a lot of damage, but it adds up really quickly, really dangerously. So it's just something that Remakami's gonna have to take into account as they hang out in lane with the big snake.
5 minutes in, just about bloodless so far. What a change in pace since the last time you and I shared mics with Donzi facing up against 800 GPM. And who benefits from this music? We're just playing kind of passive survival mode here in our server. Who's gonna be the one who wins out?
There are a couple people here that want the game to go on longer. Paul's interested in maybe starting something there. You saw the positioning from Tagbeer, leveraging some aggression, but I look at this Hoyi and I look at this Merlin and I go, they want the game to be as long as possible so they can get all their items online, really hit that late game stride. But then you're also looking at Donut Dog and Twig, who can do a significant amount of damage very, very quickly. I think it's going to come down to the build from Twig, if they're going to opt for like a bruisery Nemesis type of build, or if it's just going to be raw damage acceleration. But I think both teams are kind of okay at the end of the day with this slower paced game of just playing for the long game, the objectives, not necessarily looking to go too crazy.
Fortunately, not too crazy about that ultimate. Bit off the mark there with the flag plant. And yeah, it's just been a bit more passive, a bit more fluff, a bit more filler. about a 500 gold lead there for Clocked In. Probably credit to the fact that they are doing a good job controlling those rocks, those flame brands, which are a significant amount of farm when you decide to tack them all up. Nemesis is lurking around that left side, but no gank in mind, just kind of taking a tour, scenic vision of the map.
Nobody's really quite ready to like engage super hard, but we are coming to the point where Tegri will have that learning bow online. Like I said before, that's really going to be the game shifter. That's the go button for Clocked In, because then Tiger will be able to blink, shield bash, learning and bow, immediately look for the execute because the damage is just going to be overwhelming. But with a lot of people backing up on the map right now, that could signal the bad boys to take a look at this Gold Fury.
Instead, they're just waiting around for that purple pit to open up. It does. Both jungles are present on the scene. Quick steal there from the bad boys. They go wherever they want. All their bluster and swag they can muster. And there's going to be free pickings. Clocked In have no response.
Just not quite ready to look and to commit. And when it comes to which team will have a leg up on these Gold Fury fights, it depends on who all gets to be there. Thinking about the classic 3v3 between like a duo and a jungler showing up, I really do think Smite2 Bad Boys can shred that away. Between Ymir being able to do a lot of damage with his ultimate, you have this Jing Wei that is able to just shotgun, take people off the board. So that also extends over to objectives when they get some crit online. Very good for taking out things like a Gold Fury. And then Twig as well. Now you got that Oathsworn Spear online, being able to take away some of those procs, so that's kind of where I'm looking for.
I'm looking for this kill. The first blood about to happen. A big explosion of shards of ice and shards of flesh rain down on top of the Sobek as hydrogen is no more. First blood to the bad boys.
Did you see the Hoyi's health, how it just had a full health bar and then suddenly didn't? That was
Ymir,
kind of intense there. That's what he does. I will say this about Ymir. He does a lot of damage. He doesn't need to build that much int or strength to make something happen on the map. He's just got that Yogi's necklace, so he's infinitely just chilling, right? Constantly ticking up health and mana, so he can stick around for a little bit longer, but just able to go in there.
Tegri already used their shield bash, which means the Bubbles is able to get a bit more health back. Not quite too much, though. Jormungandr's on the prowl. Knocks them up. The blink on in. Tries to get a bit more health back, but oh wait, I'm not Aspect, and I'm not alive either. Twig is dead now, evened up by Clocked In.
Moswell was just completely separated, but now it's Karmic who's lost and alone. Well, here's a Ymir wall, but a shell gets him out of danger.
It is worth noting, yeah, there's a shell on Karmic. Was actually looking to mention it, alongside the Jing Wei picking one up as well, recognizing the threat of those suns from hydrogen. Interesting to see the difference in where that relic is being born.
What Shell also does here is it lets Donut Dog box a bit more with hydrogen, because not only does it let you walk through walls, give you a little bit of a health shield, you look at that, affected gods take 20% reduced attack damage, so you can tank a couple more autos, which will enable Donut Dog to be able to stand in front of hydrogen just a bit longer.
9 minutes in here. 1-1 reads the scoreboard, and really just even Stevens in terms of the gold as well. It changed a little bit as hydrogen is cut off for a moment. But not going to be able to find too much from it. Happen bearing the Sobek in general is very interesting. Where you like to see them typically on the Emoja was not an option, so they have to take something a bit more aggressive. How do they perform? So far, it's been a bit quiet.
Yeah, and the longer the game goes on, the more dangerous it becomes to pluck as a Sobek, because inherently what you're doing when you're plucking is you're putting yourself out of position to put somebody else out of position, and you're really gambling that you get to live through the process. Gold Fury is the pull.
Down to about half, Tegri decides quickly to unleash the moment things get too hairy. Smite2 Bad Boys have taken that fight before and tried to take the objective right after, but this time around, they're not feeling quite as confident. So they decide to just let bygones be bygones, let the objective go.
I mean, what Clocked In is doing right there is they are asking Smite2 Bad Boys the question, if we pull gold, what are you going to do about it, right? If we just decide to pull it for fun, are you going to be there? Are you going to stop us? Are you afraid of us? And Smite2 Bad Boys walk up and say, I'm not afraid of you. I really don't want you to do that. I'd like you to leave, please. And Clocked In just go, all right, we're out. You know, it's not worth the commitment. Everything is fine. This is okay for both teams to be playing like this to get to that late game. So no need to rock the boat quite yet. We can just let all the waters stay calm. So expect that type of poking and prodding play style go forward until somebody finally gets sick and tired of being poked and prodded and goes in for the kill.
Yeah, whose ADHD activates first? Like, who just hasn't, gotten their uptick of Adderall? Like, just, at this moment, my foot's tapping. I'm like, gotta start something, and that might be happening right now as they lurk in the bushes.
I'm going for the pluck for the love of the game. Me being me, I'm just trying to pluck to make something happen.
Speaking of happen, not trying to make much happen. Just gotta get
Yeah,
the
you like
sickening
that?
strike, applies the disease, and then instantly steps on back.
Disease.
Some good vision wars going on in that mid bush, but beyond that, only war you're seeing is on the vision charts and 50 extra gold in the Sobek's pocket. But I want that gold fury to be looked at here. In terms of the secure, there's not any real big ability that grabs it, so I think that's also part of the reason why everyone's feeling a bit more frisky, or rather less frisky and more afraid to look towards the OBJ.
It's gonna come down to the Sunders. It's coming down to some damage here. Remakami is dead. Completely destroyed.
Finally.
Tagveer comes over for the gank and doesn't even have to use the ultimate, but that does signal some scruffiness could happen over there in the mid lane.
So my two bad boys continue if they want to look at the Gold Fury thanks to that solo rotation, but Moswall instead decides to try to free Paul's soul and will be liberated. Moswall takes the kill, could be in trouble, and now Fatal Strike range has been obtained. 2 executes, don't even need it. Hydrogen's the one who actually grabs the kill. Now it might be necessary. Tagveer agrees, Aurora will fall as well.
Poor Twig left over there in the bush, gonna have to dash away. Half health and not looking too good. My two bad boys have to exit the premises while Clocked In take a look at that Gold Fury. So much was put into Paul to be able to kill them, but it did leave the rest of the team wide open to that rotation from dueling. Gold Fury down to half.
Nemesis Ult is applied. It's a bit more damage off, and also trying to free them up for the potential steal attempt. Happen is going to be able to sunder it away. No sunder, no blunder. Donut Doug instead takes down the support as an act of wanton revenge, but only going to be able to get that consolation prize in comparison to a great objective secure by Clocked In.
It was kind of tense there for a moment. Twig feeling kind of tense too, pulled in by Paul and the big snake here as well, putting the damage in, and that'll be enough. Twig just can't survive.
You hear the Jaws theme going once that Submerge gets activated. You hear the laugh. Scary stuff there if you're that Nemesis. Exactly. Now Paul, unfortunately, in a scary spot themselves. The Consigned Spirits doesn't find them, and a great stun shot absorbed there by the Yorm. What a great job there by the solo. Ensures Paul's able to stay alive. Now the World Serpent trying to make sure that the same can't be said for the Baron. They do have to turn back, and Mir's looking like a nice sweet treat. A snow cone on top. Consigned Spirits, though, answers back. This time, Karmic meets their end, and the Shards of Ice will not get a kill this time around. Tagveer instead adorns Ymir's head on top of their spear.
Just a little tragic. Aurora didn't quite trust that the damage was going to come from Moswa. Locks him into that ultimate instead of being able to take the time to get away. But Karmic, what a play from Yorm, eating up that life of the party, saving Paul's life, and then going in after Moswell. Unfortunately, that snake was just in a little bit too much trouble to be able to get away from Moswell, who kind of doubled back and said, listen, I've had enough of being poked and prodded. I'm gonna kill you, right? So that's the one thing about this Yorm pick. When your ultimate is down, your mobility is severely limited, and you are a giant target to be able to be looked at.
What's more dangerous, the World Serpent or the snake that they uses for Wrap It Up? It's clearly the latter, right?
Size doesn't matter, right? Like, this Baron will be able to take you down.
Never. 14 minutes, 6-4. It is going to still be about an even keel game, honestly. Only about, what, 200 gold up for Clocked In. And both are just kind of happy to keep the game's pace going this way. It has gotten a bit more frenzied, and it might continue that way. It happened. We're able to dodge that incoming Wrap It Up. Tagveer is present as well. 3v3 looming in the midst of the mid lane. And so far, Paul actually, with that last fight, because Moswell got that last kill, is now a level up ahead of their opposition.
Just gonna, everything kind of levels out. And it's really funny because that Gold Fury does go the way of Clocked In, but my two bad boys find just the right amount of kills to be able to put themselves back in a position of levity, I guess is what I'm looking for. There's the pluck in from Aurora.
No levity here for the poor Ymir. Trying to wait for that execute threshold to be obtained, but when will it is the question. Lurking Waters no longer able to find anything. Instead, they're in danger. A good wall and no shell available, but Happen's going to be just fine since there is not too much follow-up. Speaking of that shell, it's on the World Serpent, who's currently being battered and bruised and bludgeoned by this Bologna. Paul steps up maybe a bit too far. That flicker does not have too much range, but Aurora is also being kept on a tight leash.
Aurora no longer a good target for this Pluck because he's got Yogi's plus Spirit Robe. Ultimate comes out. There's the Aegis.
Consigned Spirits had no CC to confirm, and Aurora could be in trouble as well. Does get the freeze off. Tegvir had backed off with the combat dodge. The flicker gets just enough space for Paul to get beneath that tower. Yorm shows their ugly head, but Bologna is in hot pursuit, and Karmic is starting to look a bit less hot in terms of their health bar. Still, nothing real to fight over quite just yet, except for this Queen Naga, which unfortunately is going to go right into Clocked In's pockets with no contestation.
Whole lot of reptile nonsense happening over here for Clocked In between the Queen Nagas.
Yeah,
you got the giant snake, a big old crocodile, but like I was saying before, hold that thought. Roar finds the freeze on to happen. That's a lot of damage, and here's the rotation too.
Tail Whip to force them both back, and Karmic will indeed secure the Pyromancer for our friends on Clocked In. So just one objective they don't really need to fight too hard over. Karmic is maybe under a bit of pressure from the Bologna, but unless Murakami really wants to let it rip, which indeed they will, World Serpent's the instant response, gets that CC immunity right off, and with that, the fight's gonna fizzle out.
So, both teams kind of giving and taking when it comes to objectives, but while Clocked In is able to walk away with all of them so far, Gold and Pyro, I really do want to highlight the fact that My Two Bad Boys has been doing such a good job staying relevant on the maps and farming up. Yorm has no ult and is getting harassed.
Yeah, that shell's not gonna save you, buddy. You'll be a phantom in just one moment. Twig takes them down. The answer back, Gold Fear on the left side. Ymir is present, has Sunder in pocket as well. Donut Doug can try to catch on up, but it's already brought down to the corner. Can we get the secure happen? Nope. Once again is making it happen. Aurora, unfortunately, is not going to be around for the next happenings as they fall down. Tail Whip gonna maybe secure the next pluck, but Paul is actually the one who falls. Mosswall using all that CC immunity. The lasers nearly finished off Tegvir, and they shrug off the execute with that Aegis. Unfortunately, still too much damage to deal with, as Hydrogen's got to try to move their way up forward, but that might be something you come to regret. Ramakami's here to hunt you down. Unfortunately, no Eagles rally. We got the big fat bludgeon. What a great stun to interrupt it. A shield bash would be all they need. A wind sprite right back into danger. Whoa, the jukes! Hydrogen goes into the tower. It does not matter. All that work, and you still end up going in their slash line as Happen falls as well.
The reason why he died to Bologna, he didn't wait long enough. The lash tick must have just barely caught him as he was jumping away. So the credit goes to Revakami, but you gotta acknowledge the sauce, the drive to try to get away like that. And My Two Bad Boys walk away not only feeling good because of what Ramakami was doing there, but because of the fact that Donut Doug found their kill too. Bologna bit off more than they could want, ults away.
They're still trying to maybe find some sort of fight. Because the Fire Giant's being pulled by the Smite 2 Bad Boys this entire time. Tegvir didn't realize it's been a emboscada. Y vas a morir. Tegvir's in trouble. Gets the Glacial Strike and secured by all 5 members of the Bad Boys. Fatal Strike. It might be your fatality in just a moment, buddy. Take what farm you can. We got the big bad FG.
That's a fast back for me for My Two Bad Boys. That's insane. D'Lo, I'm buying stocks right now. Never the bride, or never the bride, always the bridesmaid. I'm thinking today might be the day, because My Two Bad Boys has been looking really good throughout this set. Yeah, Clocked In had more kills leading up to this moment. Tegvir's looking really good on this Achilles. We knew that he would. But look at the farm for Donut Dog, level 19 at this point. Everybody's staying up and staying strong. The fights have been looking really good. We've been piecing out Clocked In, isolating Paul, taking him off the board, and then fighting afterwards. This is exactly what Smite 2 Bad Boys need to do.
Happen could find themselves in trouble if they try to step up too far. At the moment that Wrap It Up supplied, they recognize as well. They're still sticking around. That charge spray is down. You cannot stick here. Aurora is going to secure that Pyro there for the rest of Smite 2 Bad Boys. And Karmic, buddy, I don't know what you're doing here, but the World Serpent's gonna have to make sure you find the easy way back out. So much farm available on the map, and all of it's gonna be going in the Bad Boys' pockets. Now the question is, what can Clocked In do to stop them?
Oh, Donut Dog, left side, had to use the dagger there, getting harassed by Hydrogen and by Tegvir. Now they're actually on the chase. This Jingwei could do quite a bit.
Oh, God. We've seen it before. Around the back, Aurora doing quite a bit in terms of that great stun on top of Paul. Forces out the flicker, which means tier 1 is a foregone conclusion. And Donut Dog, like you said, still just pushing down. 2v1, they don't even want to take that fight because this Jingwei is freaking scary. A tier 1 in the left tower as well.
They've got Deathbringer, Musashi's, and this Rip Talon, this new item that they added to the game, kind of like the Aussie of old. Your health drops below a certain threshold, you get a little bit stronger, you get some more lifesteal, so it makes Boxinger very dangerous, especially when she has that dagger in pocket. Like, just not somebody that you want to come up to. But because my two bad boys put 2 people in the left side to try to deal with her, they end up giving up that mid tower because they just don't have the manpower to go against my two bad boys. But that is what this Jingwei pick does. That's why my eyes were on it from picks and bans. You gave it to Donut Doug. You're gonna face the donut consequences. I hope you ate breakfast because this guy's coming straight for you.
High calorie meal there. Got to make sure you're not at a deficit. Hydrogen might be at a deficit of health in a moment if they're caught with walls like that. Worth noting, Tegvir recognized the power of this Ymir. Does have that Magi's cloak now in pocket to ensure those freezes don't hit them quite as easily. The Gold Fury going to be going the first one. The Smite 2 bad boys would be able to secure themselves. Urmikami goes ahead to just do zoning duties, but it's all perfunctory. That's an easy objective.
Yeah, you still have Fire Giant for a minute, clocked in, does not want to contest Smite 2 bad boys too hard over anything so far, but that is going to be only the first Gold Fury for the bad boys, so they'll be getting out of base a little bit faster. But what's more important than having your first Gold Fury is denying clocked in their third Gold Fury pip, and now it's going to be Ancient Gold Furies that are hitting the field once they respawn. We're bombing the door. That's going to open up a space in between for bad boys to get really aggressive here.
Also makes them liable to HOA violations, which could cost you even more of that 62,000 they have in their pockets. You don't want to be on their bad side, let me tell you. You don't want to be the bad side of Hydrogen either. This player can still certainly kill you. Got to be careful. Nem recognizes it, has to double dash back to safety. That tier 2 remains strong for now.
I mean, Houyi does have the Titan's Bane online, so the penetration is there, ripping straight through the base prots up this Nemesis. They do have the Magi's, so that'll save you from a mark, but it won't save you from all the damage. Hydrogen and Paul and Tagvir, these are the characters that we're looking at to see if they can do the damage that needs to happen. Fire Giant buff fell off, we're picking up.
Ooh, what a great wall to stop that charge prey. And now with Lurking Waters, that so makes toast if you decide to go for it. The question is, do we? Pyromancer still leashed around the back. Submerge is going to be going down to our friends on Clocked In, I do believe. And now the danger continues to move down. Smite 2 bad boys try to break him with a fight. A good pluck brings back in the Bologna, but she's still fighting to her last breath. Tegvir makes sure that's going to happen. A rampage for the Achilles. Phantom Shell is expended to walk right past that wall. The freeze only going to fall on CC immune ears, and the life of the party not going to find much but death and destruction for your team. Donut Dog burst apart. Moss Wall as well. It's a triple kill for the top pick Achilles.
That is what we expected from Tagvir, being able to get the consecutive executions. And what happened in this fight that didn't happen in the last couple of fights? Paul was alive and doing damage, and that is going to be a difference maker for Clocked In. That's their win con. Keep this Merlin up, like give Tagvir space to operate, and now you're looking at maybe even more than just a tier 1 bird. FG is going to be on the board too.
You bombed our doors, but we bomb your bird and look to bomb down the Titan as well. The Smite 2 bad boys are being taken to school. They're being served up on lunch detention. Twig snapped in half. The Ymir can't do anything but watch. It's a good freeze, but it's not going to be enough to stop all the damage pouring on in. Tegvir will fall, but that's going to be all. Clocked In, take it.
It was crazy what the turnaround there was. The moment the Fire Giant buff falls off of the bad boys, Clocked In just all the way to the finish line. And honestly, it really did come down to the fact that that last fight you had the Bologna kind of in an awkward position, but Sobek is right in between everybody, and Paul was able to just free cast. They weren't harassed. That puts the health bars low, and that lets Tagvir get their executes off.
I'm genuinely so sad that was the end result. One bad fight at late game can instantly spell your doom, especially with teams with as much pedigree as Paul and the rest of Clocked In, as they sock them right back to that loser's bracket. The bad boys are going to have to battle their way back up from there, and we're going to take a short little break and breather from all of the destruction, so stick around. More Smite Prime after this. Hello everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. I'm D-Lo, joined once again in the booth by my friend Spirited Book. We have our almighty eyes in the sky, Morton Man and Jithens, the man behind the curtain, Musy waiting on the bench. We just got to watch our friends on the side of Clocked In take it over the Smite 2 bad boys who had just upset Danzy. Once again, the bridesmaids are sent back into the wings.
Yeah, I mean, look, I stepped away for 2 seconds to grab a fresh out of the oven chocolate chip muffin, come back, and suddenly Clocked In have just run it down and ended the game. I mean, look, what a performance from Tegveer. It's a standout performance. 8-1-4 on the Achilles. The elbow, first item overall. It is just, I think this is honestly, Paul cannot be the one that you try and target ban anymore. I think you have to start looking towards Tegveer, who is just continued to perform phenomenally on this Clocked In roster. Just what a performance out of him. Gotta give credit to Paul as well. And honestly, Karmic on the Jormungandr, a pick we don't see too often, and made it work. Played that zone control really well. Had top damage in the lobby as well.
There was really no shining, like one person's dominating, right? Everyone, I think, just did their job on Clocked In. I think everyone was operating quite well. And I think, honestly, when you look at the P's and B's, Aurora just didn't need to have the Ymir so top-locked so early because it granted Paul that Merlin. And I think that that was, honestly, a big failing point of Smite 2 bad boys. That's okay, though, because we look at the bracket, they will have another chance to battle their way back up to the top. They are now going to be waiting for the results of the game we are about to hop into, Book, which is Danzy versus Unforgettable Dance. So, Sunprod, let's see if you've got what you need.
Sunprod versus Scream in the jungle here between these two teams. I mean, this is going to be one of the better matchups we see today. Danzy versus Unforgettable Dance. I mean, we see some known players like Wrong You on the side of Unforgettable Dance as well. This is a tough one here. And I think between the two, Danzy just looks a little bit stronger. I think they looked really good in the first matchup we saw today. Obviously losing out in the second one, but I expect them to look really strong here as well.
We'll find out as we hop into P's and B's. I do want to say, I will still stand by this point. I think Sunprod is a name now after one of, I think it was August Circuit. You have to put that name in history.
Yeah.
But you also need to recognize the fact that there were supporting pillars that I think really enabled Sunprod to be at his best, to perform unspeakable acts of atrocity against the likes of Danzy, against the likes of Clocked In. We haven't gotten to see that level from Prod just yet. Is it because of the players around him, or is it because Sunprod's maybe off their game? It's a best of one, so you really don't have the luxury to find out. You have to be at your best. Jingwei and Merlin, some of the best gods of the rest, and now they're banned.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sunprod loves the Jingwei. No real surprise that one's taken away. Just free farming pressure in the jungle to get that crit online and one-shot someone. So, like you mentioned, taking away that carry potential from Sunprod, who I would argue is probably the best player on this Unforgettable Dance team, which is crazy we're saying that with names like Dishonored, Bayonary, Wrong You, names that have been around for a hot minute now, and Sunprod, this new guy, comes into the block and just is absolutely feasting on this roster, doing a great job so far. But like you mentioned, not having the same level of performance this time around in this circuit has to, I think, start stepping up just a little bit more and really pop off this next game. It's best of one. It's for getting towards deeper into the bracket, deeper towards finals. And I saw your little look on your face. There's a hang on, don't ignore the pass, or sorry, ignore the
Ignore the pass. Pass is not real. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. We're just doing that. We're just messing with you. It's April circuit. Haha, you got pranked. Anywho, I guess we'll find out shortly what that actually ends up being, but it's the okay. That makes a lot more sense. I think you want to really target out these potential mid carry flexes. They're very frustrating to deal with. We're back to our originally scheduled programming for that first game we saw today from Danzy, where it's just a lot of backlines being taken out.
Yeah, for sure. And the Scylla as well, taken off the table here. I'm still surprised, though, that Unforgettable Dance, maybe they didn't pay attention entirely to what Danzy drafted. I fully suspect, after that loss on the Ares, that Inbound's going to try and run back the Fenrir. I think just what a dominant performance that was. Inbound wants to get the ball rolling, wants to be aggressive in the face of Unforgettable Dance's carries, and just be a menace on this character. I don't expect it to go first overall, as Ares is the ban away from Unforgettable Dance, but still,
Hekate?
that is the option here.
I think Akate might be a first pick. I think Benny Q
Yeah.
wants to play comfortably. I think that it makes sense for what Donzi's MO is. You don't have the Merlin. Why give Benny Q something they're disadvantaged to play with? Akate is a really solid start. So I'm going to lock that in as my attempt as a guess, and I think Yamoja is going to come at some point afterwards just because she's available. You have to get her. Someone is going to be picking up the River Goddess. Never mind.
I was just thinking about this. I was just thinking how Tsukiyomi was available
Smart.
and Scream has been playing it. And yeah, you mentioned it. Hekate Yemo snap lock from Unforgettable Dance. And these are great takeaways as well as two really strong top AoE space control picks. We talk about Hekate and what she brings to the table. It's not the true nuke damage mage. It's the kind of some spacing, some shred on the one. The ultimate, just a big AoE circle that pulls people in. Yamoja also going to add on to that with her Riptide ultimates as well. It's just lots of AoE space control here already for Unforgettable Dance. Would love to see them followed up with lots of damage here, and Aladdin is the lock-in here. So Tsukiyomi, I think this is Tsukiyomi mid, Aladdin going to Scream here, but it could be a flex between either or.
I agree with you. I think Scream performs best on this pick. It's the Founders Series Golden Boy. That is the pick that stole the FG. That is the pick that got Dolson fined for cursing live on stream. Hoi Yi picked up there for Unforgettable Dance, and that's going to be locked in as well. That backline is looking rock solid. Danzy, what do you have to respond with? An Honor locked in alongside. Wait a
Okay.
second. That's
Yi
interesting.
Jungle. Yi Jungle here is probably going to be what's going to Sun Prod. We've seen Tegveer pull it out a few times, and wouldn't be surprised
Yes.
if that's what Sun Prod goes towards. But against the Aladdin, I mean, Aladdin is so good at getting towards a carry and just one-shotting them in the late game. Yi can kind of do that in the jungle if you hit the ricochet correctly, do some quick geometry mathing real quick, and you can make it happen. But it's so much easier for Aladdin to make the plays happen in comparison to the Yi. But I will say the Yi adds more spacing control. That big ultimate, the sun's falling from the sky, adds on to what Hekate and Yemo already bring to the table.
The agility from Aladdin, there's the Shock and Apollo get locked in to finish off Danzy's comp. Very interesting. I love the mobility that Danzy are capable of, and a Mulan from
love
Unforgettable
this.
Dance. Muzi is kicking his little feet, wiggling his toes, and happy to see some of his top picks get locked in. Here's the thing, though. For me, Aladdin versus Hoi Yi, whoever uses their jump/hover first, they're the one who's going to be cooked because Hoi Yi just goes into the sky to evade it, or Aladdin runs up a wall to do the same.
Yeah, Hui also has just a lot of ways to stop what Aladdin wants. Like it cancels Aladdin's damage. You can cancel the dash, so you can cancel the one with the help of that Mark of the Crow. I think the Hui Yi, it's good. Don't get me wrong. And Hui Yi has the jump that is on demand versus Aladdin, who needs a wall kind of nearby to run up
True.
and wall run. It's easier for the Yi to disable a lot of what Aladdin wants to do in the 1v1. But the Aladdin probably isn't going to be 1v1ing the Yi in the late game. You got an Anher and Hekate who are going to be your prime targets ideally. And the
Yes.
Mulan as the lock-in for Unforgettable Dance. Want to mention this quickly. We talked about how a lot of these top threes are just lots of AoE space control. Well, when you have all that, what do you need next? You need the damage. And that is what Mulan is going to bring.
Yeah, just going to be able to wander through that 7 mastery form right once the Ripper's Rebukes come on up, and game's up and ready for you as well. So Danzy versus Unforgettable Dance, maybe that best of one losers bracket run to see who can advance on to losers finals for a chance to take a crack at Clocked In. Once again, D'Lo and Book here behind the mic. Morton Man, your almighty eye in the sky, and Book, I'll ask you the same old question. What are we seeing? What are we liking?
Well, I love what Scream and Benny Q just did, as it is going to be the Benny Q running the Aladdin on the mid lane, going towards a strength build.
Interesting.
Just using those early free wards to run up into the enemy jungle and get some free vision out early. You can see a ward on the blue buff, I believe, as well. It's hard to tell because Mulan's hovering over it, but just early wards now accessible to everyone on in the game. Just go up and ward, get free vision, get free knowledge of where people are going to be. And final thought, Sun Prod on the on her. So it's Hui Yi ADC on her jungle.
What?
This kind of changes entirely the thought process we were mentioning in the 1v1. It's going to be on her against the Tsukiyomi in the 1v1s instead in the jungle, but just kind of surprised to see this. We've seen this in the past. We've seen adapting kind of be the one to say, hey, look, on her jungle, it's not too bad. It's very conditional. It's not a true assassin, but it's something. On her's decent in the jungle. You can play as an assassin to an extent. Use that impale, shove someone against the wall, pop the elbow. If you've gone the crypt build, you'll hopefully one-shot them in that time period. But it's not the same like we see in the Yi, where you go towards that ability build a little bit and try and one-shot someone off the ricochet. It's just so different, and we haven't seen it yet. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see if Sunprod can make it work.
Sunprod trying to lead the Pride of Lions. Cyclone. Quite a spot above it. Yummo can do quite a bit of damage. They're going to try to target down the Apollo first. One last auto, but inbound.
Ricochet.
Lovingly wraps around their chest, tries to body block, but instead 2 bodies drop as Golden grabs the quick double kill. Unforgettable Dance are off to a blisteringly fast start.
Cyclone's been turned around to auto attack the wave just one extra time, and that just slows his escape down. And Golden and Rongyu, this is a pressure and kill lane with the Yemo. Just continue to throw out the one on the Yemoja, slows members down, then stuns them, slow them down, then stun them. And Hui, just one of those characters, just the more auto attacks go in as Cyclone Spin looking to turn this around. He dashes in, but it's just for wave clear as the 2v2 in right might come out here.
It's the neutral farm there for our friends on Danzy. Anher tries to leap in, has level 3, can find the impale, can't find the stun. I need to find your beads now as well. Gonna have the wish for power, goes right back in, trying to beat them down. Gets the wealth wish off right behind as well, so that's gonna be a bit of extra gold in your coffers as Sunprod is putting a cough in.
Great beads there from the likes of Scream to just get in there and get that full rotation of that 2 off, going towards a strength build this time. So Scream has that stun accessible to him and no aspect as well. So he's going to be a more all-in-y this time around. And I like this adaptation from Scream compared to when he saw him last play the Tsukiyomi. He went aspect last time, which was to add on to this poke style that they had. This time, their comp designed to all-in, and Bayonary getting all-in here.
Yeah, gonna have to force the beads once again. Eats all the Lego damage, too. Beneath her feet. She's floating, so I really don't know how that even affects her. But nonetheless, quite a bit of damage being suffered. And Benny Q wrapping on the backside. Has that wealth wish still. Wants to really make sure they can do good on it. Unfortunately, will not be able to grab that kill. Nonetheless, pretty fast pace here so far. 3 minutes in, already 3 kills to boot. Solo lane's been a complete snooze fest, so not going to be hearing from the Mulan for a bit.
No, for sure, as we do see a bit of a tussle around the elementals. Sunprod in the area, but look here on the left-hand side just to secure some far, but Golden's going in.
See if they can get extra damage on top, but Rock Battle might be where all the bodies end up dropping instead. Grants a great grapple on top of Scream. The pillar slows him down, and Dishonored will finish the job, and a nice little flame brand is your reward.
Unforgettable Dance, despite losing the first blood, they've kind of fought back pretty well, all things considered. They've fought back really well here. You know, getting those rocks on the right-hand side, continuing to just let Sunprod do his thing, farm up, rotate around the map, and now we see Sunprod actually invading on the right-hand side as well for that red buff. Bayonary on the way as well.
Could be danger here for our friend the Aladdin. Does have ultimate up, so at the very least you have a means of getting a second health bar in a sense, that little reset. And that will be enough, the threat, to force Unforgettable Dance away. They don't want to overextend. Instead, we're going to look for the Shock, who might have overextended themselves on this blue buff in Tempt at the invade. Has the Storm Call, will find decent damage with it, and it's going to be enough to dissuade Dance from trying to defend their own camp.
And the ultimate comes out here on the left-hand side.
Oh, dead for inbound,
Wow.
dead for Cyclone Spin. No shell on that side as Tsukiyomi whiplashes their way between the two members. Now inside the lamp, you've got nothing left for you, my friend. Dispel Magic's not going to be able to save you from the Sook's damage. Bayonary going to be able to get off one last mez before they too will fall. Open the gates. Going to be just a bit of an extra fireworks show afterwards. Overall, not too shabby a fight from Danzy in the mid.
Yeah, it's just chaos across the map. We see Rongyu Golden getting the better end of the left-hand side, but Scream and BennyQ, this 2v2 is deadly. The double assassin idea for Aladdin Suku is just going to be the ones getting in there, and Bayonary on the Hekate, going more towards, I believe, the Soul Gem first overall on her. Going towards more CDRs and damage. It's some sustain, sure, but I would have liked to have seen a Helm of Radiance here with how much dive is on the side of Danzy. Even Cyclone Spin, you know, being on the Apollo is likely going to be targeting out Bayonary in the late game, going to be using that ultimate to dunk in on top of the mage So going towards this full damage build, Bayonari's really going to struggle for a hot second here. Might go for the Helm of Radiance later in the build, but by then it might be too little too late.
5 minutes in, still not too late in the game at the very least. A chance always to turn things around. Unforgettable Dance with 3 kills ahead at about 800 in terms of the gold lead as well. This dual lane, though, is where all that pressure lies, and that means Gold Fury attempts are certainly abound.
Prod's on the way.
Inbound has got to try to back themselves off. Gets a great pluck off for some solid peel. The on her, though, is Enrutin, has a good pillar to try to slow him down. Placed maybe a bit too far behind, though, which means the Apollo's got a good chance to escape. Unless the Destin's Fury Spear finds ya and pierces you through the heart.
The Kitty Cat's on the prowl, and Sunprod makes it happen on the left-hand side, continuing to take down Cyclone Spin and inbound here, just really struggling on this dual lane. And Apollo, not an ADC we see too often, and this is kind of why. He's really good at trading, not the best at clearing, and so these two are having a hard time. As in the lamp fight, Bayonari versus BennyQ.
Open the gate's going to be used instead by the Kate for some quick and easy portal travel. Spell Magic does help you buy a bit more time. Not enough, though, as the 1v1 solo dolo won by the Aladdin. A good pillar to separate Scream away from Sunprod, who attempts to retreat. He'll succeed.
Bayonari holding onto the beads there, ended up just not getting it off in time, and so BennyQ finding the 1v1 solo kill potential is Dishonored here on the right-hand side. It really is just the mid 2v2 from Unforgettable Dance is struggling, but their side lanes are just feasting so far. Golden with a 2-level lead here. Dishonored had a small advantage here, continued to try and invade here, just has free pressure on this right-hand side. This Mulan just has so much damage in the early game, and Unforgettable Dance, they're going to use this to pull a Gold Fury here.
The double reset from Dancy, they are very liable to take it without any contestation. Sobek too busy just kind of clutching their pearls beneath that tier 1 in the mid. First objective goes down to Dance without a sound from the enemy.
Yeah, Dancy just, they get caught with their pants down a little bit there, just unaware of their back timings, as all at once they all decide to take it back. And so Unforgettable Dance, yeah, they take advantage. They'll take the Gold Fury, and this is continuing to be well. If you're Bayonari here and you're continuing to die in mid, that's fine if your side lanes continue to build leads, build advantages for your team.
I just come down in that case to BennyQ, the MVP of the Founders Series, trying to maybe put the team right back on their back. This Cherio might be put on their stomach in just a second. A great impale stun there. Storm Call going to be instantly evaded, but maybe could have left a bit more aggressively. Aladdin certainly is. Open the gates, going to be using the beads as well to shrug off that pluck. Means Akate stays safe, but Cherio could be in a spot of bother as they're sent right back down to the fountain. A good gank finally results in the end of the shock.
Rongyu and Sunprod are just going to start to transfer their leads over to these other lanes as much as possible. Again, Bayonari is the target here of Donzi, but has that beads available, so they end up staying alive, and it's not going to be a Helm of Radiance second here. So going towards more CDR, I think Bayonari has just decided, look, I'm okay, guys. If I am going to be the target every single team fight as Golden looking for the 1v1 on a Cyclone, can he find it with the Ricochet? No, Scream shows up instead.
Piercing Light is going to be able to ult right back and actually put the pressure on top of the attacker. Hunter becomes hunted as Golden is going to be flashed right back to the black and white inside the lamp. Looking a bit rough here for our friend Sunprod. Couldn't quite get the disperse on top of BennyQ that results in their end. So instead, the Lion takes a cat nap.
Those are 2 huge kills for Donzi. This allows the likes of Cyclone Spin to spend a bit more time on this left-hand side farming, catch up, down 2 levels. Now it's only 1 and likely going to get up to even with Golden here, but this does allow Rongyu and Bayonari to shove down this mid lane tier 1 tower, and they'll get it. Dishonored rotating on in case a fight breaks out.
Some danger. BennyQ actually manages to defend the last dregs of health. The tower somehow, just the Jenga tower that has 1 brick left remaining. Finally, it will go down this go-around, forcing BennyQ to retreat. A bit of extra global gold in Unforgettable Dance's pockets. And honestly, that gold lead's still not too much to speak of. Only about 1K here 10 minutes into this game. Yeah, they're 2 kills up, but I'm really curious what happens when the 5v5s begin to loom. Who do you like better when it comes to the team?
Honestly, the later the game goes, I'm a bigger fan of Dancy, though. Hold that. Unforgettable Dance on the way to contest these rocks.
Might get a sample right now. BennyQ tries to flee right out the door. So I'll make my exit here, but the Storm Call might open up an entrance right back into danger. Dishonored's on the front lines and potentially in the Sobek's maw. Looming down beneath the lurking waters. Can get good damage off, if not the execute. The waters come rising up, and Cyclone Spin gets Solo Dolo down on the left. No kill still though here in the grander fight. Sunprod, a disperse back to safety. Rongu can't find any, and they're plucked right back into the grave. BennyQ will have the killing spree, and the stun from screen means we get one more under Rongu.
Finally, Donzi gets some kills here on the right-hand side. Unforgettable Dance just a little too split up there, not all on the same page, not all on the same target here. You can see this Donzi team has been playing together for a long time now, all on the same page, all on the same targets. You know, Scream kind of being a little far forward because he knows his team has got the kill in that moment, and so he continues on the chase for Rongu. And those are 2 kills. Oh, do you want to know? Cyclone Spin dead again on this left-hand side. So Golden continues to keep his 2-level lead. That is going to be the saving grace here for this Unforgettable Dance team, though. If I'm being honest, out of all the players I want to have a lead on my team, it's not really my ADC. I would love to have my jungler with a lead, my soul laner with a marginal lead, especially my mid laner with the lead, but that's not where the lead is going to be here on this team.
With that rises that important question of, does Golden need to rotate out a bit earlier to make sure that their presence is felt across the map? Certainly would be if they get this second Gold Fury. Cherio is here to contest. Same with the Sobite. The front line is present, has a Sunder in pocket as well. Forces them back. A Storm Call provides a lot of danger, but the Pillar actually stopped Rongu's descent back into it. Able to tie it back in to the rest of the team, but Cherio's dropping down low. So is Golden. They're finally dead. The duo's been decimated, and Danzy can saunter back to safety. They're still looking for a bit more as well. If 3 members of Dance remain around this pit, they don't want to let this objective go into the good night, but the CC immunity not gonna matter thanks to those spears. BennyQ is at the end of the wrong one. Sunprod can try to corner them into the pit as the dispersed Scuba stomps them down. A double kill for the jungle, and they quickly turn the fight around. Unforgettable Dance gonna make sure you leave with some bruises.
Sunprod could get caught here because Scream is still looking for him, but he'll decide to back up. Sunprod goes absolutely massive in that team fight, popping the Desert Fury right at the right time to avoid that lamp. Dishonored with the rotation. I was going to note that looked really bad in the moment for Unforgettable Dance because they rotated their character with the lead. Cherry on the right-hand side had the lead over Dishonored in comparison to Cyclone Spin, who was level 9 in that moment. So we're not going to use our ADC. We're just going to send him to the right-hand side, let him get some farm. We're going to contest this objective with our character, who is a little stronger in this moment. But Dishonored rotates over to the Gold Fury while Cyclone Spin gets the split push, which does get him back in the game. But in that moment, Dishonored's really strong right now. Level 13, has 2 items completed on the Mulan, brings good damage, paired with Sunprod, who has that follow-up off of the grapple hook. Just big plays coming out from Dishonored already on this Mulan. Would love to see him continue this trend.
Love to see Dance continue the trend of getting some more objectives in pocket. BennyQ tries to steal, and actually it is going to get a Naga. BennyQ takes it away. Everything must go to the friends of Danzy, and now they can start to further leverage what's becoming a quick 2K gold lead, despite being 2 kills down.
No Sunder in that moment. Rongi was emitted. It wasn't even off of cooldown. Bayoneri on the Hekate just doesn't really have the same level of sudden burst secure that the likes of an Aladdin does. And Sunprod has a decent secure with the Impale, sure, but it's just not enough. BennyQ rolls the dice, and he rolls lucky in that moment, steals that objective away. Gold Fury available here. There's a grouping on the left-hand side. I think Cherio's just on it on his own.
Could tank and spank it for quite some time. Not being the shock aspect, of course, means you have all the sustain to gain from. Inbound, gonna be on zoning duty. It's the pluck on top of Rongu, not the most ideal target for it, and now it's gonna be the shock who decides to dive into the fray. BennyQ waiting in the back. The poking war is one that Danzy stand to win from. You can see exactly why that Kufik Invocation does so much damage from such a wide range away. Rongu still being plucked, rather Dishonored in the back line, and now they're the one getting pinned down. Have already used their grapple. Open the gate's gonna pull in absolutely bubkiss, and the damage that Dance is suffering. Their toes are getting absolutely stepped on, trounced, clobbered, stomped. What can they do to stop him? A great pluck, and Dishonored's already dead. Scream gonna take their head, and inbound will be the sacrificial lamb. That's A-okay. Cyclone Spin is here, baby. I'm farmed up and ready to go. They wrap around the right side for the ultimate pincer maneuver inside the lamp. Flop between the rock and the hard place. BennyQ trades their life out for Sunprod, but that's okay because Shock still stands up with backup from Cyclone. Hover will not help. You're gonna be Dunsky in just one moment. Golden's dead too.
Golden with a nutty ricochet in the lamp, but it doesn't matter. Donzi still come up big here, and they get 4 kills and the Gold Fury to boot as well. Fantastic plays, and I kind of mentioned it earlier, this team has played together for a long time. They cycled their CC and their damage perfectly. You know, Scream throwing out the caltrops here and there to poke out, force a couple of Aegises, forced out Dishonor's Aegis before playing for the all-in with that ultimate. Cycle Spin going up immediately afterwards to keep up the chase. Members with no relics, and that is feast time for Cyclone Spin, and he comes up big as well, gets himself a first kill of the game for himself, and Donzi, they're off to a bit of a lead here, around 5,000 gold to their name.
I think that is a big turning point fight because it shows Donzi what they are capable of with this composition when everything is operating smoothly. Their poke is unmatched. Their targeting is so solid because of that synergy you just mentioned. Unforgettable Dance. How do they have an ideal team fight? How do they make sure that history does not repeat itself?
Well, we might have to wait because Sunprod's here on the left-hand side looking for a pick.
A Mez for a stun. Caught inside the pillars, though. It's a nice disperse of the pre-beats. Keeps him safe for a bit longer. We're going to have the leap in there from the Hoi just to make sure that Sunprod got the job done.
I mean, he would have had the solo kill there, but yeah, going back to your question, I mean, it's got to come down to, I think, looking to use these ultimates as a way to force beads. You know, you're looking at Bayonary to maybe force a couple of beads, and then the likes of Dishonored. Though, speaking of Dishonored, he's in trouble here, trying to ult away.
That block is so deadly. Gets the Storm Call. Good Riptide, though. Actually brings Dishonored back to safer, calmer waters. Excellent work there by Rongyu to not give up on their solo's life.
Rongyu has had a great game so far, and look at this Golden wrapping around the backhand side. Look at to pick out Scream here.
Could be danger. Mark of the Crow applied. You're not going anywhere, buddy, without me seeing. We'll decide to just hip-hop back to safety. Maybe don't turn your back to a charging Tsukiyomis. They're sliced apart. I don't care if you're in the air. What goes up must go down. 6 feet under. Rampage for the Suk.
What is that play? I don't know if it's just we disrespect the Tsukiyomi. Surely he's not going to look. Maybe Golden thought that he had more members in the area, but just steps out of position. The rest of the members of Donzi were there and Scream. He spots this Hui with no Aegis and plays for the all-in, and this is what the Tsukiyomi does.
Now it's going to be an FG pulled and potentially Hakate dead, caught out in a really rough spot, but Inbound's the one who falls. What a great open the gates to turn it all around. Benny Q's got no life left, no friends either. 3 members dead in the blink of an eye. Apollo can only survey the chaos from their chariot.
Donzi, they stepped just too far forward. Only Cherio left alive. Bayonary on a triple kill in that moment. They just try to all in the Hakate, and she gets a massive open the gates off. Suddenly, Unforgettable Dance only down 2,000 gold. They'll get this Fire Giant, the Pyromancer as well, and they'll take the gold lead 18.5 minutes in.
This is another massive turning point. The Bridesmaids, once again, Unforgettable Dance, one of those teams you've seen second round exits every time. To the likes of Danzy, to the hands of Clocked In. They will not tolerate this disrespect any longer. Someone's leaving with a ring, but it's not who you were expecting. At the very least at this rate, Danzy need to try to slow down the tempo and reconsider their battle plans.
And just to iterate on just how crazy that was, they were in a 4v5. I mean, Unforgettable Dance, Golden was dead. It was a 4v5, and they just come up big. All of Donzi just try to all in, and it just doesn't go their way. Donzi certainly not out of this game as Inbound looking for a potential player on the Rongyu, stepping pretty far forward on his own. But it is suddenly Unforgettable Dance. They have the tempo advantage, and they're looking to push it. They're pushing down mid as 5.
They're pushing down Inbound at the very least. Besides, that's the more important objective. Forces the charge prey away. And Inbound bringing up the rear. Not quite the most ideal positioning for the Sobek to defend the tier 2. So that's going to go down without too big of an issue. Phoenix might even be next. Inbound's going to take a while to back and actually get back up to the front lines.
No wave clear.
Shock is here, and Apollo is split pushing down left.
Oh, I'm shocked that Unforgettable Dance don't decide to commit to that. Donzi don't have the best wave clear on their team. Tsukiyomi Caltrops is probably the best part of it. Benny Q wants to be using that one to really poke out members of Unforgettable Dance, as Cyclone Spin will be responded to by Sunprod on this left-hand side, while the rest of them push down on the right to look to take more towers. But they don't have the best wave clear, all things considered. Cyclone, no oboe. It really is just the caltrops from Scream as Unforgettable Dance. They're just not here to respond. Dishonored on the way, though.
What were we doing that entire time? Not even the tier 1 will fall. The Gold Fury could be up for the chopping block. It might be Sunprod. Cyclone grabs the objective. Sunprod barely alive, but the pull back in could provide the danger necessary to result in the Lion's End inside the lamp. Benny Q had lamped the Honor and kept them at a bigger amount of health for a bit longer. Will finally correct their mistake, but at the cost of Scream, and maybe at the cost of your own life too. Outside the lamp, Benny Q finally taken out behind the lamp and shot in the head. A 2-for-1. Not sure if that's worth the price of admission.
This should be a mid push here from Unforgettable Dance with 2 members dead, but Dishonor gonna look to push out this left-hand side instead, trying to deny the split push that I don't think they realize isn't there. A lot of what Donzi has done so far is just try to split push, and so maybe that's the response Dishonor's trying to get, but this should be mid-bird here. Inbound trying to defend.
Try their best. It's good pluck, but again on Wrongview. Might be the right target, though, in this situation. Cyclone shreds them down. The Rivers come up only to bury them at sea. Stormcall shrugs off the CC immunity there on the solo laner. Now they can continue to pursue. Inbound can try to find these plucks to harangue and harass Golden, who's now thrown back into the fray. Grid mesmerized and a better death. Cherio will bring it just so. 2 members down off the defense from Danzy.
I don't think you expected that much damage because he got plucked in with Tally Beads still available to him. So just disrespecting the potential all-in from Donzi there, and it cost them a lot. That entire Fire Giant, push potential. What did they get? They got a tier 2 in mid, and they killed 2 people. And
they lost a
really
Fury.
And they lost a Fury. They now lose a Pyromancer. They've lost some important members. This is not good for Unforgettable Dance. Donzi suddenly have tempo, they have advantages, they've gotten more into the late game. Cyclone Spin, look at the build, he's got more crit, he's now working towards a Titan's Bane, actually should have it quite soon. Wouldn't be surprised if he backs for it right now after all those important kills. It is suddenly a scary situation for Unforgettable Dance that they put themselves in, because that was their decision. Dishonored went to left, full HP on the Mulan, by the way, with a dagger, and then just wasn't in the mid lane to push with their other teammates.
You know what? It's almost history repeating itself with the last game we just saw, where the Bridesmaids smite 2 bad boys, they get an FG, but then all of a sudden things start to go awry. Maybe when you're at your peak, maybe overconfidence, that hubris book gets the better of you. Pride cometh before the fall.
I think part of it is also the Unforgettable Dance team. They have fantastic players, but the way that they work as a team just isn't the same as, say, Donzi. Donzi are clearly working as a team versus Unforgettable Dance. They're focused on making individual plays, as Cherio could get cocky.
A bit of trouble there. The Storm Call able to shrug off the slow.
The silence
from the pillar. But that Storm Call is also now down for a bit longer, so they don't have to worry about that big ability for the shock just yet. And Fire Giant is tantalizingly available. Unforgettable Dance, position around the pit.
I think You tried to ult Cherio in place there with the River's Rebuke. It just couldn't get it off in time thanks to the silence of Cherio's ultimate, as we're kind of here.
It's gonna, Unforgettable Dance, after all, they hopefully have got some 2-tapping lessons. Get your bachata shoes on, vamos a bailar. But Donzi are doing a pretty solid job. When we asked them to slow down the pace of the game, now it's at a crawl. 24 minutes in, 17-20 in favor of Dance, but the gold lead, 3K up from Team of Order.
Look at Cyclone Spin pushing down on the left-hand side here. Sunprod is on the way to respond, but, Sunprod on her, Cyclone Spin in the Apollo. Cyclone can afford to split push this left-hand side, has the lane advantage here, can just kind of play around this teleporter to rotate over, or use that ultimate to rotate over to this right-hand side. If the likes of Unforgettable Dance or Donzi decide to pull this Fire Giant, though, important items almost completed here. Titan's Bane being worked on by a Cyclone, Titan's Bane being worked on by Benny Q as well. Likely just kind of waiting for those important items before they really decide to pull this Fire Giant. But speaking of pulling Fire Giant, Unforgettable Dance, they're stepping up to this objective. I think they're pulling it here.
Sunprod is on the way. It won't arrive for about 15 more seconds, whereas Donzi say right here, right now is the time to fight. The front line's present. grapples off the mark. Dishonored suffers some poke in response. Do they want the objective or do they want the fight? Sunprod lurks in the bushes, waiting for the Apollo to try to step up. Fight's gonna fizzle out for just a bit longer. Dishonored tries to find the pluck. Inbound says it's my job. Hands off. They're gonna return back to that neutral instead. Pyromancer might become the safer play as the Fire Giant's Guts unleashed, and Quick backed up right as Quick. Gonna start poking it down, but rather slow. Unforgettable Dance maintaining those cooldowns. Sultan's Grace expended by BennyQ to evade the danger. Sunprod now caught between two, but that means it's a 4v3 here around the other fight. Piercing Moonlight gonna be Aegis off, and now could be danger instead for Scream. They impale those off. Desert's Fury, though, gonna be watched as Cyclone Spin descends from the heavens to bring Sunprod to hell. The Sobek is gonna be able to duck beneath the portals, thanks to their own CC immune ult, and now BennyQ trapped beneath the sun, and they're gonna be crushed beneath its power. Dishonor takes him out. Golden is the response instantly from Scream. Caltrops are down, but the waves come rising up, and Inbound tries to find the worthy pluck target. They're poked out, though, to quite low. Dishonored has got to stay safe as well. Neither team quite sure if they want to rip the Band-Aid off. Does seem that Shock has opted to do so as they descend into the back line, maybe just to send them on a wild goose chase, one that Cherio might not survive.
I was gonna say Cherio could get caught here. Good slow there. Wrong you still pushing onto Cherio. You can see Dishonor just trying to cover the option. No, actually just trying to defend against a potential Pyromancer pull here, but Cherio, now that there's a wall available to him, should be able to get out here as Gold Fury gonna be taken here by Donzi. I mean, just look, Unforgettable Dance, they play that really well, but it's the stuff after the stuff that they are just not doing correctly here, in my opinion. There are objectives that they should be taking. Stop chasing kills. We need to get the gold. We need to get the pyro, because that's the third gold pip for Donzi. Now the siege is going to be a whole lot easier for Donzi. Should they get this next Fire Giant, that makes the game a lot harder for Unforgettable Dance to play, should it get to that point.
And now that left side bird is weakened by the Ancient Fury's curse.
Yep.
Unforgettable Dance, like you said, they're focusing a bit too much on the small. They're getting tunnel vision, and again, that's sometimes what pressure and pride do to you. You feel like you earned that top spot. You feel like you finally deserve to be at the top of that altar, but you first got to get the engagement proposal. I propose a Pyromancer, and I will agree. Unforgettable Dance managed to sneak that one away from Inbound right in front of the Croc's snout.
Dishonored, once again, has just been the saving grace for me so far on this team. He has had a phenomenal game, continuing to dive the back line. A fantastic combo between Golden and Dishonored specifically, where the Hui ultimate wall just keeping, I believe it was Scream or BennyQ in place, excuse me.
Yes.
In that moment, allowed Dishonored to just chunk him down. This Mulan has a near full build completed, but is still continuing to pump out damage. Fourth from the top of the player damage in a really good spot, all things considered, considering Bayero third from the top on it, or first at the top on his team, third from the top in as a whole. But look at Scream. Scream is at the top of his team, and we kind of briefly mentioned it earlier about the combination of when you go Beads versus Aegis, and comps are best as actually hold everything. Cyclone and Scream, they're pushing it back to one on the left-hand side.
Dishonored's in trouble, and the left side bird is, and even more so. That Ancient Fury means it's easily weakened. But will Dance take the fight is the question, or will we allow Danzy to just wander brazenly into the throne room? An instant retreat is called for by Sunprod. They've just lost their best attacker. But no, they decide to stick around, recognizing that Fire Giant's more important and that Apollo can't get here quite as quickly. They're going to have to rise up, and Aladdin comes crashing in. FG goes to Barrow, and the rest of the dance. The lamp not going to provide you enough. BennyQ's in trouble, and Aegis from Sunprod. They get the kill. BennyQ dies inside the lamp. Sunprod right outside as soon as they come in. Barrow's been crushed. A shutdown from Scream, and the stun on top. Wrong you. Can't use that dagger well enough. And Danzy take down 4.
Dishonored has to back to base here because he knows that the Titan's going to be pushed here in a moment's notice. Donzi, they lose the fire, but they take 4. And looking at the map here, they're looking to end this game right here, right now.
There's not much Dishonored can do. Mulan, you got to make a man out of them. But they're stunned down, they're whipped up, they're lashed in place. They can put up the best defense possible for a bit longer, but 16 seconds for Golden. There's a chance, but Cyclone Spin, as well as Inbound, begin to whittle it down. You have to wander through the call drops first. They're slowed down. They pull back 1. Golden is on the way. Just hold on for 5 more seconds. but they're looking instead for Dishonored. They have to back up. Mulan with a warrior sacrifice drives the Huns away.
Dishonored just putting it all on the line there, sacrifices himself, but just keeps the game alive. 4 men strong here on the Unforgettable Dance. They're barreling down this left-hand side. They're looking for something here, but I don't think they're going to find it. Just no fire giants now here on the map for anyone. This is just suddenly a wash at the end of the day. Gold Fury has to be the priority from Unforgettable Dance here because everyone on the side of Donzi is backing.
The Pyroman.
30 minutes. 24 to 22. 9,000 ahead. But Donzi can still not find victory. They get 2 birds. That means the base is woefully vulnerable for Dance. How does their comp look from a defensive standpoint?
Not the worst, all things considered. They're kind of at the point now where they could just take it easy, but I don't think the likes of Donzi are going to be, they're not going to get sieged here for a hot second. They're the ones that are going to be sieging. 2 birds down here for Unforgettable Dance. They kind of have to just sit in base for a hot minute here. They have to just do their homework, clear some waves, continue to farm up, get to 6 items here, because I think that's the only way this game is going to end in Unforgettable Dance's favor. They're just going to have to take a team fight as 5 and hope it comes out their way. Look to, do what they've been doing. Benny Q loses the 1v1 in the lamp against Sunprod there, but Sunprod being taken out of these fights, despite Benny Q losing the 1v1, is still worthwhile for Donzi consistently, because that's a key member, a true key carry member for Unforgettable Dance, just out of the team fight right away.
That is a very fair point, that we feel like Sunprod is either being pulled away by those frequent split pushes by Cyclone Spin, or just taken out first and foremost, right? And you mentioned at the beginning, Sunprod very well might be the best player on this team. So if you can neutralize that threat from the get-go, you are aces. You are golden. Whereas Benny Q with that lamp in pocket has several get-out-of-jail-free cards to try to extend their life for just a bit longer. Right side tier 2, we can buy that Ancient Fury, and sure to be torn to cinders in just a moment. It's only a matter of time.
Just quickly taking stock of items here. 6 items on almost everyone on the side of Donzi. Only the lamp alive for Benny Q. Like they're going to sell that as a bit as they push down this right-hand side.
Tier 2 goes down first. Bird up next for the chopping block. Left side, Phoenix does respawn. That's not the focus. The Nagas make their grand entrance in. Who does inbound look for the pluck from? Is actually decent damage there from the Hecate poke, and the Riptide forces the shock to take the long way out, or maybe an impale right back into danger. But maybe that displacement wasn't quite the best way to go, because it did grant a bit more space for Cherio to stay safe.
I'm surprised there was no real commitment there from Unforgettable Dance, but look at this, Donzi just taking their time, wait for the wave, but no, they're gonna back off here defensively.
Wow.
Pyromancer not available, Fire Giant not available. Left-hand side has to be the priority here for Unforgettable Dance. That's the one you want up come time for this next Fire Giant to respawn here. So Unforgettable Dance, they hunkered down, they weathered the storm. We're back to, somewhat even footing in terms of map state, but still down items. They're still down in gold, and so no 6 items completed here for Unforgettable Dance just yet. A couple of tier 2s, but still just looking to round out those builds. And if they can do that before the next Fire Giant spawns, which is quite soon, so I don't think they will, it still should be favored for Donzi in terms of the fight.
Book, I just think Donzi are recognizing, they're letting those words that Musi said ring in their ear. One fight is all it takes.
Yep.
The next DSI, the next 4 members to fall on one side or another, that's the team that loses. As the fight begins to brew, the poke begins to come out. What ability am I looking for to change this game?
It's got to be an ultimate from Bayonary. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. The open the gates. We haven't seen it for a minute, though. The open gates have just not been as successful as of late. It's really been Dishonored who's stepped up in the late game to really pick up the slack in terms of the spacing control with that ultimate, the knockup. Doing quite a lot of work here, but if Bayro gets an almighty open the gates off, and there's instant follow-up from Sunprod, from Golden, that's a full wipe there for Unforgettable Dance, and they could just end the game, because it is 34 minutes in, one team fight between either team. Unforgettable Dance, despite being down all this gold, they just need one wipe, and they'll win this game.
One ability, one fight, one click of a key separates you from potential Smite Prime Circuit glory. A Pyromancer in the pockets of Donzi, but they're not even focused on that. They want the fight instead. Cherio in so much trouble, rooted down, riptide it out. You've been drowned for 60 seconds. The shock is no longer in the world.
It was the Impale. It was the Impale the whole time as Dishonored now pushing down mid here, looking for more. I mean, you don't need to open the gates if you have an Impale on Sunprod. And look at this Cyclone pushing down on the left. He's trying to backdoor, I imagine, the mid-bird dashing towards it. This might be a base race here, but it's only Cyclone Spin to try and 1v1 the Titan, and I don't know if he can. This should just be a trade of the birds here.
Inbound makes sure to not get hit by the Magi's loss, so they still have that cloak wrapped around them. They lose it just as quickly, and now the pillar nearly shuts them out. But a good charge price splits the difference. Mid-bird for mid-bird is the call. Tier 2 still active in both the side lanes, though, so Unforgettable Dance has still got to sashay away to maybe grab an objective.
I don't know if they can even do Fire Giant, though, because 12 seconds on Cherio isn't much time. Unforgettable Dance will be in a 5v4 situation, so they just trade out map states again. This, despite an almighty pick, it remains even here, D'Lo, as Inbound could get looked at here. Sunprod is around, so is Bayro, so is Wrong You. Inbound stepping forward here, could get caught.
Oh, pulled right back into the Impale, but again, that charge spray keeps him safe for a bit longer. The whistle called in. My Uber's here, and Golden gets routed out in a hearse instead. Scream takes him out. Sunprod answers back. Apollo dives back in. There's the open the gates, but we're all inside the lamp now. As Sunprod falls, the storm calls, and it's going to be one more going down, but who is it just yet? It's Bayro. It's Dishonored. 4 members down. You'll never get married. Stay single and stay dead, as all the members of Dance, save for Wrong You, are in the grave.
Wrong You has to try and put up the defense of his lifetime here, but 4 members strong. I don't think he could do it. Donzi pushing on for the end.
This is going to just be a nice celebratory ring around the rosy as we all link hands and try to murder Wrong You before the Titan will fall. One last sail through the sky, get a good bird's eye view of the chaos. Dance have been bat out of the bracket.
I mean, look, they tried to emulate the same play that worked out moments ago. Try and kill a frontliner. It worked on Cherio. It's got to work on Inbound, and it just doesn't go their way. Scream with a massive ultimate to turn that fight around in their favor.
That is so tragic, man, because we've seen it now time and time again. Clock didn't do it to our friends in the Bad Boys, and Donzi do the same to Dance. You sometimes just can't see the underdog win, but you always have next bracket, and we always have next game. So stick around. More Smite Prime action after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We're live on Smite Prime and Smite Game. This is Morty here. D'Lo was with us for a little bit, but he said something I didn't like, so I gave him a wedgie and I stuffed him in a locker. He's gone for the day. Musy's with me here in the booth. Jithens is behind the scenes doing his thing, and Book's on the bench for just a game, and we'll see them in a little bit. But Musy's here with us. How are we feeling after that game, Muse?
Feeling pretty good, hydrated, moisturized, and unwedgied. Spared the fate that I guess has befallen D'Lo. Unfortunate for him. But overall, I'm pretty excited about how the day has been progressing so far. I'm especially excited to jump into these loser finals where, you know, we kind of had that moment where Donzi is making that run back. And I knew this was going to be a very important game to keep our eyes on, and to see Unforgettable Dance get knocked out. It's unfortunate, but you really just got to hand it to Donzi for being able to clutch up when they did.
Yeah, man, I think it was a very back and forth game throughout that time period. Baronary was putting on a show, right? Baronary seems to be a little on and off on occasions. Baronary was on today, and that was really fun to watch. Rongu, very comfortable on this emoji pick as well. And Unforgettable Dance really put on a show, but Nancy just came out on top. I mean, these guys know what they're doing. Cyclone, incredible pressure with the split push. Scream was putting on a plethora of damage throughout the game, and it was awesome to see. But let's see what's going on with the bracket. Let's see where we're at, how we got here, and what's going to be next, which you already said is the losers finals between Smite 2 Bad Boys and Danzy.
And this is, in my mind, how I figured this losers finals was going to look between these two teams, seeing that, you know, Bad Boys got knocked and Donzi is known for making that climb up. I'm curious to see if my two Bad Boys can repeat the magic that they had before and take out Donzi. It is a best of 3 this go around instead of a best of 1, so you have to be able to get that 1 and the 2 punch, but then you also have to follow it up against Clocked In, sitting pretty at the top there and waiting for somebody to come up and challenge them.
So they need to win 4 games to walk away with the finals to come out on top today. That's a lot of Smite. And the only way we get started is diving into picks and bans, which we'll do now. And bans are upon us. Look at these rosters here. Wait a minute. Is that Vapors Coast and Daniel? The Daniel?
The Daniel. The one and only. Not Radcliffe, mind you. That's a different Daniel. So it does look to be a bit of a shift here for Donzi, as Benehu's going to be over in the support role. Daniel's taking over in mid and Coast over in jungle. So actually a lot of shifts and changes. This is a completely Donzi team, and I worry that this could hurt them in the beginning. Game 1, my two Bad Boys doesn't have to worry about that kind of shift or anything like that. They should be feeling pretty strong, but it doesn't take too long to be able to adjust with your teammates. Like I said, best of 3 set means that you have more time to play with.
Merlin banned away. So is Adney and Hikate as well. Jing Wei has joined the rest, and these bans are coming out rapid fire. And this is not the first time that these teams have crossed each other. These players know each other, right? This is not a lack of experience here. These players have felt each other out and know what to expect from each other, and that's why these bans are just coming out rapid fire.
It'll be interesting to see, too, what Donzi wants to prioritize going forward. That Tsukiyomi is going to be the first pick. That's going straight to, I would say, probably Vaporish Coast. Donzi's been playing with the Suki jungle for a bit here, but there is still some potential that could fall somewhere else just because we don't have Scream, and Twig, I think, is going to be looking at Achilles.
Excuse me. Achilles coming in for Twig, who's got a good amount of experience with that. I'm a really big fan of Achilles. We've seen a good amount of Achilles today, and I mean, the fatal strikes have been on point. The damage has been on par. I really love seeing Achilles pop up for the jungle pick here, and Yamoja, who's been obviously just an amazing support all throughout the Smite meta, right? I feel like that there's been periods where Yamoja hasn't been picked up as often. I don't think she's lost any real power, and her place in the tier list have always remained relatively consistent just due to her kit. I mean, there's just so much utility that Yamoja has to offer.
But it is going to leave open that Ares for Donzi to be able to look for. And if there's ever a character I want to give to a player that maybe isn't as used to being in a role, you know, Benny Q over in that support role, it's not mid, give him Ares, right? It's very hard to fail with that character for sure. Yeah. I'm not calling him Mickey by any means, but I am going to tell you that if you hit your chains, you're doing most of your job. So give that to Benny Q, let him operate with that. He's just going to be up there making space and looking for big pulls with their dueling that Ho Yi for Cyclone.
Yeah, weird saying Benny Q in support. We've even seen Benny Q in jungle when him and Scream have swapped out. But to see Benny Q in support is definitely a bit of an interesting thing here. And part of me was going to expect maybe we see a Scylla support because that's, I guess Scylla's banned away, but maybe a more aggressive support, right? And Ares kind of is, but something that's a little more along the lines of what Benny Q's used to playing week after week. Even a Hikate support wouldn't be that crazy, but Ares is our lock-in here. On the other side, Artemis and Princess Bari. We haven't seen Bari in quite a bit. Huh.
No, she's been getting noticeably absent, for a couple of weeks now. I've been seeing some people play her over in the jungle. I know it's a very popular spot for her to be in. Not my personal favorite, not in love with it, but hey, if you're able to get to level 20, it's still a Bari at the end of the day. And with this Artemis in tow, probably means this Bari is actually going to be headed either for Twig in the jungle if that Achilles ends up going to Remakami, or just in the mid lane for Moswell to be able to pick up. So I don't hate seeing it locked in here. I think it works especially well between Artemis and Yamoja being able to play with the backline.
Baron Samity and Guan Yu gonna follow through, and now I'm kind of wondering where these gods are going. I mean, I'm assuming it's gonna be Baron mid, but maybe Guan Yu solo for Cherry. It's relatively safe, but is the damage gonna be there? Are you gonna be enough of a backline threat to Smite 2 Bad Boys to really be considered, hey, we need to take care of Sherry before he takes care of us? Can you create that space for your team? I don't know. A lot of questions for what Donzi is cooking up right now.
And finally, the last piece of the puzzle for Smite 2 Bad Boys is that Nuwa more than likely headed towards that mid lane. So that does lead me to believe that it is a Bari jungle. So I'll be interested to see how that pans out for them. But I'm kind of with you on this Donzi composition. There's a lot of flexibility here for these picks, right? Baron doesn't necessarily need to be mid. That could go to support for Benny Q. Same deal with Guan and same deal with Ares. As I'm getting some information here, it is backwards. Welcome, everybody here on Smite Prime, to Opposite Day, as we still have a lot of flexibility here for Smite 2 Bad Boys, as it were, and seeing the Achilles and the Princess Bari, knew everybody here for Donzi makes a little bit more sense now for those players, right? But I'm still kind of fixated on how Bad Boys are going to be playing their comp. Baron Samdi, now that is certainly for mid lane, because that is going to Moswell 100% of the time. Ares support there for Aurora. Guan Yu, I think, could be jungle, and then Tsukiyomi mid. That's kind of where I would almost like to see those picks fan out, just because Guan Yu in the solo lane, I don't think he really does anything, right? He gets the team fights and he's like, hey everybody, conviction, I'm on a horse. And you're like, thanks, man. Whereas he in the jungle, he's on a horse running at you, pops a dagger of frenzy, he's just stuck on top of you, and you're like, all right, I get it, right? Ow, thank you very much. So I think it's going to help keep Smite 2 Bad Boys in a very aggressive position.
And what I love about seeing Remikami in Smite Prime is Remikami has the most picks, right? Probably the deepest god pool out of anyone that participates in any circuit of Smite Prime. I've seen Remikami play at least like 20 gods over the past, how long has it been, Musi? Like 6 months or so? This guy just plays whatever he feels like playing. He is not abiding by metas. He's not abiding by whatever else. It's just, this guy looks cool. I think this could work out. Let's try it out. And I'm not doubting, right? I have a lot of faith in what Remikami can pull off. It takes a lot more than pure chance and coincidence to get to the losers finals. Granted, losers, but still finals of the week 4 closed bracket, right? So obviously Remikami and the rest of Smite 2 Bad Boys are doing something right. I'm really curious to see what Guan Yu could do here.
I mean, it has to be important to have a deep god pool. You know, only having, say, like 2 or 3 characters in your back pocket is going to put you in a position where they get banned out, and suddenly, you know, you're essentially playing a 4v5. But not every team is going to be able to walk away and get that 4v5 victory. So making sure that you have as many tools in the pocket as possible, so that you can be able to play whatever your little heart desires, also keeps the enemy team kind of off their footing, because Donzi's looking at this Guan Yu and going, why? Right? What is he bringing that a Thor doesn't, right? What is a Guan Yu bringing to the table that maybe a Kabrakan can't, or a Susanoo, or anything? Like, there are a lot of other picks, so even I'm curious and second guessing myself, like, where does Guan Yu fit into the picture here? And I think that's an answer that Smite 2 Bad Boys themselves is going to show us, probably a hidden piece of tech that they've been keeping in their back pocket, break in case of emergencies, just for instances like this, because it is the losers finals, Morty, and this is where your back is really against the wall. You got to really start playing your heart out. If you want to be able to get that grand prize, you got to show up that you want it. Smite 2 Bad Boys were left at the altar, but they are coming back, divorce lawyer in hand, to at least take half of the estate.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about Smite 2 Bad Boys in some time, but I'm looking at the side of Donzi, and I'm kind of wondering what this team comp is all about. Like, what are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? What do they do in this game to take down Smite 2 Bad Boys?
So one of the things I think this team does very well is scale, right? They are very comfortable getting towards that late game when you have something like an Artemis, but also the Bari and the Nuwa as well. Kind of a sneaky good pick, I think, right now. Because of her ultimate, she can get a lot of damage off. The clay minions with the shards of metal is able to offer a bit of peel for herself, set up stun, right? You could rock her with the aspect if you want to be able to get some crit damage off, but I don't think that's quite where this Nuwa, that's not the direction they're probably going to be headed, but it's that option that's available to you that I think makes it a very appealing pick for Donzi, but it really just has a lot of fight potential in putting up those Umoja walls, the River's Rebuke, getting people down to a low enough health threshold for this Achilles or Nua to be able to get that last bit of damage that you need to either hit those executes, or with, you know, those shards of fire to be able to just rain down on top of you and delete a health bar.
That makes sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. So I see a lot of strengths on the side of that comp. They've got a lot of range. Like you said, they scale really well. When it comes to those Fire Giant standoffs, I mean, your poke game is extremely important. But what's more important is that we're having a bit of technical difficulties. And it's okay. It happens. And we're going to figure those out. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. We're back. We're here in game in progress. My two bad boys versus Donzi in the losers finals. This is Morty here with Musi. We've got Jithens behind the scenes and Book on the bench for a bit, and the game has unfolded already. We're a minute deep. No first blood just yet, but a lot of interesting things to talk about here, Muse.
So, yeah, already getting our eyes on the game. It is going to be that Tsukiyomi in the solo, the Bari over there in the jungle. Makes a lot of sense. And it is actually Scream that is... Actually, everybody is here for Donzi. None of the name switches that we actually thought was occurring. So it does mean that Smite 2 Bad Boys is going to be up against a fully loaded Donzi. Like, full strength. But, hey, if they beat him once, they're kind of looking to fight them and beat him again.
And I think there's a lot of capability too. I mean, dude, this is a very strong team, and they've got some pretty solid picks locked in place. I really love the confidence that they have going forward here.
There is quite a bit to enjoy so far. So being able to take a zoom in look over at the Donzi composition, Achilles over there in the solo lane, and the Princess Bari in the jungle. So Achilles over in solo, I still like it, especially as a matchup against this Tsukiyomi, because while Tsukiyomi, if they're in Threshold, they try to charge up their ult, you can just ult them in turn. Tsukiyomi, not what I would describe as a terribly mobile character unless they're ulting in a team fight, right? So they can be a little bit, I don't want to call it easy to lock down, but a lot of what makes them feel fast is that they make you slow. But Achilles will be able to chase after them with their combat dodge, with an ultimate, and a lot of people over here in this solo lane.
Maybe we see first blood here at Twig, forced to use the dash to get to a bit of safety as Ramakami presses forward, looking for some damage on Cherry, sitting at about half health, and Twig does decent damage with the Tallow Assault, but no damage, no kills found yet. Scream walks away, looking to maintain distance, while Twig hides in a bush and maybe looks to press forward here at a later moment, but I don't think we see anything crazy here just yet.
Nobody's level 5 over there on that solo side of the map. Bit of a different story here in the mid lane. But once we get to see that level 5 for Guan, you can expect a lot of engages because Bari also doesn't have a lot of movement. There's the ultimate from Suku.
Oh, dashes in, does some decent damage, but suffers some damage as well thanks to the new ult is what it looks like. And Ramakami is forced to back up. They don't pursue for a kill just yet. They back things up, try to get a bit more health under their belts, and then we go for it at a later date.
So a lot of poking, a lot of prodding, both teams kind of asking each other questions of like, hey, if we show up, if we scuffle, what do you want to do about it? And I feel like there's going to be a lot of focus put onto the Firebrands, especially on that solo side of the map, because Ramakami, you know, Tsukiyomi wants to be able to pick those up. Bari wants to be able to pick up those up the rocks and be able to indulge in that extra experience in gold. And while there's no gold fury yet, you might as well go for something. Cyclone Spin.
Aurora presses forward, looking for the chain. The Sunbreaker's out, and the bounce does decent damage. Donut Doug finds a kill. Cyclone Spin is the victim, and Donut Doug is the murderer. That's first blood for the bad boys.
I'm already noticing a bit of a trend with the Donzi composition that I think Smite 2 Bad Boys can definitely hone in on and abuse, and that's there's not a lot of mobility for Donzi. Artemis there gets caught out between a rock and a hard place. Donut Dog and Aurora were able to kind of pincer maneuver her. And then what is Artemis going to do about that if she's level 4, right? She just kind of dies. A Donut Dog hits level 5. You got the Sun to be able to block off an option and no shells available for Donzi. So the Artemis just kind of falls over and doesn't have a chance to really fight back too much. And I think that's going to be a consistent theme that we see going forward here.
Look at Scream looping around, maybe looking to invade on the bad boys' purple camp. Donut Doug takes a decent amount of damage. The Rivers of Buke is out. Donut Doug has nowhere to go. Good lord, Donut Doug locked in place. The body block from Scream will make sure that he falls. Another kill, this time for Donzi as they take down Donut Doug. But Aurora's on the chase and Twig's on the horse, looking for the stun. He's able to find it, and down goes Scream. Twig finds a kill. That's an eye for an eye here in the jungle of the bad boys.
And I think bad boys are coming out ahead on that go because you're putting down this Princess Bari before she really gets a chance to come online. This is going to elevate Twig to make him more impactful across the battlefield. And I don't think Ho Yi is too stressed out about falling behind this Artemis because when you have that Ares over there in your dual lane, you're sitting pretty for the most part. That's a lot of priority. You clear wave really quickly. You have a lot of pressure in that lane because you put a mark on the Artemis and you go, you got boar? Like, if you don't, I'm gonna get you. So I think so far Smite 2 Bad Boys have been playing this pretty well, and it's still fairly early on in the game.
Yeah, we're only 6 minutes in. 3 kills, though, already. And a minute gold lead. About 1,000. Nothing crazy, nothing to write home to mom about, but it is there nonetheless. And Bad Boys need to maintain this control because, like you mentioned during Picks and Bans, Donzi are completely okay with going to late game. They're fine with waiting this out. They're fine with just scaling and then fighting around the Fire Giants. They're okay with that happening.
Yeah, especially Benny Q and this Princess Bari. Artemis, like, these damage carries are really just looking to get their items online and rocking and rolling. So it's going to be up to Smite 2 Bad Boys to try to choke out that farm before it can go ultimate from Suku.
He's dashing in, looking to do some damage and try and fight his way out of this one. Call drops looking for the slow. When the ult's out from Scream, that does shut down or at least kill Ramakami. Another kill, this time for Donzi, going to even the odds of the 2-2 scoreboard.
Really does just come down to that lack of mobility as Twig tries to get the ult up Benny Q, but I don't know what the plan here is. You're under tower. It looks pretty sketchy.
Yeah, it definitely does. And the Moonstrike will lock down Twig with 100 health to his name. The Phantom Shell might save his life. And the Moonstrike from over the wall. Inbound's able to find a kill. Life of the party's out looking for some revenge. It does find the Vortex. And into the coffin inbound goes. Maswal makes sure of it. Another eye-to-eye situation here in middle lane. Man, these two teams are feeling it.
And not an eye-to-eye situation that I particularly like from Smite 2 Bad Boys. Not sure what the plan there was from Twig. Hanging out underneath the tower against a new of all characters can get very dicey very quickly. And this Guan Yu doesn't have any prots online or anything like that. We've got that Oathsworn Spear, which is great for some early pressure and shredding away base prots. But beyond that, that's a dangerous game to play. So being able to temper yourself and try to rein in that aggression and make sure that we throw it out there in the right moments.
Now, here's what I'm really curious about here, Musi. You're the Delphi demon of the solo lane, right? Tell me how this matchup goes between Suki and Achilles.
So honestly, between the Suki and the Achilles, I don't feel like they have to fight each other too much to be able to do what they want to do. Like, both of them feel kind of bullyish to me. They want to try to, like, argue with each other, but in that same hand, you just clear wave and go away. The fact that they're both building Devos means that a lot of that argument is going to happen around those firebrands, just trying to get those stacks up and online.
Sunbreaker Meteor gonna lock down Cyclone. He doesn't have anywhere to go with Screams here. Rivers of Buke is out. Great pull from Aurora, and that's gonna let Donut Doug find a kill on Scream. One body down so far, and the rest of Donzi on the retreat. They don't want to fight what's left of the Bad Boys as 3 bodies maybe make their way. No, that's just gonna be Twig going for gold by himself. There is no way you rip that on your lonely, big dog.
I mean, he can start it up. He does have the Nagas to be able to tank a little bit and a conviction to heal himself. With that Oathsworn, he could definitely shred those prots, but you can see Inbound is in the area trying to see if maybe he can get his teammates to come help.
But he's all by his lonely, just a tad bit late as Benny Q, and Bobby Shirley going to die in the meantime. The Xerxes is forced out, and the Consigned Spirits does not connect. Maswal not able to find a kill. Donut Doug by himself, very low on health, but the Bad Boys more focused on the Gold Fury, which does fall. Aurora sunders it, secures it, and grabs the first pip for the Bad Boys.
I like this play from the Smite 2 Bad Boys, just keeping up the aggression, knowing that you have early aggression across the map, and leveraging that into early objectives. That's exactly what you need to do, especially when you have an Ares Guan Yu combination. That's a lot of damage to have on board. Sunder confirms everything you could ever want, hope, and desire, and that's going to help propel Smite 2 Bad Boys towards that late game before Donzi can get there first. And like we said before, Donzi is almost relying on getting to that point because they have that ticking time bomb that is this Princess Bari. They're really just trying to get to that finish line.
10 minutes into this game, 4 kills for the Bad Boys and 3 for Donzi. And you know what? They've got a Gold Fury as well. It's a 2K gold lead. Well, a 1,500, right? It's there. They're maintaining the gold lead that they developed early. And this snowball, while it is happening at a very slow rate, it's accumulating, it's building, and it's getting to the point where maybe the Bad Boys start to really run this early game.
They do have quite a bit in pocket, at least for their comp, to be able to take this and run with it. Notably, I'm really looking at Aurora with the Snow Escape, trying to think of whatever targets he might be able to latch onto. There are CC immune ultimates for Cheerio, for Benny, and for Cyclone Spin, but not for Scream and not for Inbound. So if you can pull the beads away from Scream, you'll be able to get a nice Snow Escape there and put that Bari in a really rough position, which I really think is the game plan for Smite 2 Bad Boys going forward. They really want to shut her down.
Sunbreaker's out. Wait a minute, is this going to be a kill? Yes, it is. Donut Doug takes down Cyclone, and the Sunbreaker surely helps there. That was a very close transaction, too, but one-on-one, mano-y-mano, Donut Doug comes out on top, but the fight's not over there. This time by the Firebrand Pit, the Wind Sprite doesn't get Cherry to safety. He's forced to use the Fatal Strike to try to find safety. Cows drops almost up. That could slow down Cherry, and on the push is Remikami looking for a solo. Maswallet is a tad bit late to the party. Can't quite find a route from there. So Cherry's going to walk under the safety of the tier 1 tower. Everybody else backs up and puts their prio on the Pyromancer, which will surely fall for the Bad Boys.
This Guan Yu just does so much damage shredding away these objectives. It's exactly what Smite 2 Bad Boys has been trying to do, and they've been doing it perfectly. Not only do you have that Gold Fury, you're walking away with that Pyromancer. You just got to go and pick up that bomb at some point or another. And when you do, that gives you a lot of pressure on towers or even leverage it into another objective. I really like the way that Smite 2 Bad Boys have been playing this so far. Whatever victory they're looking for, whatever they try to find, they leverage it into more.
Leverage into more as Queen Naga is getting taken away by Donzi, but Bad Boys block
Stolen.
forward and take it away. They steal
With the
the
bomb.
Naga from their own jungle, and Twig rides on the horse and gets to safety. Aurora doing a bit of distraction with the no escape. Surely it doesn't result in kills, except for Aurora losing his own life. That's a-okay. You just stole Naga away from Donzi in their own jungle, and you walked away alive. Great job, the Twig and the rest of the Bad Boys.
That's exactly what I was saying before. You pick up this bomb and you can turn it into yet another objective, but somebody's got to tell Donut Doug that they are coming for him.
Donut Doug on the retreat. Whirlpool maybe looking for a lockdown. Bobby does not have the Rivers of Buke online, though, but the stun's out from the Caledonian board. The Sunbreaker won't save your life today, or will it, as Donut Doug tries to put on the juke shoes, but they don't fit well. Scream's able to find the kill. Twig can't do much to save his life, and the conviction just doesn't heal enough just yet.
Not quite what they need there. Ult from Suku. The damage is there, but I think Cheerio should be A-okay. The Gold Furies respawned at this point, Mort, and I really do feel that's where a lot of the teams are going to be looking here, trying to see what they can do to set up around this next objective. At least Donzi was able to take Donut Doug off the board and slow down the pace of Smite 2 Bad Boys here, but overall, I feel like a lot of the gas in this car belongs to Twig, because wherever this Guan Yu goes, an objective is falling down.
Mm-hmm. No, you're absolutely right, because he's got, well, not the Sunder, he's got a Phantom Shell, but he does have the Oathsworn Spear that can melt some procs. He's got some decent damage on his own and more prot shred thanks to Talo Assault. He's got Conviction to reduce cooldowns for his friends. There's just so much capability when it comes to finding picks when Twig is around, not to mention the slows and the stun from the horse. Yeah, there's a lot to love with having Twig involved in these fights. We're 14 minutes in, creeping up on 15, and that gold lead is developing to 3K this time for the Bad Boys, and Donzi just can't seem to find a footing. They're finding kills here and there. They're finding little things around the map, but the farming patterns and the kills overall looking good for Bad Boys.
And you have to ask yourself the question, how are Donzi planning on turning this around? What beyond making it to the late game can you do? Taking the first crack at a gold free might be an answer to that, as you can see that they're starting to group around that left-hand side, but they can't catch up to anybody. They have to catch them out when they push up too far, kind of like Doug is right now.
No way. No escape is out. Aurora looking for a couple pulls, and the Sunbreaker's out as well. Moonstrike does lock down too, and here comes Twig looking to get this party started, putting a lot of pressure on the Scream, who's very low on health and forces the bells out. But for whom the bell tolls, it might be Twig, as Bobby finds the Sunder, and the Shell is forced out to save his life. The Cersei's as well might get
What
Bobby
a
to safety, but the
bounce!
double bounce does massive damage. Bobby is shut down. Donut Doug finds a kill, and Scream might be next on the butcher block, but Scream is trying to get out of there. He doesn't want to fight this. He does not want a piece of that pie. So he's walking away towards the teleporter. Donut Doug continues to press forward, and the bell's out, and in goes inbound. Wait a minute. What the Scream finds the kill. Holy crap, what just happened?
There was so much flying back and forth there. Also, I saw that Donut Doug. I saw that little Bloodforge proc show up there. A little bit of added panache for this ADC build. Lernium Bow, Rip Talon, and a Bloodforge. A lot of survivability for Donut Doug, and survivability is the name of the game here for Smite 2 Bad Boys. Couple of shells, that conviction, now this Bloodforge. It's very hard to actually get the final hit on this whole Yeet. In fact, Donut Doug didn't even have to die there. He got a little bit too greedy, looking for a little bit too more than maybe he was actually able to handle. But when you have that Bloodforge there, you kind of believe in yourself to make it happen. Cheerio underneath the tower taking a lot of damage.
Bad Boys diving under the tower looking for a piece of Cherry, but they're not able to find it today because the reinforcements of Donzi are here, and down is Twig. Remikami's next. He is taken down by 4 members of Donzi who have grouped up in solo and put a lot of pressure on Remikami as 2 bodies are on the floor in solo. Gold Fury might be an objective prio if they want to rotate their way over there, and that looks like the move, as a lonely Donut Doug is the only one around the Gold Fury pit, and inbound might be looking to catch him out.
It is unfortunate that my two bad boys weren't, they were starting to make their rotation over to that solo side instead of maybe taking an early look at that Gold Fury, because you had 4 people over that solo lane. I know I, at this time, would be like, all right, let's group up and go do gold, but we're not in position. Oh, dang it. That's going to open up this Gold Fury to Donzi here. The Sunder is not online for Aurora, and I don't even think it matters, because down goes the Gold Fury. Bobby will get the last hit there, and Donzi start to swing the game in their favor.
Yeah, that was a super fast siege, and it evens the odds on the gold lead that Bad Boys had for a good amount of time, but Donzi able to maintain a bit of footing here. They were a couple toes off of the cliff, and now they seem to be standing somewhat straight up, and that's good. That's what they need, because they don't want to get completely snowballed out of this. Although they're okay with how you mentioned getting into the late game phase, they still need to maintain somewhat of a fighting chance throughout. Otherwise, next thing you know, the Bad Boys are going to be up a couple Gold Fury pips. They've got fire giant belts around their waist. They've got a dagger in hand as well. And even though we're in late game, the odds just aren't in your favor.
So taking a bit of a breather here between the two teams, as you got the Gold Fury pips on either side, how do my two bad boys start to bring it back towards their favor? I think we're still looking to maybe isolate out that Princess Bari or a Life of the Party on top of Bobby. The damage is enough.
Oh, the Consigned Spirits lands on the marks, and down goes Bobby. Benny's in the air looking to find some revenge damage, but he doesn't hurt that bad just yet. The Signet's online, but it doesn't do enough to really cause a threat for the Bad Boys so far. Maswal presses forward, capitalizes on the death of Inbound, and takes down the Tier 1 tower in middle lane. Next, we might see a fight on the left side as in goes Donut Doug, dashes in, looking for a fight there. Sunbreaker's out, followed by the Caledonian Boar, and just with a sliver of health as Cyclone walks back to safety, doesn't want to fight this anymore, and looks like Donut Doug might be getting collapsed on. Aurora finds a no escape in the middle lane as well. Consigned Spirits takes down Benny in the blink of an eye. Twig just now showing up to left side, dashes in, doesn't find the slow dough, and now is retreating, does not want to fight what's left of Donzi on the left side, but the Bad Boys emerge victorious in middle, which means they can go towards Pyro for free.
Twig showing up over on that left side attracts enough bees and rustles up the nest of Donzi, so it does open up that Pyromancer like you said, but Twig has a straggler here, kind of dragging Cheerio back over as Aurora confirms that Pyro. The rest of my two bad boys will be able to back up and be able to get some of that gold, and that's what we were looking for from them. Control the map, control where Donzi is going to be. Donut Doug getting aggressive, looking for that solo kill on top of Cyclone, forces the rotation out from Scream. While that's happening, you take the beads, the beads. Benny Q doesn't have beads, that's a separate tangent, but if Benny Q doesn't have ult, that makes him wide open to this open the gate, so you find your kill there. Really good at like zigging and zagging. I think Smite 2 bad boys have been doing a good job controlling the pace of the game.
20 minutes in, and the kill count is even between both teams, 9-9, but a 4K gold lead for the Smite 2 bad boys. And Donzi don't look completely out of this, but they're somewhat putting up a fight, right? The kill count's even for a reason, as Aurora does get walled off by the Rivers of Buke, and he's locked in place by the Moonstrike. Cyclone takes him down. A couple arrows to the chest will make sure that he's dead, and that's one kill so far. Looks like the bad boys are on a retreat now. They don't want to continue fighting here. Moonstrike almost found a lockdown on Maswal. He's going to have to give up this tier 1. He doesn't want to lose his life for it.
Definitely not. You have to be careful around here. Twig's actually getting aggressed on by Cheerio over in that right side, but look who's coming around the corner. It's Remakami.
But is he going to be able to start a fight from here? Looks like Benny's in the air, does some decent damage to the whole team of the bad boys. That's going to hurt their odds just a little bit of winning this fight. Consigned Spirits is out, followed by the Life of the Party. Might be getting Scream in an awful position. And yes, it is. Scream just with a tad bit of health just can't escape as the one from Maswal takes him down. Look at Remakami in the back line, causing threats to everyone involved. But Cyclone takes him down. Remakami finds Benny. That's 2 bodies dead on the side of Donzi and Remakami, the only one dead so far for the bad boys as the bad boys continue their march forward. Twig is the only one absent aside from the dead Remakami. Part of me thinks that Gold Fury could be the move.
part of what Tsukiyomi is able to do in that fight is be just the biggest nuisance, and it forces everybody from Danzi to turn their head and look at the Tsukiyomi while they're getting their ultimate off. And this Suku does so much damage. He's got the Lash plus the Barb Carver and the rest of the lifesteal build, as the Gold Fury is in fact confirmed by Smite 2 Bad Boys. And that allows Moswell to free cast in the back of that fight. That Baron just did so much damage as well. Again, Smite 2 Bad Boys are doing a wonderful job at dictating the pace of these fights. And it feels like Danzi doesn't have it in them to really jump on a target unless they're walled off by this Yamoja, right? Unless they're caught in a River's Rebuke, I very much struggle to see how Danzi is able to get in there and start a fight. Are you going to do it with Cherio? That's like your one in at that point. And if Inbound is standing up in front of everybody, they're going to get pulled in by the Baron ultimate because they don't have beads or anything like that. Similar story with this Nua. Everybody has to play so far back. They have to be so afraid of what Moswell is capable of what Donut Doug is capable of, that it puts them in a position where they can't even start the fights. They are very much built on reacting to them. So that's a very difficult place to be if you want to try to dictate how everything is going to go.
Yeah, I guess that's fair when you invest in a backline support like Yamoja, and when you have Scream on Princess Bari, who's really a backliner, right? A deep diving backliner, but still a range character who doesn't want to be in the fight unless they absolutely have to. Scream's the only frontliner there. Or not Scream, Cherry's the only frontliner. And Achilles, you know, a relatively tanky god, especially with the prots that you gain from Radiant Glory, his 2, but you have a Devos, you have not the tankiest build ever, right? I don't think that he's gotten this frontline capability to take on the entirety of the Bad Boys.
And in my eyes, where Achilles is strongest is when he's coming over at the side as well. So none of the positioning really lines up in my eyes for this Danzi competition. It's just kind of waiting for a little bit deeper, a little bit more items, more value from our Nuwa, more damage from our Bari, and then that's what our go button for Danzi.
Pyro is getting melted down by the Bad Boys. Looks like Danzi, you're walking forward, but Donut Doug's able to secure the Pyro for the Bad Boys, and looks like the Bad Boys are on the retreat from there. That wasn't a bait for a fight. That was a simple objective rip. We take it, we cash in on a reward, and then we just walk away. Farm up, continue to control the map, just like you said earlier. Grab these little objectives here and there. Gold Fury here, Pyromancer there. Build up these Pyro Bombs. Build up this inventory of resources that will let you completely demolish Danzi when they least expect it.
It's gonna come down to this FG fight that I feel brewing across the horizon. And we've talked about what Danzi might be able to do to turn things around and how their fight looks, but we could take a turn and look over at how things have been going so far for Smite 2 Bad Boys. Who's been the real catalyst for these fights? Aurora's been doing a great job walking up, being that harasser, but you get those chains, the no escape available, kind of forcing away, you know, beads and talismans and everything like that. But Twig as well. Also kind of a menace back there. They've got that Triton's Conch, there's that Frenzy Dagger I was talking about, and a Magi. So now he's even harder to lock down, which going into a team that already kind of struggles to lock somebody down. So Twig gets to be extra menacing, just out there being the most annoying person on the field, and Danzi is going to have to think of a way around that beyond just Yamoja ulting somebody with Shell.
At the 25-minute mark, again, the kill count is even, but still remaining in control is the Bad Boys of this gold lead. They still have 6K over their opponents, and the gold lead is continuing to grow. That's been the story of the game so far. It just seems that Bad Boys can't stop winning when it comes to these little transactions around the map. When it comes to Gold Fury, Pyro, Naga, they're stealing or taking everything that they want, and Danzi can't seem to come up with an answer. What do Danzi do to try and work their way back into this game?
I mean, it's like I've been saying, they're a team that kind of relies on an engage from somebody else to really get a lot of their damage off. They're not going to be the ones to start a fight unless it's around maybe an objective or something like that. So defending a Fire Giant will be one of the keys for Danzi here. But if there's anything that I know about watching Danzi through, you know, all the months of Smite Prime that I've been able to keep my eyes on them, is that you can never actually count them out. Like, they're going to be super far down in gold. Their team comp looks like it's not going to be able to work the way you would expect it to on paper, but somehow Scream will just walk away with a triple kill, and you're like, all right, you know, this Donzi team, there's a reason that they got this far, right? You're kind of like,
Yeah.
well, hold the phone. You know, that wasn't supposed to, what just happened? So I'm kind of waiting for the Donzi moment, right? Where they completely turn a fight around because for a brief moment, Smite 2 Bad Boys stopped looking at Scream or stopped looking at Cyclone Spin, and then they just tear through the entirety of the team's health bars. And that, I think, is going to be one of the big catalysts for Donzi.
I think that's a good point. That's a really good point that you make. I think they just need to rely on these random oddities that they find. You know what I mean? Like you said, just randomly every now and then something will just go in their favor and then they steamroll a fight from there. It's just a matter of catching somebody out. It's a matter of doing one thing right. A very, very, interesting cherry shield bash could stun the right person. Maybe Donut Doug gets locked down and then the rest of the team, Scream finds a bit of damage. Benny hops up into the air, does some damage with the ult. There's a lot of opportunities for Donzi to maybe find a correct fight, but so far it seems like Bad Boys are in control as they press forward on Cherry and forcing him to use that fatal strike while the Pyromancer falls by Donut Doug. And they're going to push after Inbound, who is caught out in the middle lane all by himself, and the Sunbreaker will wall him off from getting to a safer advantage point. That lets the Bad Boys continue to yet again, control the map as Remakami presses forward, looking to end this fight, maybe end this game in quick time, forcing out the Caledonian Boar from Cyclone Spin, diving under the tier 2 tower as Remakami's taken down, couldn't quite find the damage on Cyclone. The bounce is just a tad bit off the mark as well. Donut Doug couldn't find it either, and now Bad Boys are on the retreat. Donzi found a kill on Remakami. That's a good step in the right direction.
There is a couple reasons why that broke down the way that it did, but Donzi was just kind of separated in that initial engagement. Scream was all the way back in base, and then Bobby was left alone in mid lane, and Remakami dies because they're playing Tsukiyomi and they ulted, and then once you ult in a Tsukiyomi, you're committed to the fight, right? You are all or nothing, so really just relying on trying to get any damage out. They were just looking to see if they could trade out their life with Cyclone, but ultimately they're not able to get that kill, which is unfortunate, because I really do feel like that could have been a Fire Giant call from Smite 2 Bad Boys instead of looking for more kills. And I think it was Book that brought this up, that we have been seeing a lot of kill chasing, a lot of red in the eyes, instead of taking a step back, taking a breather, having your moment to go and look at a bigger objective and go, we can just take this instead. We TKO'd them, they have to back it. If they walk back up to us, we can just fight them again, right? So keeping that in the back of your mind, making sure that you're not getting too overzealous and overextending yourself for a kill that definitely gets you killed on the process.
30 minutes into this game, and I've said this probably 5 times so far, but the point still stands. The kill count's even. I mean, it looks like the gold lead is continuing to grow as we're now approaching an 8K gold lead for the Bad Boys, but they're not up on kills. Is that entirely relevant? I don't know, because it still feels like the Bad Boys are in control nonetheless. It feels like they're up 10 kills because of the gold lead, because of the way that they're running these fights. It's eventful. I mean, every now and then, Donzi's able to find a spare pick every now and then and find a bit of extra gold, but it seems like the Bad Boys are in control almost entirely of these fights.
Bad Boys have been getting a lot of the kills recently, I think, is going to be the big differentiating part here. Aurora kind of walked up there. I wonder if he was looking for an ultimate. We're going to be arguing around this Fire Giant pit for a bit. Look out for the engage here from Smite 2 Bad Boys. You see the positioning there from Twig in that bush. He's definitely just trying to see if he can bait somebody forward a little bit. But of course, while this is all happening, we know that Scream's going to be off looking for some split farm. So it's going to be the 4v5.
Twig is in the air on the horse. Benny's in the air looking for a bit of retaliation damage. Doesn't really hit too hard, not going to lie. I feel like the Bad Boys kind of shrugged that off as maybe Donzi press forward. The ult's down from Twig, so there's no huge engage potential aside from maybe a life of the party. No Escape could do some big things as well. I'm going to eat my words because they have Sunbreaker too. Actually, they have a lot of forms of engage. You know what? They could get this party started in a multitude of ways, but it's just about catching somebody from Donzi out of position to make that happen.
I mean, if you're Smite 2 Bad Boys, you know kind of how Danzy is going to be playing the game. And a lot of that has to do with Scream's not going to be there initially on the fight. That's a player that likes to be off to the side, farm a little bit, see if they can find a cheeky push without somebody, and maybe even look for that side gold Fury. No, they're just going to ward it to make sure nobody would pull a Scream and see if they could rip an objective while nobody's watching. But that's knowing that the Baris are going to be there right away, that's kind of your go in. You just lock somebody down really quickly, kill them, and then back up, reset the fight, and then take that 4v5 afterwards again.
Fire Giant getting taken down by the bad boys. Probably a bait tactic to try and get Donzi out of position, but maybe, I don't know if that's going to work. Donut Doug does lose a lot of health in that transaction, though. He tanked a decent amount of that Fire Giant, and he's forced that back up, and Donzi see that. They realize, and now they're going to go for this Pyromancer, and nobody from the bad boys are here. For the first time in a while, it seems like they don't have as much control over the map, because look at the left side. Now that Cyclone and Scream are able to go free on this Ancient, and Pyro's the only thing that the bad boys are trying to contest, but Twig walks over to Ancient. Is he going to get there in time? Because it's down to half health already, less than that. He doesn't even know. Nobody is aware that Donzi is taking the Ancient right now, so they grab it for free. Scream secures it, and Twig walks forward, maybe to look and take advantage of the low health bodies that are on the left side still, but he doesn't have resources to take him down by himself. Did Donzi just find something out of nowhere? No kills found in that point. However, Fatal Strike forced out after the Consigned Spirits does decent damage to Cherry. Now he's got to back up, and Pyromancer didn't get taken down, though. They did lose the Ancient, but Pyro's a good resource to have. Kind of an eye for an eye, I guess.
So what Donzi was doing there, showing face by that Pyromancer, kind of gives the impression that that's going to be the next objective that they really want to try to look for and contest for. While you do that, you're able to say your damage carries off. You just have to make sure that you keep the slow burn on and posture as if you want to try to look for a fight, or as if you're worried that Smite 2 Bad Boys would come and take it away from you. So while you're doing that, that's going to open up that Gold Fury pit like we were talking about, and that earns the Ancient Gold Fury over there for Donzi. And that's the kind of play that can be avoided if you make sure that you maintain vision on the map. You know, you saw that Twig walked over to go get those oracles on the off chance. He's like, something's off here. Picks up the oracles just in time for that gold for you to fall down. So it's one of those moments where the players are definitely kind of kicking themselves. They're like, oh man, how do we not know that? How do you not see that? Easily solved. Get some more vision on the map. Information is the single most important thing you can have in a MOBA, and you want plenty of it.
As the Fire Giant is now being taken down by the bad boys. Again, looking to bait away Donzi to try and get somebody to step out of position. Half Elf sitting on that Fire Giant. They're committing to the burn. In goes Cherry looking to disrupt the back line. Sunbreaker's out, followed by the Princess Barriota on the left side. Bobby's able to take down Fire. Bobby just stole Fire. Rivers of Buke is out in the back line. Goes Remikami. Donut Doug taking a lot of pressure from Cherry. And Life of the Party's out. It does take down Cherry. But wait a minute, he's still alive up there. Remikami found a lot of damage, but he doesn't find any kills in the process. That's an eye for an eye situation, but Fire Giant belts are around the waist of the dot. How did they steal? What just happened?
I mean, walk up Sunder, you know, it's just kind of that easy, or at least be able to find the damage in the middle of that engagement. Donzi waits the last moment until they know that Smite 2 Bad Boys is going to be committing to the burn. And in these situations, if you don't have the strongest confirm, which I don't think Smite 2 Bad Boys do, a lot of what you have is going to be that Sunder in the pocket of Aurora. If you can't reliably get that, you drop that Fire Giant, you jump on them, you look for that opportunity. Instead, it was a fall back because Cherio had walked all the way towards into the back line. The Rivers Rebuke had come out. Donzi was able to force that fight on top of Smite 2 Bad Boys. And that's what I was talking about before, where if we're going to see that moment, it's going to happen around that Fire Giant pit, where Smite 2 Bad Boys is going to be caught in a position of, will they, won't they? Do I commit? Do I fight? And in that moment of indecision, you jump on that.
35 minutes into this banger of a game one in the losers finals, and yet again the kill count is even, but for the first time in quite some time, the goal lead that Bad Boys have been developing for the past 30 minutes is now starting to even out. It's going towards the Donzi team because they've gotten that Fire Giant, they found a pick as well, and Ancient Fury was cashed in earlier. They're finding resources around the map to find a bit of gold to invest in. What's next on the butcher block is the tier 2 in duo lane. And dude, look at this, a 3K gold lead now. It was 8K just a couple minutes ago when we did our last game state recap. Now it's sitting at 3. Dude, maybe they come back from this. What you said earlier is as relevant as ever. Never count Donzi out. Never for a moment, because you can get shocked by what they can pull out of nowhere.
And something that's worth noting too is that we do see Scream online with their full build, and the full build there for Nua as well. So these were the moments we needed for Donzi to be able to really show up on top of this Ancient Gold Fury.
It is getting sieged away, though. The Ancient just came back up. Donzi looked to take it away. Pressing forward are the bad boys, but Scream's able to secure it. Benny's in the air, does good damage to the back line. Moonstrike doesn't find the stun. Twig looking for a heal, and up front is Remikami looking to distract the back line, but he gets melted down in quick time like hot butter on a stovetop. Twig is back there as well, looking to cash in on some low health bodies. By himself is Donut Doug. Wait a minute, here's reinforcements. Moswell finds Scream. Benny Q finds a roar. That's 2 bodies down for the bad boys, and Donzi continue to walk forward. They've got a lot of high health and high hope members looking to put this game to an end.
Yeah, Cherry loops around the side, catches Moswell with the stun, but Twig's here as well, offering a bit of support. Life of the party, catches Cheerio, down he goes.
No way, down goes Cherry, but Moswell loses his life in response. It is nothing but Twig and Donut Doug to defend what's left of the Titan room as the bird is debuffed, and the bird might as well be dead. There it goes. Benny Q takes down the Order Phoenix for the left side as they back up and look to cash in on the tier 2 in the middle lane. Twig walks forward maybe to look and try and distract them. I don't know what he can do, because look at what Donzi have done. We talked about this multiple times here, Musi, and we are finally here. Late game is upon us, and Donzi is very comfortable.
I mean, look at the slash lines here. Cyclone's been sitting there at 8 and 3. This Artemis is full built between, the Rip Talon and that Barb Carver. Does a lot of damage, and Death's Temper's got some lifesteal attached to it as well, so it just accentuates the power of those items. Nuance full build. The Scream is full build with this Princess Bari. The go button dragging this game out all the way to this point was Donzi's win condition, and now that they're here, none of the past matters. Like, the only thing that is relevant about the past so far in the game are the Gold Fury pips. The state of the game has changed. We are now in the stage where it is 5v5s, and losing a fight means you could lose the game. And because of that, we're staring down a quick pause, because both teams are feeling a lot of tension, a lot of energy right now. So being able to have a moment where you can breathe and recalibrate yourself will be handy for both sides.
Good Lord. This has been a game. And you know what? It feels like a slow rate of fire that these eventful events are happening. But if shooter games have taught me anything, it's these slower rate of fire weapons make the bullets hurt that much harder. So when these bullets hit, when these events do happen, these fire giants are impactful. These are eventful. When Donzi stole away that fire, then they grab an Ancient, and then they grab a tier 2, then they grab a bird, and then they grab another tier 2, and now the gold is even. For the first time in a long time, Donzi have a very real fighting chance, and I can't wait to see what happens next.
It is very much an explosive game one so far. I mean, and if only to kind of recap of how we even got here, Smite 2 bad boys were doing a really good job dictating the pace of the game, finding objectives after fights, being able to force Donzi to look one way while they turn their attentions to a different objective on the opposite side of the map. But that style of play started to peter out a little bit after I think a couple of mistakes were made, where, people were getting caught out, and then they definitely got baited by that Ancient Gold Fury. That, to me was a signifier on a change in the wind for these teams as we get a chance to jump back in here. But that change made it so that, Smite 2 bad boys lost a lot of their tempo. They lost a lot of what made them look scary, what made them look strong, and emboldened Donzi to look for a little bit more, to get a little bit more aggressive, to feel a little bit more comfortable. And with that, they really just start grabbing the hammer and the nail and start pounding out this coffin for Smite 2 bad boys. They got to start crawling out of the grave here if they want to be able to stand up to Donzi.
We are 40 minutes in, and for the first time this entire time, Musi, the kill count's not even. Donzi has 1 kill above their opponents. That's massive. Considering it's been even this entire time, that 1 kill, you know what? It's important to me. I want to bring it up. 1 kill over their opponents. Donzi are in this game very much so. And the goal lead, again, for the first time this game, is in control of Donzi. They're here. Late game is upon us, and the massacre is about to unfold by the Fire Giant pit as both teams, all 5, surround the Fire Giant, and both teams are warding up, looking for an opportunity to present itself.
The only trouble here for Smite 2 Bad Boys is that their left side Phoenix is down. Firewaves are going to be pushing around that left side. That could offer an opportunity for Donut Doug, of all people, to get caught out, trying to make it back towards their team.
I'm looking for some type of engage to unfold here, but nothing so far. Ramakami's up front, maybe looking to find some way in an ult or a dash or something of that sort, because Cyclone's still back at base. So they're missing one, but so is Ramakami. He was forced to back up. And Maswal's not there either. He's forced on a camp. So both teams are not necessarily 100% ready for a fight, but something might unfold anyway. Is look at Aurora up there in the front, maybe looking for a pull with the no escape. He does have that one online, but not able to cash in on anything because there's no reinforcements on the no escape if he were to pull it.
So both teams playing a little bit of a staring contest game, it feels like. And if you're wondering where that engage could come from Smite 2 Bad Boys, you definitely keep your eyes out for Aurora with that Helm of Darkness. Could go invisible and look for a no escape standing right up next to that nuance. Maybe we can get that ultimate. Or if we can catch out Cyclone Spin over here on the left side all by himself, there's the nuance ult forced away. So Vision is awarded to Donzi. That's their go button.
That's their go button. Vision online, and Donzi know what they can do. They know where the bad boys are at. Everyone's in middle except for Donut Doug, who's trying to defend this bird, which is just now coming back up. It does get a decent bit of damage off from the Moonstrike. Ramakami's a bit low on health. Wait a minute, that's the go button from Cherry. He looks to hit the Fatal Strike, and yes, he does. Ramakami's down. That's one body so far. Rivers of Buke did lock him in place. That's a lot of resource taken away from Donzi, but they did find a kill in the progress. Scream mode is out. He's looking to pick off the rest of the bad boys. Maswal suffers, but Donut Doug finds a kill on Scream, who now looks to escape with his life. And here comes the no escape from Aurora. Does get locked down by the Moonstrike, and Cyclone puts a couple arrows in his chest. Down goes Aurora, and the Titan room is easy pickings for Donzi. They're going on this middle Phoenix. It is down, it is dead, and they continue forward to the Titan, and Twig is the only one that stands in their way. The Titan is melting down quickly. Tallow Assault looking to melt them down, but Twig just doesn't have that damage online. He is a little dog compared to the alphas of the junkyard. Donzi cash in on a W.
It honestly all starts off with the fact that that new ult takes away a pretty significant chunk of health from the rest of Smite 2 Bad Boys, but Ramakami's health kept getting lower and lower and lower and lower, and then finally getting caught out by that River's Rebuke. While the Ares has a way out, the Tsukiyomi does not, and then one execute is all it takes. Smite 2 Bad Boys ends up shattering and scattering, and the Hou Yi never had a chance to back either. So unfortunately, Smite 2 Bad Boys will be taking a knee on that first game, and Donzi only have one more to go before they can take a shot at Clocked In.
Donzi have one more game to go, but will this be a swept set, or do the bad boys have something up their sleeve? We're going to find out after we take a quick break, but we will be right back. Do not go anywhere. Hello, everybody. We are back with Smite Prime live on Smite Game and Smite Game. This is Morty on the mic. We've got Jithens behind the scene. Musie's on the bench, and Book is in for a rep. And Book, tell me what we just saw last game.
Well, I mean, look, it was a very back and forth game between the two teams, but ultimately, yeah, it was a close one. I had to grab a muffin at one point, so I ended up missing at the end fight, unfortunately. Listen, when the bakery calls, the bakery calls. So unfortunately, I did not get to see the ending, so why don't you recap the very end of how that game went?
I'll tell you what, man, me and Musie talked about the end game for so long, and then it finally showed up. I recall back to the earlier stages around the 5-10 minute mark where the Donzi team didn't even have ceiling fans, and they walked away at the end of the game with chandeliers. They ended that game in quick time. One fight, one pick on Donut Doug led to the entire team getting slain in quick time, and there was the game. That was it. Game over. But one thing to mention is, because we're in the finals of the losers bracket, this is not it. There is a game 2 going on us, because this is a best of 3 set.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the adaptations really start to come through between these two teams. This is kind of where we can take a second look at the picks and bans, say, okay, what worked, what didn't work, and then really adapt to this next game and maybe change up some of the bans here. I suspect we'll keep similar bans though. Hakate, you cannot give away the Hakate. I think we've reiterated all day. I might like to maybe take a look at this Tsukiyomi. We've seen it a lot today from Scream. I think maybe taking a look at that as a potential ban in our top 3 might need to be the play here, personally.
That could be the move. I mean, Suki's gotten through a good majority of this day, and he's been played when he isn't banned, again, for a good majority of this day. Suki's been a very prominent pick. The only complaint I have was seeing Remikami pick up this Suki pick and try and do things with a squishier frontliner, right? When Suki isn't really a frontliner, he's more of an assassin. You know that better than I do, that he's somebody who causes damage. He doesn't really disrupt, he doesn't really distract, he just wipes away health bars. But without a frontliner like a Kabrakan or a Yorm or something along those lines to try and keep the back line busy, Tsukiyomi can't really do his job. So I would rather see Suki, if he does get cashed in, go to a jungler, and maybe we see the solo go back to a traditional tankier pick that can do what the solo laner is supposed to do. You feel me?
Yeah, for sure. And I agree. I think, maybe look at the Bologna might be a potential option here for these two teams. I think Remikami played it earlier today, if I'm not mistaken, and the Bologna consistently has done quite well historically here in Smite Prime so far.
Yeah, Bologna's definitely a very prominent solo pick right now, especially with, and I've seen it on a couple Bologna so far, that new Rip Talent item that was so good, it got nerfed yesterday after it dropped on Tuesday. That means it was a pretty busted release, and still it's getting picked up right now. We've seen Donut Doug pick that up multiple times so far. It's still a very strong item, and even Bologna could pick that up and do some real damage with it, along with that traditional Berserker shield, the Shoguns. Maybe we work another tank item or 2 in there, maybe a Dirty Bubble, and then we slide in the Rip Talon, and that's a very scary Bologna that you need to watch out for.
Yeah, for sure. And you mentioned it unreleased, it was so good. Everyone was saying, this ADC role is so broken, so of course they had to turbo nerf the item immediately. But no, I do agree. I think anytime we can build lifesteal in the solo lane on, personally, the traditional tanks is always going to be a little better than some of the assassins. It's why we don't necessarily see a lot of the Pele's, a lot of the Tsukiyomis here and there. It's more the Bolognas, even the Kabrakans here and there, the Achilles, as we saw previously as well. These lifesteal solo laners just make the game a lot easier to play as a bruiser, as opposed to either a full tank or full damage solo laner that we've seen time and time again throughout the history of Smite 2 so far. And it really has been a nice dynamic shift. But I think anytime we see people start to stray away from that, the game becomes a little more difficult for the team to play, because the other team just has an unkillable bruiser, life-stealing tank.
Let's see how these picks are going to go. Picks and bans is upon us. Game 2 as well between the Bad Boys and Donzi. It looks like we still have Kos and Daniel on the scene. I think that we're still going to see Inbound, though, and Scream. I don't think the subs are here. I could be wrong, and I'll let y'all know when I hear something back. But for right now, looks like all 5 are still in, but the bans not yet unfolded. And without bans, it's kind of hard to tell. But who do you think that the Bad Boys put their first pick prio on?
I imagine leaning towards characters like the Scylla here. I mean, we saw Aurora pilot it earlier today. I imagine that'll probably be the ban from Donzi. As I do have confirmation, it is still the same full roster here for Donzi that are going to be piloting here in this game. But yeah, I imagine we'll see a Scylla ban here from Donzi, as Hakate taken away here from Benny Q. No real surprise there whatsoever.
Yeah, Benny is very comfortable on that Akate pick. We've seen that for a long time before even the debut of Smite Prime during Founders Series. Benny was ripping Hikatse, and you're just able to make so much happen with Open the Gates. The amount of changing you can do to a team fight, the positioning you can do, the change of position you can make happen to the enemy team, bring them to you, or you can create a portal for yourself to escape in. That mobility that most people think Hikatse doesn't have, it's all within that ult that Benny can use so well. 6 bans are out, first pick is in, it's Yamoja for the bad boys.
Kind of surprised the bad boys are the ones banning away this Merlin. They've consistently, it's consistently been a pick that Moswell has kind of leaned on, and being in the first pick position, why not go towards it? But snap lock in from Donzi, they're going to go for the Tsukiyomi Achilles as a response, and I really like this idea so far. Achilles for Cherio is going to be a great takeaway from Twig, who piloted it last game pretty decently well, all things considered. And then the Tsukiyomi here likely going to go towards Scream in the jungle. He's been playing it all day. He's going to keep playing it as much as he can.
And I think that Cherry is you know what? I didn't love the Achilles pick. We talked about some of the cons that come with, having a frontliner who doesn't have the engage. You're kind of reliant on the rest of your team to make these fights happen. And that would be okay if Ares was let through, and Ares could be the power pick as far as engages for Donzi here. That could be the move. But with Achilles by himself, you can't really start fights. You're kind of an and item. You're not the yes, the fight is started, but you're the and that says the fight's going in our way once it gets started. So I think that maybe it could do well. I mean, it got them a win in game 1, so it had to have been decent, right? But I think that it could complement later picks should they all line up properly. I guess we'll see how that unfolds as the picks and bans phase goes on. But Fenrir and Artemis being thrown to the bad boys, kind of wondering where they're going to go. Is that a Fenrir support? Maybe goes to the jungle for Twig? I don't know.
So Yemo aspect did just get recently buffed, so Yemo mid has become a little stronger. Still not the best, but I do believe that more likely this is going to be a Fenrir jungle. The one that I'm curious about is going to be the Artemis. Is that Artemis mid for Moswell? He's played it previously in Smite Prime before, and it did decently well. A full ability-based Artemis build is decent. It's good. It can arguably one-shot come mid to late game. Donut Doug does not scream a huge Artemis player to me. He's the one that leans on the Huiyis, the Jingweis. And speaking of Huiyi, Donzi do decide to lock it in, and it is going to be the Artemis ADC because Zeus is the lock-in here for Moswell.
Okay. You know what? I think that Moswell has shown a lot of promising potential on mages that might not look so strong because they don't have escapes, they don't have invulnerabilities or ways to get out of things. But Moswell has piloted Baron Samity on multiple occasions in the mid lane with pretty good success. So seeing Zeus here usually would throw me in kind of a, I don't know, but now that I see it's Moswell piloting the ship, okay, I'm a little more comfortable here. I have faith in Moswell. Moswell can definitely make this pick work, and he's got a pretty good team to complement. On the side of Donzi, their last pick is going to be the Baron that we're used to seeing Moswell with, now probably going to inbound, I would assume. Interesting.
I would assume, but there is potential of Achilles support, and then Baron somebody going into the solo lane in the hands of Cherry. That might be more to what we lean towards. Baron support is it's decent. It's not bad. It's great at roaming, and it's great to set up a fight and use that ultimate to try and pull a member into your ultimate, and then you have follow-up for it. That's what supports usually want to do. But Baron in the support role as a roamer has never traditionally been the best because he's such a easy kill for the enemy to just lock down. You look across the way, you have Fenrir,
right.
Yemo. There's just so much lockdown potential on the side of the enemy team that I don't think this is necessarily a good idea to put the Baron support. I would like to see the Achilles in the support role and then put the Baron on over into a side lane where it can just, kind of sit over there and cook for a bit. Let the Achilles kind of run the early game, let him run the pace setting, work with Scream, get the plays going for Bobby, and then just let Cherry do what he does best, rotate over with a small lead and make plays.
That's what Cherry does, right? He's really good at rotations and making these things happen. That's especially prevalent now because we've talked about this before multiple times. Gold Fury is easy to take down, and it's impactful because those pips really mean a difference when you're beginning that sieging phase of the game. So seeing Cherry grab a kill or two, maybe even just a lead on farm. If he plays a god that lets him abuse camps and, take advantage of the fact that, hey, I win these fights, go sit over there. I'm going to go take the neutral camp. Don't even look at me. Don't even think about it. We'll see how that unfolds, though, as we're going to dive into game. This will be game 2 of the set between Donzi and the Smite 2 bad boys. We are here. We are live. This is Morden Book in the booth. We've got Jithens manning the cameras and taking care of everything else behind the scenes. And I'm extremely excited to see how this game unfolds.
Yeah, so it is Bobby that is going to be piloting that Baron support and is going to go for the Sunder. So this is a prime target. I would love to see Smite 2 bad boys really prioritize Twig ganking this left-hand side as much as possible in the early game. Put this Baron behind who's just immobile and really focus him out. Get this Artemis an early game lead. Let our Zeus just kind of farm it out a little. Let the Wukong just farm it out a little and really prioritize this left-hand side. Turn it into some early Gold Fury chances, some potential purple buff invades. I would love to see Twig gank this left-hand side early, but also to note, Twig has gone for the aspect. He's going to be a little more of a supportive style as opposed to going for more of an all-in style on this Fenrir.
So to double down on this subject, the aspect of loyalty on Fenrir, what does this do? Why would we opt for this if we're a Fenrir jungle?
So Twig has always, to me, screamed a, supportive style jungler. He's not much of a hard carry player. He's the type to play the Guan Yu jungles, the Achilles jungles, the more setup-oriented characters. The aspect of loyalty is just going to allow his carries to be a little tankier in these team fights and just, really play safe as Doug pushing out here on the left-hand side against Dancy, getting them very low here.
Very nice Moonstrike from Aurora as well. Looks like they're maintaining control of duo so far. We'll see how this unfolds as both sides need to get a little more abilities under their waist, and maybe they'll get some ults on as well, and maybe these fights will change around just a little bit, but a farming game nonetheless so far. Look at what Aurora is doing. He's invading into the jungle. Is he going to walk straight into Scream?
He might, and he's going to try and invade these. Let's just stop Scream from hitting level 3 here in this moment, but Roar has to be careful he doesn't fall here.
Great slow from Scream and followed by the root from Bobby that's going to lock Aurora in place, and Moonstrike almost saved his life, but Cyclone finds the bounce. That's first blood for Donzi. But wait a minute, Twig is here as well. Maybe look to pick off Scream. The slow does kind of help, but Mozball's not there in time. Donut Doug by his lonely wants to seal away that neutral camp, but I hope he doesn't get picked down in time. Wait a minute, Donut Doug might walk away with Bobby. He just needs to hit one more basic. Can he do it? The 3 was just a tad bit off the mark, but he takes down Cyclone in the process. The Aegis will stop him from dying to the tower, and Twig over the wall with the jump in, killing Bobby and then walking away. Way to go for our bad boys to try and get a bit of revenge for losing that first blood.
Doug with a great Aegis there, and on the right-hand side, Revakami falling as well. Great play from Cherio and Scream over here. Just Doug, what a play there. Hitting level 3 off the wave to take that 1v2 fight there against Inbound and Cyclone Spin, who are only level 2. Lands the trap onto Cyclone Spin, who was jumping and continuing to throw out autos. Just missing the 3 onto Inbound would have secured that kill, but still, the rotation from Twig on this left-hand side paying dividends here in the early game.
Paying dividends indeed. Seeing 4 kills unfold already makes me very hopeful for how this game's going to go. What we saw last game, Book, and I'm sure you remember, was a tad bit slower, not as eventful. Things were going down, but at a slower rate, right? We just kind of saw these big events unfold in what felt like long periods of time, but 2 kills on the board already for each side lets me to believe that we're going to see a lot more action in this game too. Bad boys want a bit of revenge for how they fell last game, even though they remained in control, and Donzi want to make sure they sweep this set so they have plenty more gas in the tank for the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure, but ultimately it's good to see you'll hold that. It's my 2 bad boys playing aggressive here. Doug hits 5.
Presses forward, looking for a pick on Cyclone. Is he able to find it? Cyclone's okay. He's all right.
He's fine. He's a Huiyi. He's very difficult to lock down in this early game and a very safe hunter. We talk about Jingwei being the safest hunter. Huiyi's probably the second safest hunter as Twig rotates here to the left-hand side. Gonna be a successful purple buff invade here, and this is what I asked for. Twig, be over here. Set up the Artemis for success in the mid to late game, and already Twig doing exactly that. Is a little behind to Scream, who is just power farming everywhere else. But that's not going to matter. It's just a Fenrir with aspect. He's going to go a little
Right.
tankier in this early game, I would imagine. So going to be more hybrid, tankier, just more difficult to kill. So come late game, he's just going to be a bit of a body for the side of the Smite 2 bad boys. And you're going to rely heavily on Moswell and Donut Doug to just bring all that damage in the mid to late game.
Well, we talked a lot about duo. We've talked a lot about the jungle as well. We haven't really hovered on how mid lane goes. It's Zeus against Nuwa. What is it, season 2? That's crazy. I know you're a mid lane expert. How does this matchup necessarily go?
Well, expert might be pushing a little bit, but Moswell and Benny Q, they're just going to be power farming here, though Twig may be looking to get a little antsy here as Moswell gets gone on.
No way. The lightning storms out. Moswell might be in trouble. Around their corners, Bobby, and in goes Scream with the Tsukiyomi ult. But Ragnarok might be dragging him to his death, but he's okay. Oh, no, he's not. Twig does fall, but he drags Scream to his grave. That's a 2-for-1 transaction as Benny and Inbound cash in on this neutral camp in the middle.
Yeah, just the rotation there from Inbound. Aurora still hanging out on the left-hand side, made it a 3v2, favoring Donzi in those moments. Just to go back on the mid lane matchup here, it really is just a farm fest between these two. It's going to come down to the mid or the jungle and the support rotations that are really going to impact this mid lane because Nuwa really wants to farm as quickly as she can to just get as many items as possible so that ultimate just starts to do damage in the mid to late. He's popping that ultimate, the fire shards, is Benny Q could get caught here by the Riptide.
Oh no, Rivers of Buke is going to collapse and do some massive damage. Benny is dead. His body's on the floor. And that's another kill for the bad boys as they continue to remain, I don't want to say in control, but alive nonetheless, as Donzi might have cashed in on first blood, but the bad boys didn't give up hope right there. 6 minutes in, 4 kills on each side, and a non-existent gold lead. Nothing really to talk about there. But you know what? I love how even these teams feel, right? Am I tripping here? That it feels like these players are meant to fight each other. They know what's going on between each other. They know how these matchups are supposed to work. They know these players' own weaknesses and strengths, and they're cashing in on all of these, different varieties that happen.
Yeah, I mean, some of these players have been playing against each other for years now. Cycle and Spin versus Doug is a little newer, but Inbound versus Aurora has been around for a hot second as Twig looking for a play. But on the left-hand side, Doug in trouble.
No way. Doug might get chopped down by Scream. He's diving in, looking for a kill. Donut Doug is dead. Amazing ult there from Scream, looking to cash that in. And that was huge. That was massive from Scream right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge play there because we saw Twig pay attention to here on the left-hand side. And as soon as Twig heads over to the right, where is Scream on this left-hand side trying to answer back onto this Artemis and a purple buff invade that's likely going to go the way of Donzi unless Aurora has something to say about it.
Maybe a Moonstrike might try and save that purple, but he doesn't have the abilities online just yet. But Donzi are forced off of that purple, and here comes Twig around the corner. So is Scream, but Twig decides to fight off Scream instead. Here comes Cyclone looking to put some pressure off on Twig, who is forced back. Aurora now putting pressure on their own, but who takes that purple away? Wait a minute, did Aurora take that? No,
I think he stole that. I think he did. I think he used the Sunder there to secure that because Cyclone Spin didn't pick that one up. Maybe he's going to pick it up on the way back. I don't believe he's just going to get rid of it. They got it. Aurora stole that away, and now they're going to secure the Oracles here and the Naga, though members of Donzi are here. Twig has to be careful.
Bad Boys do pick up that Queen Naga, but Aurora might pay for it with his life. Looks like Bad Boys might lose one body in the process, but they do grab a Queen Naga, and that's an objective nonetheless. I'm completely okay with taking that. Wait a minute, Twig might be in trouble. Ragnarok forced out, does take the bees away from Scream, and Benny in the air takes down Twig at the final moment. He almost made it back to base, but not in time before Benny was able to find that kill. Moswell is slowed down by the couch drops, forced to sit under this tier 1 tower. Scream running back to his own jungle and looking to enjoy a bit of that free farm. Wait a minute. No, he's not. He's going to dive into the mid lane here. Oh, okay.
Rock's going to be taken on the right-hand side by Donzi as well. I mean, look, we kind of haven't even touched on it just yet, but one of the best parts of Smite 2 right now and some of the best comps that we get to see are the ones that make you kind of hesitate the relic you're going. 3 Aegises on the side of the Smite 2 bad boys. All 3 carries have one, but there's just no beads here to deal with inbound and his ulti. Aurora's going to get pulled every time. Would love to see, hold everything. Smite 2 bad boys, they're on the Gold Fury.
Gold Fury is getting taken away, but Donzi, no. And Donzi, you're on the case. They walk forward, maybe Sunder to steal it away, but it wasn't online. Twig's able to secure that Gold Fury for the bad boys, and no kills suffered from there. Inbound does lose a lot of health, but he doesn't lose his life over it, and that's a-okay. Aurora backing things up. There's no fight really to be had unless something was unnecessarily pushed by the bad boys. Donzi wanted to find something, but bad boys, this is what they did all of game one. Grab an objective, walk away. Go to Pyro, take that down, walk away. Queen Naga, walk away. We're not looking to just entirely rip apart teams after objectives. We just want the objective. This is a farming game. This is PvE to bad boys.
Especially because, I mean, this is an elimination game. You know, the loser of this, if you're Donzi, you can move on to the finals. If you win, and if you lose, you go another game. But if you're Smite 2 bad boys and you lose here, this is it. As Aurora uses that Cersei's Hexstone aggressively, looking for inbound.
No way. Ragnarok Sal does find a nice big chomp out of Bobby.
Scream.
And he's torn to shreds, but Scream diving in, looking for revenge. Rivers Rebuke is out to try and save the life of the bad boys, and it does decent damage, but Benny almost falls. No, he doesn't. Moswall is finding a kill there. Scream is dead. 2 bodies down on the side of Donzi, and Twig is the only casualty they suffered. Bad boys feeling comfortable in this mid-game phase. They might not be up on kills, but they're certainly up on gold, and that's kind of been the case the entire last game as well. Maybe they don't look great on the scoreboard when it comes to kills. They certainly look good when it comes to gold. And wallet, I mean, money is what talks for us, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could see some of these important items starting to come through already. It's a Rune Forge here, second for Twig on the Fenrir. I'm kind of, or no, that's no, is it Rune Forged? I think it's Rune Forged. Rune Forge Hammer here for the Fenrir second. Yeah, and a little tankier of an item. It's a little different. One thing I do want to know, it's magical damage that gets dealt here in terms of the damage from the item, as we'll see a bit of an invade here from inbound, but ultimate comes out from Doug.
No way. Caledonian Boar going to lock him in place, and just a tad bit late, a Cyclone. The Sunbreaker's out. Donut Doug putting on the juke shoes, and the 3 over the wall might slow him down for Twig, but Twig decides not to chase because here comes Scream on the other side of the purple camp. Maybe looking to make sure that none of his team falls. That's a-okay. No fight happening from there. Bad boys realize this would be a tad bit risky. Maybe let's not cash in on this. Let's just walk away.
You can see members of Donzi are still in the area though, because I don't think they realize that they're on a ward, but Scream is nearby and so is inbound. Maybe waiting to see if Doug pushes up any further, but with the members of Smite 2 bad boys privy to it, Twig's on the way mid looking for Benny Q.
Let's see what happens from here, though. Benny is getting chased down. Twig using the Brutalize to slow him down. Benny has nowhere to go, and Aurora tried to sneak up and steal that away. Come on, man. That wasn't necessary, but the kill still goes to Twig. Donut Doug getting locked in place. Wait a minute. Does Scream dive under the tier 2? Yes, he does, and he takes Donut Doug down to the grave, to the depths of hell. Another kill for Donzi, who are really cashing in on the scoreboard. And here comes Remy. There's no way he does something crazy here as he hits the ult, dives into the air, sits up to heal up, and lands back down, looking to find Scream. The bull form wrecking damage, and the Moonstrike will take down Scream. Aurora from the side finds a kill. Can he find another? The cudgel slams down, followed by the knockup. Remakami takes down Bobby. That is 2 more kills for the side of the bad boys, evening things out on the kill count, and the gold lead is looking huge for the bad boys. Cyclone takes down Twig in the mid lane as well, and there's so much happening, dude.
Yeah, how does Twig end up dying there in the mid lane to Cyclone Spin? I'm not quite sure what happened. I think Twig gave his life trying to take down that tier 1 in mid because it's very, very low there. Gold Fury spawning, though, that's not a death that Twig, I think, wanted to take in the moment because Donzi has all 5 members on the map here. It's going to give Cherio a chance to push for these rocks on the right-hand side, and you can already see Cyclone Spin hovering towards that Gold Fury here, and I believe, yes, he's picking that one up.
Gold Fury not getting taken away just yet, but Bobby walks up, maybe looking to tank this down. Cyclone does have a decent amount of damage under his belt, and Scream approaches the Gold Fury pit as well. Bad boys know nonetheless, so they're not going to walk up and contest, but Donzi drop it?
No.
What is going on here? Twig dives in, brutalized, maybe slows down Cherry, but Cherry walks away. Just no real fighting happening. It just feels very standoffish.
I mean, we say there's no fighting. We're 13 minutes in. There's 19 kills that have happened. But they're weird. They're weird kills. They're not full fight kills. It's weird little skirmishes
Right.
here and there that keep happening as Aurora will finally take the tier 1 down in mid that I think Twig tried to sacrifice himself to get. But it's just weird little scrappy skirmishes that are happening. And honestly, that favors the composition of Donzi, despite them having the Nuwa that really kind of just wants to sit back, farm, and scale. Everyone else on this team wants to scrap. The Baron, every time they have ultimate, wants to get in there as Twig looking for that Baron.
Let's see if it can happen, though. Ragnarok waiting for life of the party to end, but doesn't end in time. Twig still looking to slow him down with Brutalize.
Moswell.
And the lightning storms out. Bobby does some decent damage, but oh my God, Moswell hurts like a truck. And able to secure the kill is Aurora, who finds one for the bad boys. Maybe we cash in on this gold from here. Donut Doug already has it down to half health, and there's no contesting from Donzi. Free Gold Fury, that's 2 tokens so far. And here we are. This is a flashback of last game, an even kill count on the top, and the gold lead in control for the bad boys. And while their fights might not be extremely consistent, they're important nonetheless because their gold lead is massive.
Smite 2 bad boys are trying to fight back into this series. They want to force us to a game number 3. Donzi's certainly not out of it, but they need to find something in their favor soon because Smite 2 bad boys are starting to run away with the gold lead here. It's around 4,000 gold lead in the favor of the Smite 2 bad boys. But Donzi, they still have that potential fight back. They're down a bit of gold, sure, but they're still pretty even in terms of experience. Just a level behind in terms of mid. An actual level lead between Scream and Twig, a lead between Cherio and Remakami here. As left-hand side, Doug could get gone on by the Achilles.
No way. Cherry may be looking for a pick, but Donut Doug fighting back with full force. The Sunbeam bow does massive damage, but wait a minute,
Cherry?
Benny does a decent amount of damage. Cherry couldn't quite connect the fatal strike. Combat dodge might bring him in. Shield bash does a bit of damage from range, but Doug couldn't quite find a kill there. Neither could Cherry. Around the corner was inbound, but Donut Doug had a sixth sense that I guess told him, hey, Bobby's around the corner. You need to get out. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Twig does take down the Pyromancer. Bad boys cash in on another objective. These fights don't happen all the time. These objectives do. Cersei's in, followed by the Rivers of Buke. No way. Aurora finds a pick here, but a fighting happening in middle as well. Screams out, looking for the Suki ult. He's able to find it. Diving in deep is Twig with the Brutalize to slow some damage down. Moswell does a lot with Lightning Storm, and Ragnarok's going to get a big bite out of Benny, but Aurora doesn't have any type of follow-up, and he's left to the wolves known as Donzi. Cherry finds the kill. 2 bodies dead on the side of bad boys, and Scream is in the grave as well. A lot has just happened in such a short amount of time, Book.
Moswell knows he's dead there, but just has to get as much damage off as he can before he dies. Does a good job of kiting towards his jungler. Normally you want to kite towards your support in those instances, but with his life going down, he has to kite them towards the next highest damage dealer, which actually might not even be Twig at this point. Look at the items that he's gone for. The Golden Blade, the Rune Forge, and now a Contagion here on the Fenrir. This Fenrir is not going to be able to do enough damage, and that's kind of not the best here for Smite 2 bad boys. You're heavily relying now on Donut Doug and Moswell to just carry with all that damage in the mid to late game. Remakami will definitely bring some damage too, but it's definitely not the same that this Zeus and Artemis are going to be bringing in. That is kind of okay. Artemis and Zeus, they are supposed to be the true late game hyper carries that you can have on your team. But if one of them dies in a team fight at the start, you might be in a difficult situation as Moswell being hunted in his own jungle by Scream.
18 minutes in, and Nanzi are up 1 kill, but Bad Boys are up 2 Gold Fury pips and 3k gold as well. Twig diving in the middle lane, maybe looking to pick out Benny, who's very low on mana, but full on health. That's okay. They're going to walk away from that, and no way. This is a Fire Giant Rip? Is this a Fire Giant Rip? They're posturing by it, but they walk right by it. Maybe they're accumulating vision. And then they dive in from there. That could be the move. I'm not so sure. Twig dives
Twig.
deep on Cyclone, who's forced to dive into the air. Twig does get that dash out, and by themselves are Moswell and Aurora in the middle lane, who might get picked up by Scream if they're not careful. Looks like health bars are getting chipped away at. Not so sure what happens from here. Moswell takes down Scream. They turn it back onto Scream, who looked like he was by himself, and Cherry was just a tad bit late. And Twig chases down Benny in mid lane, maybe looking for more. Cudgel followed by the stun from Twig, and that Rune Forge is helping out here. Fatal Strike is out, followed by the Ragnarok. Gets a big bite out of Cherry, and Cherry has nowhere to go. He's locked down by the Moonstrike. Sunbreaker's out as well, as Cyclone's looking to save the life of his friend. Inbound takes down Twig, and Moswell doing his best to try and fight this back. Cyclone jumps in. The Aegis is forced out from Moswell. He takes down Cyclone. No way this is happening right now. The big fight is finally here. Cherry looking to save what's left of his team, and the lightning strike might melt him down here. Looks like Bad Boys have gotten what they wanted. They're now on the retreat, and wait. Fire Giant's getting burned throughout all of this. Is that Aurora and Donut Doug? Can they take this Fire Giant for free without Donzi knowing any of this happening? There's no way.
This is going to be close. This is going to be really close. Scream on the way, has ultimate up. They'll get this, but at what cost? Grab the dagger and run. Run, Donut Doug. Run for your life, because Scream is on the way.
No way. Can they catch up to this? But the world pulls out. Here comes the ult from Scream. He's diving in. He does force the dagger away from Donut Doug. The Cersei's out. Might get Aurora to safety. The Moonstrike might lock him down. Does force the beads away from Scream. Donut Doug doing his best to fight with his life, but Scream does not care. Scream could care less, but Remakami's here to reinforce what's left. The Bad Boys take away the life of Scream, and Cherry might be next on the Butcher's block. The Cudgel does decent damage, followed by the knockup from the two from Wukong. Cherry getting chipped away at, and Moswell here to make sure that Cherry is dead. Two bodies dead on each side. Looks like Donzi are going to cash in on a free Gold Fury, and maybe Bad Boys push up right side.
What a crazy bloodbath across the entire map. We were looking on the left-hand side around the enemy speed buff. If you're Smite You Bad Boys around Donzi's speed buff, as Twig is on the way to try and defend this Gold Fury, but it should be done here. Donzi get themselves their first Gold Fury, but they may not get out with their lives. Look at Moswell on the flank.
Moswell might find the choke point. Windsprite doesn't bring Bobby to safety. No way. Is that going to be a slow? Can he find the slow here? Life of the party, looking to save the life of Bobby's friends, but can he live himself? The lightning storms out, followed by the Sunbreaker. Remakami brings Bobby to his grave, but Scream is back. Scream is alive, looking for Moswell, able to find a couple ticks with the ultimate. Moswell getting slowed down by the Caltrops. The Rivers of Buke is out. That could get him to safety. Yes, it is. Scream couldn't find the kill. Wukong takes him down. Remakami cashes in on one kill. Does he find more? He dives into the back line under that tier 2, but he runs out in bull form as fast as he goes in. What is happening?
The fighting still isn't going to stop. They're going to push down mid for the tier 2 as well.
No way. This fighting keeps going on. Twig finds a pick on Benny, and next on the block is Cherry, who's very low on health, but doing his best to try and tank away so he does not lose his bird. Moswell doing massive damage with the chain lightning, and Bad Boys pressing up on this middle bird. Looks like Donut Doug split pushing on left side, so they can at least grab something if they can't find this bird, but the fight unfolds under the bird as Cherry finds a good stun on Aurora that's suffering a lot in the process. Moswell looking for another big chain of lightning, but Cherry is still on the front. Cherry just won't die. He is soaking up so much damage, and Donut Doug's finally here to try and even out the fight. But what happens from here?
Scream's going in. He's looking for a kill here onto pretty much anyone, but he might have gotten baited. He's dead. Moswell gets him. Doug on the left-hand side finds inbound.
No way. And the bird dies just as quickly. Donut Doug makes sure of it. Bad Boys have cashed in on a huge victory up here by the Titan room of Donzi. They grabbed a bird. They grabbed a couple kills. They're up 9K gold. 9K, dude. That is so much itemization. There is no way that Bad Boys could fumble this lead unless around the corners Cherry looking for a pick on Twig, who's very low on health, and diving into the back line is Remakami, who's taking that tower away. But in goes Twig. He's got the Ragnarok online, locking him in place of the lightning storm. Donut Doug finds a kill. That's 2 birds away. Wait, Donzi might have to go to game 3 because Bad Boys are in control.
They are, and it has just been non-stop action. The Fire Giant, only 20 seconds left is why Smite 2 Bad Boys are going to make the call to back off to safety there. But that Fire Giant, that honestly shouldn't have been really that sick, because who came away with the Fire Giant at the end of all of that? Really was just Remakami and Moswell. Everyone else lost their Fire Giant. Doug had to use the dagger pretty early on because of the chase down from Scream. But what did it get them? The entire lane of the left-hand side, the tier 2, the Phoenix, and then the tier 1, tier 2 in mid, and the Phoenix in mid as well. There's just so much that went the way of the Smite 2 Bad Boys. And what did Donzi get in that sequence? They got a Gold Fury. They got a Gold Fury, their first one of the game. Smite 2 Bad Boys are just running away with this one, and it's off the back of Moswell, in my opinion. This guy has just made every play work out in their favor with the help of his damage. Cersei's Hexstone online means he's going to be a little safer now as well. Even if he's dying, he's made plays happen, just getting all the damage off in these moments. And this is why this character is just so good. You may die, but you're taking at least 1 or 2 people with you as a Zeus.
25 minutes in, and unlike last game, Bad Boys have a very high kill count and a whopping 12,000 gold lead. Bad Boys are locked in. They're ready to take this game to game 3, but Donzi haven't given up just yet. And from what we learned from last game, the last thing you want to do is count out Donzi, but something tells me that Bad Boys might have this game in the bag as Ancient Fury gets chopped away at, and Donzi have nothing to say about it.
I mean, they can't. Left-hand side pushing in the favor of the Smite 2 Bad Boys onto the Titan room. They have to clear these waves, especially to contest this Fire Giant. As look at this, Donzi could be in trouble here.
I hope not. I hope not, man. Bad Boys might look to put this game to an end. Benny's in the air, does decent damage. Remakami finds a kill on Scream, and a pause. No. Oh my goodness.
I mean, look, just a very tough scenario in that moment of where the Smite 2 Bad Boys are, but also where the likes of that was tough. But I don't understand why Smite 2 Bad Boys decided to take that fight. Donut Doug was in the left-hand side. Why not just wait for our ADC to kind of group up with us and then look for a fight, or look for the objective? Fire Giant's available. Why are we taking this risky 4v5 call in the mid lane? I'm not so sure about this one. This might be a tough one for the Smite 2 Bad Boys to walk away from.
But you know what? Even during that last siege into the Titan room, Bad Boys were already kind of 4v5ing in the first place, because Donut Doug was on the left side and kind of met up with them later. They weren't always grouped up. So maybe after that last transaction, maybe the Bad Boys feel comfortable in taking this 4v5. Donut Doug might be here in a minute. We'll let him know when we need him. He's pretty fast regardless, but the unpause is here. Sunbreaker's out, Twig getting chased away, and Rivers of Buke is out as well, looking to lock down Cherry. Donut Doug finds Cyclone in the middle of the field, and Twig still chasing down Cherry, is stunned in place. Cherry's getting chopped away at. Brutalized does a slow, followed by the Moonstrike. Cherry might have nowhere to go. Combat dodge, letting him put on the juke shoes. All he needs to do is get to the Wind Sprite, but will he make it? No, he won't. Remakami takes down Cherry. That is 3 bodies dead for Donzi, and Benny and Inbound are the only 2 brothers upon us looking to save this game from the Bad Boys, moving us to game 3. Let's see how this final defense goes. All 5 members of the Bad Boys are approaching this Titan, and Bobby is here looking to defend with all these guys. The Consigned Spirits is out, but they're just not doing nearly enough damage to force off the Bad Boys from this Titan. Game 2 goes to the Bad Boys. We're going to game 3, folks.
Yeah, I mean, Smite 2 Bad Boys, they fight back swinging. And honestly, it comes down to the shift in the picks and bans. Some very positive changes there. We'd like to see them continue that general trend, but now it's on the likes of Donzi to really adapt in their draft to going into this game number 3.
Alrighty, folks, we are heading on to game number 3. We're going to take a quick break before we get there, but do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everybody, to Smite Prime Week 4 closed bracket here in the losers finals. My name is Musey. I'm joined here by Spirited Book, and we do, of course, have General Jithins out there eye in the sky, making sure that we can keep everything running as smoothly as possible. Book, you were there for that last game, an exciting one because it brings us to a game 3. Go ahead and break that one down for me real quick.
Look, it was a back and forth early game, lots of scrapping. We saw it once again between Donzi and Smite 2 Bad Boys, but ultimately it's just Smite 2 Bad Boys who just find a very nice sequence of events that gets them a pretty much a gold lead to the point where it becomes impossible for Donzi to really come back in that one. And it starts off around Donut Doug and Aurora just two-manning the Fire Giant while the rest of the team is taking a fight on the left-hand side. That leads to them pushing down on the right, taking some extra kills there, then pushing down mid, taking the bird there. Donut Doug pushes left, they get the bird there. Then another fight, one extra fight. That's all they need to take down the Titan and force us to a game 3. And this is where the adaptation has to come through here from Donzi. I think you're looking at some of these characters that Smite 2 Bad Boys ran. Maybe the Fenrir is a takeaway here from Inbound. We saw him piloted earlier today. I think some of these characters that Smite 2 Bad Boys just played has to go. It's the Zeus, characters like that just cannot be allowed to be played again in this game 3.
I mean, if there's anything that I know about the Smite 2 Bad Boys is that they are able to stay pretty light on their feet when it comes to bans, but once they find something, they really try to make it work and go for it again and again. So I'm right there with you. Donzi has an opportunity to kind of shut that show down before it even gets a chance to take the stage as we go ahead and move on over towards picks and bans for game 3 here. And it does look like Dodds will be taking first pick, so we'll get a chance to see some of these bans kind of come through. Book, I know you were talking about we need to adjust our game plan going forward, but what are some specific picks that you really just don't want to see this game?
I'm trying to think about exactly what that would be. Donzi decide to go for first pick. I almost wonder if it's trying to get something quite strong in the moment rather than banning away something they don't want to deal with. Like maybe trading for the Aladdin might be an answer here for Donzi, or the Merlin that we saw Smite 2 Bad Boys ban away from first pick. Donzi, they have a couple of options. This could be the Hecate angle, though. I cannot imagine that Donzi allow the Scylla for Smite 2 Bad Boys and Smite 2 Bad Boys allow the Hecate for Donzi. There's just some characters that just will not be seen this game because of it's an elimination game. And sure enough, there's the Fenrir ban from Donzi that's going to be taken away from Twig. That's going to be a major adjustment. Twig going to have to cycle to something else a little bit different. What is another setup tanky option that Twig can go for? The Guan Yu in game 1 was okay, but not the best. I liked the Fenrir a lot more. Maybe a stun bots angle might be the play for Twig.
Just some more extra CC that we can get out there. And Scylla, I think you mentioned it before, for Aurora, Donzi's probably staring down the ban for that, or the Umojas that's taken off the board. So Scylla an option for Smite 2 Bad Boys, but does that force Donzi into a first pick Scylla just to deny Aurora? And then you have to think about the 1-2 punch you get from the second pick there. I almost worry that Donzi has kind of put themselves in an unfortunate situation here with these bans.
Yeah, I mean, is Jingwei for Doug so sick? And I love the Jingwei as of late. I love how much that character is seeing play in jungle, in ADC. Is that character so much better than Aurora's Scylla support is my question. And that might be put to the test here because it is open and Smite 2 Bad Boys now need to make a decision. Do they believe that the Scylla is going to be taken away here? Aladdin's still on the table, Tsukiyomi on the table here. Smite 2 Bad Boys are the ones to ban away the Scylla here. So they're going to deny the option. And are they going to go for a trade of the Tsukiyomi and the Aladdin? Because both are on the table. We've seen both heavily prioritized today. We've actually seen Benny Q and Scream, both run these characters in respective roles. Aladdin mid and then Suki in the jungle. That might be the potential here for Donzi yet again.
We also have this Agni that's still up and available for a mid laner if they want to
True.
have that. I don't know if it's particularly in Moswell's kit, but for Benny Q, he'll definitely put that in his back pocket. But like you said, that opens up the Aladdin and the Tsukiyomi that everybody seems to be looking for these days.
Well, we say that, but honestly, look, Twig has shown time and time again he's not an Aladdin player. He has not leaned on this character. Moswell really hasn't gone for this character much. At least from what I've seen, these two players just haven't really leaned on these characters. And sure enough, Artemis is the hover here for the Smite 2 bad boys. I don't think that they're going to go for either the Aladdin or the Tsukiyomi here. And that is now suddenly a very scary position here for Donzi, honestly, to just take away these two picks. Though I do like the priority of the Achilles Artemis. I imagine Twig is going to be the one riding the Achilles jungle here. And that's another sort of idea similar to what we asked for previously. A tanky CC character, but Achilles jungle can also just bring a lot of damage to the fight as well. Though Ares being left open is what Bobby's going to go for here instead.
Ares, Aladdin, Agni combo for Donzi. That is like a ranked player's worst nightmare, I think. I don't think anybody wants to fight that 3v3 fight literally ever. So that's definitely a scary position for Smite 2 bad boys to be in, but they've got to feel pretty comfortable at least having the Artemis Achilles as their locks. I'm very curious to see what we look for next. Like, what's a good follow-up to these picks?
I really want to see Remy take away the Tsukiyomi here, because if you look at Dante's comp, you look at the potential beads burn it already has, you know, that would mean Agni's going into the ADC role, but Tsukiyomi would just be so scary here because it forces the enemy team to go towards that Aegis. Instead, it's going to be the Afro Wukong Aphrodite flex, I would imagine, actually, here between the support and mid lane. Moswell's played it before, I believe. Wukong definitely going to go to Remakami. Rama hover here. That's going to solidify the Agni in the mid lane and the Aladdin in the jungle. And Cyclone Spin's going to be rocking the ultimate snipe god.
It's interesting to see the Rama pick up here as well. When you still have picks like the Hou that's available, you know, the On Her still available, we know Cyclone Spin likes that. There's the Shock lock-in for Cherio there, classic patented pick for him, so he'll be feeling really comfortable. And I do like the Wukong pick here for Smite 2 bad boys, just because I'm a big Wukong enjoyer over here. So, you know, you've got Brownie, some Music Clan Brownie points there for you can take home and spend on whatever you like. Don't spend it all in one place here, the teacher store, but you got one last pick to wrap up this comp, all in a little bow, and we're kind of waiting with bated breath to see where bad boys go. It's On Her.
Heart mid. Artemis is probably going to be going into the mid lane here. I mentioned it in game number 2 that Moswell kind of leans on this character from time to time, unless it's an On Her mid. That's my only other thought process, maybe. There's just so many characters that can go to different roles that I'm not entirely sold where everyone is going just yet. I imagine the thought process should be it's Afro support. Roar loves that character. It's going to provide a lot of CC, you know, immunity for these immobile carries like Artemis, like Achilles, who wants to get in there and can really just peel him while he's diving. The Wukong from a distance should go in the soul lane. We've seen that work time and time again. Twig loves these tanky characters like Achilles. Moswell has shown he plays Artemis mid before, and On Her mid really isn't the best, and then On Her is just a tried and true ADC. But we say that with the, you know, an asterisk beside every one of these characters, because all these characters can flex to another lane. Afro can play mid and solo from time to time, mostly in the support role though. Achilles can play solo as well, support as well, jungle as well. Art mid and ADC. On Her probably ADC, but can flex mid. Wukong can play all 5 roles. Let's be real. So Smite 2 bad boys, they have a lot of potential to get, you know, a little wacky. I don't think they will, but it's there.
The silly potential, the silometer, if you will, is starting to, you know, the arrow is getting a little, we don't know what's going on there, you know, we'll figure that out pretty soon. But, you know, we get a chance to talk a bit about what Smite 2 bad boys composition does. I feel like we can look at the Donzi comp and inherently understand what's going on, right?
Right, and a lot of it is just going to be beads pull off of inbound, who's going to initiate fights. Ideally, maybe though, you want it's Cherio to go maybe a blink and be the one initiating fights. Try and pull the beads and CC Immune ultimates off of Smite 2 bad boys, and then have inbound go secondary in with either a blink or a Cersei's Hexstone to try and pull everyone in into Agni damage in particular, I feel like ideally Inbound is playing secondary here, if not Peel, because look at the Smite 2 Bad Boys comp. They have CC Immune ultimates 4 days. Everyone has one.
Yeah.
And Afro can provide another CC Immune ultimate to someone else as well. This is kind of what I've talked about previously, the ability to go Aegis versus Beads. When do you go which relic? Smite 2 Bad Boys can really afford to go Aegis this game on all of their carries because they have CC immunity in all their ultimates, and they have an extra layer of CC immunity from Aurora's ultimate on the Aphrodite. And if they decide to go for a Magi's or Team Beads, that's more CC immunity, which isn't the worst idea when you're going up against an Ares Chalk initiation combo, which relies heavily off the CC. Add in the Agni into the mix for Donzi on Benny Q mid, and that's some long range setup CC. Smite 2 Bad Boys, they might just want to layer up the CC immunity as much as humanly possible to make their game and team fights just so much easier, because once all that's down, all we have to worry about is the damage, and the damage is only going to come mostly from Aladdin and Rama.
It's the backup plan to the backup plan. Just having those layers of redundancy of like, cool, you've Ares ulted me. You pop my Magi's. Oh, cool. Now I'm getting Agni stun. Oh, that's okay. My support build a talisman. Oh man, I'm getting jumped on by a Chuck. That's okay. I got my Aphrodite ultimate. Also, I popped an Aegis somewhere in here, so you get nothing. And then, you know, Scream comes around. It's like, and I'm gonna lamp you. And then we're like, actually wrong. We have a second talisman. Screw you guys, right? Just having those layers, like you said, to be able to deny that potential from Donzi. It almost kind of feels like there's like a yin and yang situation going on here, where Donzi has this inherently aggressive team that looks to start fights, get in there, make something happen, big CC, bada bing, bada boom. Whereas Smite 2 Bad Boys is kind of sitting there like, come on, I want you to do it. I want you to come on, hit me. Come on, baby.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I want you to hit me. And like, I don't want to, man. Afro and Artemis sitting in the back there, that's like anti-dive 101. I dare you to go jump at them. You'll die. So it's like, oh man, it just becomes that resource pool game. That little game of how many Agni stuns do I need to get before I'm finally allowed to play the video game?
Yeah, and this is game 3 as well. This is, you know, one of these teams are not going to be going on into the winner's final. And so, you know, this game, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes 40, 50 minutes. This is going to be a long one here because it's do or die for both these two teams. Winner moves on into the finals. Loser goes home with nothing here. You want to be fighting for those gems. You want to be fighting for that cash prize, that Smite Prime champion title, and the Smite Prime avatar. And so, again, I just wouldn't be surprised if this goes a little bit later, especially because you look at these two comps. They don't exactly scream early game. The earliest game characters might just be the Chalk and the Achilles, and maybe the Ares. But that's it.
Yeah.
Rama wants 2 or 3 items. Artemis wants 4 or 5 items at that point. The Aladdin really wants to get online with those important dot damage items and whatnot to scale up and whatnot. So it's going to be a long game, I imagine. If someone gets the ball rolling early, though, it has the potential to snowball, because as we've seen, you know, if a late game team comp gets to an early lead, you know, even just a 4,000 gold lead, it might be difficult to fight back into because they've just scaled a little bit more, a little bit faster.
So we're definitely keeping our eyes out there then too for some of those earlier objectives or smaller victories that teams are going to look for to maybe get a leg up over each other in terms of gold, just trying to accelerate their game plan. And when it comes to this late game mindset, I always keep in the back of my mind that a Danzy moment could happen at any given time. Once you pass like a 25-minute mark, Danzy team just kind of does something and then wins the game, right? And it's terrifying every single time that you have to play up against them, and every single time you're watching them and it happens. You get this sinking feeling that even though, you know, Smite 2 Bad Boys could start pulling ahead, you're like, it's not fast enough. It's not fast enough. Where is Scream right now? Right? And that's a terrifying thing. And it feels like a lot of people from Donzi have gotten their power picks. Cherio's got Shock and Scream's got Aladdin, and we're heading into the game. That's right, game number 3 here in the losers final. Smite Prime, once again, it's Musi, it's Spirited Book. Jithin's got control of the cams, and Book, just by surveying the field, what's sticking out to you so far?
taking a peek at the relics, but Smite 2 bad boys, I kind of asked for the Aegis, but look at it already. 3 sets of beads. Donut Doug, the one to go for the Aegis so far. So really just going and leaning on that CC immunity as much as possible. Kind of surprised by this a little bit. We talked about just how safe they already are in terms of the characters with the CC immune ultimates to deal with just how much CC Donzi have. But this tells me that Smite 2 bad boys are very scared of how much CC this Donzi comp really has. And they got it. 4 days. Ares ultimate, Ares chains, Agni stuns from a distance, Scream with the lamp, Cherio with the big AoE circle, Cyclone Spin has a cripple, I guess. But outside of that, yeah, he's got a cripple off the dash. Wait, did you not know this?
No, I knew it. I was,
Okay.
Hold on now. but no,
let's not get too
with
crazy
you.
here.
Let's we don't have to get too wacky or silly. And actually, Book, I'm really curious because it sounds like you kind of know ball when it comes to this Moswell Artemis pick in the mid lane. I'm a little bit in the dark here, and I'm wondering, what does she do from this mid lane?
I ask myself that question every time I see an Artemis mid personally. I actually quite like her in the AD carry role because I think she's just so good once she gets... Look, every part of her kit is, has damage to it to an extent outside of her attack speed steroid on the 2. When I talk about Hui Yi as a character, a lot of people ask me all of his abilities kind of scale off of a lot of damage as aggression here on the left-hand side. But Hui Yi is one of those characters that just... Everything in his kit is designed to allow him to hit more auto attacks. The ricochet is a stun. The ultimate's a slow. The 2 is allows you to knock up people, which lets you hit more auto attacks. Is 2v2 trade on the left-hand side. Inbound in trouble here.
Jumped on and Goomba stomped by a great disperse. Donut Doug will be the first one to have the first blood, but Impel Cyclone Spin to safety, saying somebody must carry the story on back home, even as Twig starts to prowl around inside that jungle.
Yeah, great play here so far, and we haven't seen Aurora pull out the Aphrodite in a hot second here, so a lot of people kind of forget just how much kind of early game damage she can really bring. She is still a traditional mage, despite going more supportive items. Early game, she's still going to have some of that early game base damage that a mage often provides. And so just easy setup CC with the stun off the kiss. Just Smite 2 bad boys off to a good start. This on her paired with it as well. They can get active early in this 2v2, despite there being, an Ares across the table. We don't see a lot of people play aggressive against an Ares. Ramakami here could be in trouble.
Does he know that Scream is waiting in the bush? Well, Twig knows. They've come over. It's actually Cherio. It's going to be the first one to fall down. Ramakami uses Shadow Clone Jutsu and gets away. Scream just got rid of the clone. Now Twig is chasing after Aladdin. The Sultan just barely gets away as Twig shoves him off. Meanwhile, in mid lane, it looks like some danger is happening as Moswell is forced underneath their tower. An early rotation from Ares, but doesn't quite find the mark.
Benny Q hit level 5 and dashed in aggressively there with inbound in tow. Only level 2 on the Ares though, and so they couldn't catch up to Moswell, who made it back to safety under their tower in the nick of time. So safety there in the mid lane, but a play on the right-hand side goes massively for Smite 2 bad boys. Twig shows up just in time because that's when... I don't know why Scream sat in the bush for so long. I don't know what he was waiting for, what important cooldown he wanted out of Ramakami in that moment, but he waited a little too long because Twig managed to show up in time and, just gets that kill, and Danzig, they get nothing.
Well, now the Aladdin's going back in on top of Twig. The beads is burned as Achilles starts to run away. A wish for power. We go back in there, but still, the Achilles with that armor is just a little bit too tanky. The trap root catches out. Benny Q, Moswell, buys the time and space needed to keep their jungler alive.
Man, that is tough that Power Wish is already down and doesn't really get them much. It is going to be at least the rocks going the way of Scream, so Power Wish for rocks, probably not the most worthwhile trade in the world, I'd say. You kind of want to be using that Power Wish in an important team fight. I'm kind of surprised we saw it there. Usually you want to use Power Wish as a means to get, 2 of your ultimates off. We saw Scream's iconic play at the Vegas LAN, bought someone, ulted someone in the lamp, popped out, Power Wish, puts him back in the lamp and fights again. It's just such great resets, but already off the table before he hits 5. Scream's going to have a much harder time in this early game once he hits level 5. He'll still be able to do Aladdin things, but just not having that extra benefit to the character might make it a little rough.
I wonder how much of that has to do, maybe even potentially with some of the nerves going into this game, trying to force something to happen, especially after that failed gank in solo lane, a little bit of extra pressure put on top of you. Some of the cracks in the foundation starting to show and pop up a bit. Remakami is actually very low here. Cheerio doesn't have a lot of mana, but with the buff, he can chase after it. But Somersault Cloud, Wukong will be okay, and Wu 2 will handle the camp. As we sit around here at 5 minutes, Smite 2 bad boys are ahead by 1,000 gold and a couple of kills.
Yeah, it's not a crazy lead just yet, but it is a lead, and it can slowly transfer into small things. I mean, pressure on this left-hand side for Smite 2 bad boys could net them a couple of purple buffs. Maybe a potential red invade through Twig in the mid lane with the help of Moswell, who's level 7 compared to Benny's level 7, sure, but it just... This Artemis, now that she has access to the boar, can really start to make an impact as setup. Oh, as Moswell's in a world of hurt here, the boar will keep themselves alive in the moment as Tusky goes on and hits Scream and Benny Q, but Moswell, that ultimate being down means likely just going to sit back under his tower for a bit.
I love the way that Scream is just so willing to stay aggressive even after stumbling a couple of times. The game plan doesn't change for this jungler. When they're on this Aladdin pick, they're going to have that confidence. They're going to keep going for it. And I think that also puts a little bit of fear in Moswell's hearts, you know, knowing that this Aladdin could just jump over this wall and jump on you right in the middle of your tower. How many times are you going to have that boar available to you? As Bobby's getting some damage off here. The Ares does have ult, but we're not quite sure if we're ready to pull for it yet.
Oh.
In goes the on her, but looks like Donzi's just not ready to bite.
No, not just yet. And part of it is just not enough items for these two characters just yet, as Inbound taking a bit of poke there as well. Has Spectral completed, so Doug gonna have a much harder time really taking down this Ares as Twig is hovering on this left-hand side. Scream on the way as well. This could be a 3v3 brawl in the left-hand side over this purple buff.
They want to take a bite out of Crime, but will Crime take a
Doug?
bite out of you instead? In goes the on her.
Oh.
Now that Cyclone Spin is going to peter out. The next health bar to go down is Inbound. Is able to avoid the execute. Tries to pull in the Achilles, but only finds the Aphrodite. She'll use her Undying Love to be able to make some space and get away. But Moswell also makes the rotation over. Meanwhile, inside the lamp, we have a few participants, but who will be the grand victor? Looks like Twig and Aurora taking a bit of damage, and Scream dies in the process. Definitely taking a fight that he didn't want. Benny Q forced to back away, and Smite 2 bad boys are still looking pretty healthy, and this was all over a purple buff. Cyclone Spin has respawned at this point, has come back, and bad boys now look at the Gold Fury.
Yeah, they're going to likely pull this Gold Fury, and it should be theirs. Benny Q and Inbound just now walking out of base. Double Hunter here in this moment, and Twig being an early game member with Elbow means this will go the way of the Smite 2 bad boys. And this gold lead, we mentioned it was 1,000 gold a bit ago. It's now around 3,000 gold, 2,000, 3,000-ish gold at this point in the game. And again, it's nothing crazy, but it's building. It's a lead that's building, and it's slowly building over time. Smite 2 bad boys just finding victory after victory over and over again. A lot of credit to the members of the Smite 2 bad boys outside of the lamp, just making sure that Scream had no follow-up once he threw, I believe it was Twig or Aurora into the lamp first, and one of the others went back in to help their other friend out in the moment. Moswell trying to contest these left-hand side oracles, and I believe Inbound got those with the help of Sunder. His left-hand side, Cyclone Spin in a world of hurt. Doug, with the help of Aurora, finds that one.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was ready for that. Cyclone Spin's just trying to farm their back camps, and he's like, guys, who invited you? It's like, oh, sorry, yeah, we're just here to, this is ours now, and you are ours. You're dead. This on her is sitting at 3-0 at this point, Book, and I feel like this is a really rough spot for the Rama too. When it comes to the on her versus Rama matchup, I feel like if there's a character that suffers more from being behind, it's got to be Rama.
Absolutely, and part of it is honestly part of this Rama pick. We mentioned it briefly in picks and bans of like, oh, why did Cyclone go for Rama? You know, Hui's available. There's a couple of other options that Cyclone could have gone for. But I think part of it is because Cyclone probably thought that Doug was going to run back the Artemis. You know, we saw it locked in pretty early on, but Rama does decently well into Artemis. You know, the Artemis drops the boar, and Rama goes to the sky to immune that CC immediately after and can snipe and throw some pot shots down, you know, whittle down the likes of the Artemis in that moment. But the on her is just going to be in your face aggressive, and Rama really struggles in matchups like that, as Aurora could have overstayed a little bit here.
You got the Magi's proc, so Inbound won't be able to look for the pull. So even though Donzi tries to jump in on top of that Aphrodite, she's got Yogi's Magi's and Undying Love. I think she's kind of just chilling. In fact, Aurora walks up to Cyclone and Inbound to try to get some damage off. Donut Dog's waiting in the bush, and that's the
Aurora
go button.
here.
Disperse into the Desert's Fury. Aegis pops. Cyclone spin makes space for himself, but now Inbound is left behind. Pulls in the On Her, who is forced to use an Aegis of their own. Smite 2 bad boys walk away with a couple of relics burn, feeling good about themselves.
Scream on the way to this left-hand side, thinks better of it, and is going to back off to clear his own camps. Aurora and Doug still in a pretty healthy position, means they'll want to aggress here on this purple, but it's going to be too little too late. Scream secures that one for their dueling. That's the first one they've gotten in a hot minute here. Cyclone Spin with a great Aegis pickup here, and just uses it just in time. I thought he was dead to rights in that moment from Donut Doug as soon as I saw that ultimate, the Desert's Fury, come out. But Cyclone Spin does a great job living there, and Donzi, they're continuing to take these 2v2s. I'm kind of surprised with it because it still just has not gone the way of Cyclone and an Inbound here on the left-hand side. Despite them continuing to take these kind of 2v2 skirmishes, I don't think they've won one of them yet.
And you gotta think to yourself, when are you ever killing an Aphrodite with Undying Love available, right? Especially in this setting, when Aurora did get those layers of redundancy, you know, they got the Magi's online with their ultimate. I really feel like Inbound's in a position of like, well, I'm here to flames, and that's kind of it. Maybe you can get a chainsaw, but you're getting 0 value from an ultimate, and that really sucks. Like, yeah, maybe you could try to force an Undying Love, but the cooldown for this Aphrodite is going to be up before this Ares, so it's just kind of a tough spot to be in for that duel lane.
The only thing I would like to see from Inbound is if he can force both the Magi's and Undying Love from Aurora at the same time by pulling in not only the Aurora specifically, but also an ally. If he pulls, you know, an ally, Aurora might be forced to use the ultimate in that moment, but I believe it also pulls his Magi's in that moment as well. So that might be a good look for Inbound ahead of the Gold Fury. But look at this grouping on this left-hand side. Cherry's rotated on over, tells me that Donzi, actually no, this is something we saw last time out of Donzi. Cherry was in a pretty good spot, so he rotates over to this left-hand side. Cyclone Spin not being in this best spot, kind of still hovering on this right-hand side to just get a bit more farm.
Uh-oh, Inbound takes a lot of poke from the dual lane of bad boys, and they eliminate the Ares. Cherry, even with the rotation, not really able to do too much to stop that aggression. In fact, Donut Tug goes for the disperse in. You got a kiss from Aurora, but Cherio's pretty tanky. That is a Nemean-filled chunk. No aspects, so they're just healing everything up. But it buys time for Scream to show up, and Twig's over with the pincer maneuver here. Now you have your team fight on your hands. Looks like Smite 2 bad boys trying to find their way in because we're setting up for this gold, but nobody's really ready to go for it yet.
Cyclone's been doing a good job on the right-hand side, just farming up as much as possible in the enemy jungle here, taking whatever farm he can. He actually has to be a bit careful because Twig and Moswell can rotate over if they realize that this is going on. Inbound, though, back on the map here, looking to defend against this Naga.
There's the no escape. It doesn't pull anybody. Looks like beads were popped. Twig in a bit of duress, and into the lamp they go. Meanwhile, Cherio buying space, keeping the rest of bad boys out and away. Inside the lamp, Twig is dead, dies. To the 2v1, the Queen Naga picked back up by Danzy. Down to about 1,400. Remikami is here to make space and try to get some damage off, but it turns on top of him. Somersault Cloud into the air to try to buy himself a little bit of health back into it. But Cheerio, whose health bar hasn't moved at all, is able to get their damage off. Remikami, not so lucky. Undying Love saves Aurora and Donut Doug, but it does not save Smite 2 Bad Boys from the fate of a lost Gold Fury as Danzy starts to pick that up.
Inbound does a great job of just kind of finding the people that Aurora isn't linked to in those moments, as Aurora trying to step up here and steal it. No Sunder available. Can he get anything done?
He can die, that's for sure, because down goes the Aphrodite. The Gold Fury hasn't been dropped yet, but Donut Doug is still in the area to try to contest. I have a question for you. Can I have this? The answer is no. Benny Q confirms the Gold Fury for Donzi, and Donut Doug jumps away, tail tucked between his legs, straight over to that purple buff.
Look at this Moswell here. He has Tusky. He's going to look to all in. Benny Q forcing the beads, but Benny Q still alive here with the help of that dash. Twig going all the way in, though.
He's got the last hit he needs, but reinforcements have arrived. Jumping over the wall, in comes Scream as Twig forced to ult away, but with the chains on him, he's gonna get slowed down. Combat dodge, finds a bit of space.
He's dead.
A little bit of
no,
damage, and the pull. Beads is used. Twig is going the distance. He's going for speed, and Donut Doug pulls up right beside him. In goes Scream. Doug jumps away. Now the focus is back over to Twig once again. Inbound, finds the chains, and that damage will be enough for Scream to be able to pick that
Doug's
up.
in trouble.
And Donut Doug is now getting chased down by the Ares. Jump again goes Scream. A double kill for the jungler of Danzy as they really start to take control.
Twig with a great play in mid, sure, but Donzi are ready for it, and Scream gets himself a double in those moments. That's a nice tempo play here for the jungler out of Donzi. The Aladdin doing great work here as Moswell just trying to secure his own speed buff as Cherry is still just roaming on this left-hand side as much as possible. He's now kind of becoming this second jungler over here. Level 14, still keeping pace with Remakami, despite all of the lane farm going the way of Remakami. And Cyclone Spin has just been allowed to free farm now on the right-hand side.
And it's so interesting because, you know, when you're in solo lane, you're constantly going, I can't miss a wave, I can't miss a wave, I can't fall behind. But Remakami, like you said, they're a little bit ahead, but Cherio's just right there with them. It's because he's been so impactful on these fights, just being able to show up here. Now we move over to the Pyromancer. Looks like Benny Q forced to dash away. Moswell giving chase, pops the board, it catches Benny, but Moswell eats the chuckle to the face, and over the wall comes the Rama ultimate. Scream will find the last hit. The lamp not able to find purchase from Scream, but it does open the opportunity of the no escape. Pulls in Aurora, who cannot heal himself away. Double kill for Scream, looking to make it a triple. Goes underneath the tower. Twig looking fairly low. Zig, zag as you might. It's not good enough. A triple kill for the jungler of Donzi as they start to run it up that mid lane.
Doug just has to keep split pushing on this right-hand side. Remakami trying to stall here in the mid lane, but he might give his own life here in this moment. Has that ultimate to stay alive with. Sure, goes up into the somersault cloud, but just unfortunate here for Smite 2 Bad Boys. Aurora has gone for just the true CC immunity build. The Magi's, the tally beads as well in this moment. But I think this might be a bit too much. I think the tally beads second might have been the angle. The Magi's and the tally beads, you can't really control when the Magi's is being forced with how much CC Donzi really has. They have a lot of non-committal CC as well as an inbound trying to steal this one. Doesn't have Sunder, but Remakami gonna zone away, but Benny Q shows up to steal this one instead. The bomb. No, Doug does secure the Pyromancer.
Well, Smite 2 Bad Boys will be able to walk away with that at least. You know, a little something to keep themselves up and afloat in the game. And I'm kind of there with you too, Book. There's a lot of how many layers of redundancy is too redundant, right? And I think the timing of the layers is a really good point to make because Magi's is going to happen whether you like it or not. And I think Donzi is still able to shred through every single one of those layers. So you look back at that team fight. First, the Chalk ult happened. Agni was able to make some stuns happen. We tally beads for an Aladdin ult, and that just opened it wide open for Ares to be able to pull that no escape. So it's definitely a lot, but is it even enough?
A lot of credit to Inbound there for holding the ultimate so long there in those moments. Normally as an Ares, you just want to walk up, hit the 4 key, and then walk away, and hopefully you've pulled either beads or some important targets in. As Gold Fury, you're going to be pulled here by the Smite 2 Bad Boys. Remember, this team is going to get... Actually, no, Twig's playing aggressive here onto Inbound, trying to find the kill, but that does force the stampede out of Inbound in that moment, so Gold's still not being pulled yet.
Smite 2 Bad Boys are actually backing off. Remakami Ox forms away to get back to the rest of their team, but this does earn some space for Donzi to be able to position aggressively around that Gold Fury. Wondering if they can bait in Smite 2 Bad Boys, but it looks like instead they're looking at Cyclone Spin in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Cheerio in the back and Donut Doug jumping in front of Scream. Impale can't find a wall, so it's gonna push him away only. This looks
Good
like
jukes.
Cyclone did die. Can we go tit for tat? No, you're gonna go kit for cat, buddy, because inbound is looking pretty dead to me. My two bad boys find two, one in each lane, and that will find themselves with some pressure around this Gold Fury as Moswell runs at Aladdin in the bush, just to let him know that he could if he wanted to. Benny Q below the pit, looks for the steal, flame wave out, the bomb, not enough damage.
Ooh.
It is enough damage. Donzi steals away the Gold Fury and walks away with his life. Beads burned. Even though the boar came out, Moswell can't find the damage they need, and it is so messy.
Benny Q comes up big for his team in that moment. Now the respawn timers are coming through. They should end up losing this tier 1 tower in mid. Do the Donzi team, but now Scream here looking for the fight is gonna find Remakami.
It is so much damage. Cherio ult there as well. Aurora looking pretty low and getting chased after. Cherio doesn't have the mana to do too much here, though. And with a missed ability and a back off, it's not looking great for him. Meanwhile,
I don't know.
Scream and Benny Q is able to help catch up for Cherio to say, yes, I am going to be able to walk away with that one. That's awesome. I like how Scream stood in front of that mid lane and said, she's dead and you cannot help her. Donzi turns their attention to the Fire Giant.
Whoa. Yeah, no Sunders available here for the side of the Smite 2 bad boys. Maybe they can pull a Benny Q, but this is going down quickly.
And is shredded away. 5k health for this Fire Giant. Still in play. Some damage being put on top
Cyclone.
of Donut Doug. Trying to hit
And he's
those
dead.
shots. You got one last one. It hits! Sniped him out there from the max distance range. But Donzi is still a little bit too low to pick that FG back up again. And Twig's in the back arguing with Cherio about who gets to have their favorite pair of shoes. Twig wants the juke shoes and Cherio wants him dead. Away runs Twig. Wind Sprite
Oh.
up, down. Do it again. That's a neat trick you got there, but isn't going to be enough to save you. Remakami rounds the corner. It does look like Twig's going to be okay.
Twig gets out with his life intact, and wow, I mean, look, we got to go back all the way. Benny Q comes up big with that Gold Fury steal. I was kind of worried in that moment, like, oh, there's no way he does this, right? And then Smite 2 bad boys didn't do anything to really keep Benny Q away. It was kind of a little too late for Twig to step up. By then, the gold was already too low. All 3 bombs hits the gold, and the last one is able to steal it away and just keeps the gold lead pretty much even here. Only 1,000 lead for Smite 2 bad boys as Remakami gets ulted here by Scream, who's trying to all in him, but I don't know if he can. But the rest of the boys are on the way here to the right-hand side.
Some Sanguine Lash procs here. Remakami forced up into the ult. The Somersault Cloud, Woo 2 and Woo 3 dealt with in a quick fashion. Now we're out of the lamp. Ox form away. Run! You cannot. Unfortunately, the chase potential from Donzi is just a little bit too strong. And though Benny Q may be alone, they're not threatened by anything Smite 2 bad boys can do.
That's a 45-second death timer here, so Donzi likely going to pay the attention to this Fire Giant here, and they're going to look to burn this down, but the goal here is to just bait a fight in.
Around the Fire Giant pit, 9k damage left to deal. Smite 2 bad boys looking for their way in. Donzi baiting them. Cherio ult in. The tally is burned. The Chalk still trying to make space. In come the rest of Donzi looking for the target, but doesn't look like they can find anybody quite yet. It is Twig that's found. Ults away.
Oh.
There's the ultimate from Ares. Pulls him back into the shot. Cyclone spin on a killing spree as Twig falls down. Remakami will be up in a couple of seconds, but it's still going to be a 4v5 for the bad boys. They go back to the Fire Giant to do it all again.
There's no ultimates down for there's all ultimates down for both teams here. I don't know if Donzi can necessarily continue to force this necessarily. Benny Q does have those bombs available to him though, but no, the call is made. Donzi are going to back up, make the safer call, and just look to burn down this Pyromancer instead. I like this call a whole lot more for the Donzi side. Smite 2 bad boys though, it looks like they want to contest.
In they go, Remakami trying to find some space. Pyromancer still in play and taking some damage. As Cherio and the Wukong are arguing back and forth, Cyclone Spin will get the last hit for Donzi, so they'll have that Pyromancer and a bomb in pocket. For all the bluster from the bad boys, it just wasn't enough to dissuade them off. We're about 23 minutes in so far, creeping towards that 24. It's 13-11 in favor of Donzi. The gold lead, 300 gold in favor of the Smite 2 bad boys.
Oof. Yeah, it's kind of going back and
kidding.
forth just a little bit. Just a little bit back and forth in terms of the gold lead, but it's still so close, and it's been that way for a hot minute now. it is just such a back and forth game. And would you have it any other way? This is game 3 to make it to the winners finals, as we'll see Remakami kind of hovering here on this left-hand side. Aurora here as well. Gold Fury up, Fire Giant up, but neither team wants to blink first in this moment. They're just going to kind of take their time here, continue finishing up these builds. Look at this, Doug almost having that oboe completed here for his build. The Sunbeam, the Elbow, the Rip Talon, the Titan's Bane, and now oboe here for the On Her. It is a very nice build that I quite like here out of the ADC. Cyclone, similar build, just no Rip Talon. I think now building towards it. But it is just such a nice build with so much attack speed, so much power behind it, and lifesteal as well, which is kind of a stat ADCs have strayed away from for a hot minute now. We saw Devos come back in the meta for a bit, but Rip Talon, this lovely new item here for ADCs, gives them a bit of that lifesteal here.
Some extra sustain for our hunters. Lord
That's
knows
Magi's.
they need it, especially when dealing with so much damage coming out on top of Remakami. Whoa, into the air, but I think the damage has already been done. He'll jump away and Ox form and pop the beads as well. That's crazy. And what's crazier is that Donzi's committing for the chase for him. Here comes Scream and Inbound. Remakami desperately trying to keep them
He's
away.
dead.
Meanwhile, Bad Boys pull a Gold Fury. Twig gets it. Remakami plays his life and he goes down. Donzi just continuously looking for these picks, but at the very least, Bad Boys walk away with that Ancient Gold Fury, but one person down for this Fire Giant pit fight? I don't know how I feel.
Well, I don't know. I think you're quite okay with the Smite 2 Bad Boys, because this just happened a few minutes ago. We saw this exact sequence. Remakami dies on the right, Smite 2 Bad Boys get something on the left. They're in a 4v5 scenario again, but I don't think a 4v5 scenario is enough for Donzi to outright pull the objective and then outright brute force it. There's still a lot of steal potential. Aurora has that Sunder. There's some long distance CC. You know, once the Tussie goes out, it's just very difficult for Donzi to outright secure this objective in front of Smite 2 Bad Boys, but they might try here, but they likely want the fight.
Here comes the bait in. Donzi playing a bit up while Scream and Cyclone pour the damage on top of the FG. Health is falling down and Smite 2 Bad Boys are looking for their way in. Twig walks up, tries to get their damage off.
They got it!
Bad Boys steal away the Fire Giant. Now you gotta get out of there if you want to be able to use it. No escape popped from Inbound. Cannot find the targets they want, but Scream lands on top of Moswall. Now you have to find out who's next. Donut Doug under duress. Chunks Cheerio. Oh my god. But Scream swoops in to save the day. He's got a cape on the way he looks like Superman. Twig gives the triple to Scream now in the sky. Somersault Cloud, Sun Wukong buying himself some time, and Aurora trying to make their grand getaway. As Smite 2 Bad Boys, they get that Fire Giant, but at what cost?
This should cost them the tier 2 on the left-hand side and probably the bird as well. I don't know if the likes of Donzi can end just yet. They don't have their minion waves push, though they do have a wave on the left-hand side. I don't think they can end. They might try and go for it here, though. Moswell's up in 14 seconds, has no ultimate just yet. I don't think they'll go for it, but they are pushing this left-hand side for sure.
My 2 Bad Boys have a couple of folks here on the defense, and a Wukong attached to an Aphrodite will be pretty tough to kill. Donzi agrees, and they'll take that step back. They got a lot of gold to spend, and a lot of money to spend it on. So they'll want to be able to get those items back up and running. But it does look like Scream might get caught out here. Boswell has sights on the Aladdin, and it looks like he is dead. Shut down. That's a lot of gold to the Artemis.
Immortality Wish. Scream is alive. He used the Immortality Wish there. I'm kind of surprised by that Scream just uses it just now. Maybe expects a rotation coming out of someone to try and siege, or just wants to continue to farm here. I think now that you're in a bit of downtime, now that almost all the Fire Giants are gone, Scream just wants to try and finish the build and get rid of that last wish so he can start finishing up the 6th item. I think that's what Scream's game plan was there. Just continue to take away farm. Maybe he didn't necessarily want to use the Immortality Wish there, but now that it happened, use it. Look towards another massive power spike item in this 6th item.
Pyromancer scooped up by the Bad Boys. They'll have another bomb in pocket. That's 2 in total for both Aurora and for Remakami. We're about 29 minutes so far. The game neck and neck, 17 to 12 in favor of Donzi, but the gold, it's a 100 gold difference in favor of Donzi. So still essentially a tied game, minus the Phoenix on the left-hand side that's been eliminated. So map state favors Donzi as we start to group up around that Gold Fury.
Yeah, Gold Fury going to be the target. It's the third pip, which makes sieging just a little bit easier here for either team that gets it. And I don't think Smite 2 Bad Boys should contest this. They might decide to do it anyways, but I mean, you lose left-hand side Bird. Oh, Remakami taking a ton of damage there from Benny Q, who is just starting to swing so far with this build. And I think that should be the call from Smite 2 Bad Boys to back up here.
I don't even think they'll get a chance to go in. That Gold Fury is pretty much dead, eliminated. As Smite 2 Bad Boys still positioned fairly aggressively, wondering if Donzi is going to go for it. They won't. So we have a chance to kind of reset the map state until it's time to look back at that Fire Giant. Book, what is the tipping point here for Smite 2 Bad Boys? It feels like they are just on the edge of finding something that works for them, but who do they need to be looking for?
I mean, Scream has just been getting out with just so little HP at the end of every fight. This Aladdin needs to die at some point. And look, he's only died twice. He's 11 kills of the 17 on the side of Donzi. Scream has been putting in work this game. This Aladdin has to go if you're the Smite 2 Bad Boys and you want to find the win. But I don't necessarily know if you have the tools to deal with this Aladdin. You know, the CC immunity on the beads is great to just avoid the Tusky. And then what's the next round of CC that's going to be hitting this Aladdin? Maybe the On Her Impale. Outside of that, I'm not so sure what exactly you can do to stop this Aladdin, as we do see Scream on this left-hand side. Donut Doug is going to get the back off in time, and so is Twig. So Scream just going to be over here on the left, while the rest of the team is over here on the right.
Looks like a soft defend for this T2, and that is an emphasis on soft because that tower is pretty much dead. Remy's off in the side, though, and looking for some cudgels, but not quite finding purchase. Smite 2 Bad Boys are just making sure nobody gets the Phoenix, but Scream over there on that left side will ensure that Donzi walks away with that. So this could be a fight for the Bad Boys. Stampede popped
Good Stampede
from the Ares just for that getaway button. So far, Donzi's playing it safe, and they're playing it pretty clean.
Inbound's done that a few times now as well. He around the Gold Fury, and after sieging that left-hand Bird, we saw Inbound pop the Stampede just to get his team out of there. And it's a nice get-out-of-jail-free card item for the Ares, as Twig and Scream are taking this 1v1. Twig in a little bit better. The ultimate, no, not enough. Both ults down here, and Twig gets out with their life. Just a sliver of HP. And now Scream has to run because Moswell's on the way.
Here comes the Artemis, the Avatar's Parachute down for the Aladdin. He jumps over the wall and he's gone. Right? Like, classic Aladdin moment. Unfortunate that Twig wasn't able to get him, but at the very least, Twig didn't die. Fire Giant is the call for Donzi. They pick it up. Ramakami's in the air. Look to see what they can find. Fire Giant's still looking pretty healthy. So Wu 2 gets eliminated. Ramakami's just buying some time for the rest of his team to show up. He's going to get yoinked in. Beads burned. The no escape is going to be down, but Moswell got soloed out by Scream. That's a lot of damage to be missing. Cheerio gets in the thick of it and should have gotten out of it. It's going to be a 1-for-1 across the board so far, but a trade that certainly favors Donzi. They're okay with Cheerio dying for the cause. Moswell being dead means a lot of damage is off the board.
I don't know about that one, Musi, because left-hand side Bird is back up now for the Smite 2 Bad Boys. You know, they stall the game. The advantage that Donzi had to pull the objective right away is gone. The Bird is back up. Smite 2 Bad Boys, suddenly they're in a 4v4. They're not in the worst case scenario, though. Now Remy could be in trouble here, has no beads, has to try and get away here with their life intact. Otherwise, it could be bad. Scream left-hand side, taking the trade.
Oh, more than a trade! Scream found Twig and then was able to take them away from the living playing Donzi. Starts walking it up. Benny, a monster on this Agni. They might be 0-3, but I'll tell you what, right now, they are doing a lot of damage and offering a lot of CC. So now Donzi are able to pick up this Pyromancer. No way, no how can anybody try to contest it. Smite 2 Bad Boys got to think about this FG.
Okay, now it definitely favors Donzi because Twig is dead and Cheerio is back up and on the map, coming to this right-hand side, looking to take down this Fire Giant. Donzi pulling it here, slow to burn, but Smite 2 Bad Boys, they have 4 members here trying to contest.
10k health left on the Fire Giant. Smite 2 bad boys. No jungler, but they have a dream getting poked out
Cherry.
by the Agni. Cheerio goes in with the ultimate and Cyclones in the air looking for the
Tusky.
snipes. Meanwhile, up front, Tusky is able to find
Tusky.
Purchase. Down goes Cheerio and Smite 2 bad boys
Remy.
mount the counterattack of a lifetime. They're going in. It's a double kill for Remakami. In goes the Ares ultimate, but it's too little too late, my friend. You should have started with that as the Ares is separated out from the rest of their team. Cyclone
might be
Spin makes his
game.
grand escape, and down goes Ares. A triple kill for the Sun Wukong. People are dead for about a minute or so, and Smite 2 bad boys start walking it up, but they gotta chew through those tier 2s first.
I think that's still game though. 30 seconds on the nearest respawn timer from Cheerio. There's 2 tier 2s still on the map here for the side of Donzi. Can Cyclone Spin stall long enough? I don't know. 5 members strong. They're gonna go for it. So much credit to Tusky in that fight, but this could be it. Smite 2 bad boys, they might be going to finals.
Cyclone Spin, it's all on him. The 1v5, he's Rami, he's got the
10
damage.
seconds.
Done enough, shut
He can't
down,
do it.
eliminated. Smite 2 bad boys move on to the winner's bracket to take another crack at Clocked In.
Smite 2 bad boys come up big off the back of Tusky and Remakami. Tusky just hits everyone one by one through the team fight, stopping the aggression out of the side of Donzi in that moment, and Remakami with that somersault cloud goes up, avoids so much damage, waits and waits and waits for the side of Donzi to get so low, comes in with the damage. Everyone on Donzi is dead. Cyclone gets the fire, but at what cost? And Clocked In will now face the side of Smite 2 bad boys in the finals.
It is insane, the set that we just saw, but we've got one more set for you here in the finals for Smite Prime, so don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back.
Hello, everybody. We are back. Sorry for these technical difficulties. It happens to the best of us, right? This is Morty here in the booth. We've got Jithins behind the scenes and Musi next to me here in the booth. And we just watched a banger of a 3-game set in the losers finals, creeping our way into the grand finals. Give me a vibe check, Muse. How are we feeling?
I'm excited. I'm stoked. I am pretty freaking jazzed, as some people say. Not a lot of people. It's kind of a rare one, but
Right.
I think I'm to that level of rarity where Smite 2 bad boys left at the altar are coming back with a vengeance, able to put Danzy down. Insane. Wild upset. I'm so excited to see how they do against the top dogs of Clocked In.
The scream on the Aladdin pick that he is notorious for was taken down by the bad boys. And man, that was a wild game to watch. The fact that Donzi couldn't quite find their hands on a W just left me shocked. I mean, it has been a wild best of 3 to get to the point that we're at. Look at, oh my goodness, Muse. I mean, it's been a long day. You and I both know it's been a long day to get here. But the past is irrelevant. The future is now. Clocked In, and Smite 2 bad boys will be fighting for the grand prize right here, right now.
I mean, it's just a wonderful set of teams that we had at the start of today. Really got to give the shout outs to, we didn't get a chance to see Strength of Wood or Joe Biden Esports so far, but they were doing pretty good throughout today. And I really just want to shout out pretty much everybody that's been able to get to this closed bracket. A lot of new names, a lot of returning names that are really showing up, and it gets increasingly competitive, which to me gives me some faith for the future of, Comp Smite. It's not going to be the same team every time. We got some new names in here.
Well, we got some faith in picks and bans, and that the fact that it's going to bring us to the future of Game 1 of the Grand Finals. Usually, you just had a wild cast in that Game 3. I can hear it in your voice. You had a wild game right there, and man, it tuckers you out, doesn't it?
It was a lot of back and forth going on there, and I'm expecting something similar in this game. Smite 2 Bad Boys have been playing a really clean-cut game of Smite, you know, these last few times that we've seen them. It really feels like their game plan has been pretty solid, and it really shows up in these picks and bans. I love this Artemis ban right away from Clocked In, calling out Moswell specifically. No Artemis for you.
Now, here's what I'm thinking, right? Mentalities is a big thing right here because the Bad Boys have just played 3 30-plus minute games back to back to back. Meanwhile, Clocked In have been not playing. I mean, maybe they've been slamming arena queues for as far as we know, right? But as far as what we've been seeing in Smite Prime, they've been out. They have not been doing anything right now. So who do you think is going to be better going into this? Is it the team that's been sitting out for a little bit, kind of chilling and calibrating, getting ready for what's coming up in the future? Or do you think it's the team that are fresh? They are just now getting out of a game and getting into the next one.
I believe Clocked In is going to have a little bit of an advantage. I mean, Smite 2 Bad Boys have been playing this game for almost 7 hours at this point. It's kind of ridiculous how much you have to put in there. But, you know, if Smite 2 Bad Boys can maintain some sense of momentum in this first game, I think they'll be looking pretty strong going forward. Already just seeing some of the picks here. Tsukiyomi, the first pick, and Jingwei Ymir. You know, Dilo and I saw this from, I believe it was the Bad Boys the last time they went against Clocked In. This all looks very familiar.
And last time, I believe we saw Aurora take this Ymir pick into support in the dual lane.
Yeah.
I personally would like to see Remakami cash this in. I'm a big fan of Remakami's various multitude of flex picks, and I think that Ymir isn't a bad solo laner. Think about it. He outboxes a good majority of solo laners pre-5 due to the Frostbite passive. He just does so much damage before everyone gets ults online that he can just take advantage and then maybe make his way towards Golden Fury once the 5-minute mark hits, and then we group up together from there. I don't know. There's a lot to believe that Ymir solo could be the move, but it will probably go towards Aurora, as Merlin is going to be going towards Paul, and Hydro gets his hands on Hu Yi.
It's a very, very strong first 3 picks here for Clocked In. It's a lot of very contested picks to be able to have in your back pocket. Paul, of course, being able to operate this Merlin is going to be a scary thing for Bad Boys as they lean towards a Nuwa for Moswell and a Fenrir for Twig. I do like that quite a bit. It's interesting to see Moswell not going for the Baron that they've been very comfortable on, or even the Zeus. It's going to be that Nuwa pick for them. What it can do for Smite 2 Bad Boys is offer a lot of damage up front with that ultimate, but also the information that you get from that as well. Being able to ping everybody on the map and know what's going on. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Information is one of the strongest tools in a MOBA. Simply knowing somebody's position gives you such a ridiculous edge, so that god can absolutely facilitate getting you that kind of info.
And another flashback. Look at Yorm coming in for, I'm assuming, Karmic, who is felt comfortable on the Yorm before, right? I mean, there's a reason why Karmic's played the Yorm before. They made it to the finals. Why not bust out the Yorm again? This guy has a lot of damage in lane and kind of falls off a little bit as the game goes on. But if you want to end this game early and quick, Yorm is the right pick to lock down here. And Baron going to be joining probably for Happen in the support role. That's a very nice comp for the side of Clocked In. But Kukulkan joining the fray for the Bad Boys, I don't know, Muse. These are good comps on both sides.
This Kukulkan pick shuffles a little bit of what I thought I was seeing from the Bad Boys. I wonder if we're seeing the Jingwei jungle here and a Cuckoo in the ADC role, or a Nuwa in ADC and Cuckoo in the mid. But that means that Fenrir is probably headed towards that solo lane, or maybe Fenrir support Ymir solo, like we're, kind of holding out for, like you said before. So it'll be interesting to see. We won't know until we get into game, but I do agree it's a lot of damage for the Smite 2 Bad Boys, and a lot of objective pressure too between that Spirit of the Nine Winds and the area denial from the Tornadoes. Cuckoo to me has always been a really powerful pick that hasn't really found its place too often, just because I feel like you need a certain team to make it operate, but maybe Smite 2 Bad Boys have got the sauce to make it work.
And I've always loved seeing Cherry on the Kukulkan because how you mentioned zone control. You're able to control an area. And how you've also said before in the past that solo lane is you're kind of meant to control zones in team fights, right? You're meant to create a ruckus in the backline that says, hey, don't stand here or I'm going to kill you. Don't be here. But usually when you're a tankier solo laner, you do it out of just being a big brute force, like you're a refrigerator running at them. That's kind of what regular solo laners do. But with Kukulkan, you don't do it with your own body. You do it by abilities like the whirlwind that you place down. And then they kind of have to realize, like, if I walk through here, there goes half my health bar. If I don't walk through here, then, I mean, that's like extra geography added onto the map. It's like an interesting form of zone control that, like, kind of adds up to what solo laners regularly do, but they don't. Are you making sense? Am I completely... Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down here. I'm smelling what you're sniffing. I think I know, where you're kind of getting with that. Yeah, see, you got it. But yeah, the Cuckoo could be headed over towards that solo lane. If Remakami wanted to pull that out and try to make that space purchase with those tornadoes, but because we have precedent of this Jingwei jungle, which I do appreciate a good Jingwei jungle, my only concern would be putting the ADC player in the jungle and not the jungler player in the jungle, just because I feel like you lose some kind of element of rotation knowledge, map knowledge when you're so locked into what you're doing in your role for so long. Yes, of course, pro players should be able to do a little bit of everything, but with $7,000 on the line, I'm putting my aces in their places and trying to put my best foot forward. My two bad boys, a Jingwei jungle in the hands of Donut Doug playing that jungle means that they're going to be looking towards those later game engagements, trying to get to a point where shotgun Jingwei can become a reality and we don't have to worry about laning as much to get there.
Yeah, and it does make sense that you're putting a player that's comfortable on this set of gods, right? Jingwei or Hu Yi. We even saw Sun Prod bust out on her jungle earlier today. So why not put the carries in the jungle role, vice versa, and kind of let your jungler hang out in duo lane and farm up a little bit. And that's what junglers do half the time, right? Is just farm their butts off for like 20 minutes anyway. And the only thing that really worries me about that, not to say that you're wrong, because I do see the vision, but I'm worried that Donut Doug wouldn't know the rotations, right? When do I be here? When do I go there? And it takes a high-level jungler to know these things, and I'm worried that Donut Doug or whoever else might not know exactly where to be at the right time, but I think there's vision there. I think you're right that it is definitely a good plan B or so, but like you said, $7,000 on the line. We need to make this happen right now. Game one approaching us between Clocked In and the Smite 2 Bad Boys Grand Finals. Game one coming at you live. Morty and Musi on the cast. You've got Jithens behind the scenes making things happen for us. And we are here, Muse. We have waited a long time, all month of the September circuit and all day of today to get through the closed bracket to make it to here. Now, what are we thinking?
So it is a snake v snake lane over in solo lane. Remakami did in fact pick up the Kukulkan. So again, area denial is going to be huge from Remakami. I expect him to build full damage. There's going to be a little bit of a lack of front line. Aurora will be the only one up there, but I'll tell you what, if any of it connects, Clockton's going to be in a tough spot. The other thing that's really pulling my attention, there is not a singular purification on the side of Smite 2 Bad Boys. Not even one. 4 Aegises and a Sunder. Not what we're used to seeing, right? Usually it's 4 beads and a Sunder. But also no shell for the Hou-Yi ultimate and no beads for what Happen is going to be able to do. Does make me a little bit worried, but you know why there are so many Aegises out there? It's because Tagfear is going to be on the Tsukiyomi. The moment that the Suki tries to get their ult off, everybody's popping their Aegises to try to nullify the effectiveness of the Tsukiyomi. So it's kind of interesting to see how that's going to pan out. Is the small CC going to be what does in the Smite 2 Bad Boys?
That's a really good point. The Sunbreaker wall could definitely throw a bit of a wrench in the plans of what Smite 2 Bad Boys want to accomplish. Yeah, that's a really, really interesting thing. 4 Aegises, I don't even think I've seen that before. And it makes sense because you're up against Tegvir on the Suki.
Sheesh.
Go back to base, buddy. Just go back to base. What in the world is that damage?
Shoutouts to Ricochet, by the way. And Jingwei could take the knee here if they wanted to go back to base. You know, she's got the passive. She'll be back lickety split. But you've got Death's Toll. You've got a pot. You've got the Aegis. So maybe you don't have to stress out too bad. But geez, if Hydrogen is going to keep hitting those, maybe you do want to take a second to just kind of reset yourself and re-establish expectations of lane. Or just dash in like a crazy person.
Ice Wall locks happen in place. He's down to half health, but I don't think that they find a kill here just yet. Aurora trying to get a couple swings of that big club of his off to proc that Frostbite passive, but I don't think they find any killing damage just yet.
And when it comes to this 2v2 over there in the duo lane, Aurora and Donut Dog will have a fair amount of damage on their side in the earlier levels, but once Happen gets a full rotation of abilities and once Hydrogen does as well, I do feel that this Ho Yi Baron Samdi combo will be able to get a lot off pressure-wise, just in having a lot of range damage where Aurora has to get right in your face. It's going to come down to the wall and a rotation to really kill either Baron or Ho Yi.
Good point made. 2 minutes in, no kills yet. A relatively silent lane so far. 3 lanes, I should be exact. No real, kill potential found. We've seen a lot of damage from Hydro, but the healing from Jingwei is... Oh, Smite Prime Champion. I wonder if he just put that on to flex. I didn't see that earlier. Did he just now put that on? But he's getting ganked by Twig, who shows up with the Brutalize, does a good amount of damage. The stun doesn't land from Unchained, so looks like Twig is going to have to back things up, and Karmic hiding under that tier 1 tower, but look who's here. It's Tagbeer on the Tsukuyomi. He's got the damage online. Can he make a kill happen here? Maybe looking for first blood as Caltrops is thrown down. Twig is soaking up a decent amount of damage, but needs to leap over the wall to try and find safety. Wait a minute, was that a beads force out from Suki?
It was. No beads from Tagveer. They're going to have to take a couple of steps back. The solo lane dynamic between Remakami and Karmic as they're on these couple of snakes here. Any rotation from Twig has the potential to be extra deadly because there is a lot of follow-up damage that this Kukulkan could lay on. And when it comes to how these two characters, Jormungandr and Kukulkan, interact with each other in lane, Cuckoo throws down the tornado and walks away. That's laning. That's right. About all it is. I don't think Karmic gets a chance to be that bully character.
Right. Yeah. Big snake versus medium-sized snake, and some say size doesn't matter, but you know what? We're going to see how that lane matchup unfolds, and we'll decide that later on. Tagveer also flexing the Smite Prime Champion. I love this little mental game they're playing, flexing Smite Prime Champion over Bad Boys. It's a pretty interesting little mental game. As Clocked In approach the red buff on the side of the Bad Boys. Maybe Tagbeer and Paul look to take this away. It's Twig looking to dash out of here. Knock up from Karmic might lock down Twig. Yes, it does. Tagbeer able to find 1 kill. Paul does a good amount of damage on his head top as well. That's first blood for Clocked In.
Just a top position to be in, and the rotation there from Karmic being able to offer up that little bit of CC, that knockup will be enough to lock down Twig, who had already jumped in at that point, so he really had nowhere to go. And of course you had Tagveer just waiting in the bush. It felt like Moswell knew something was up with the way that they had initially backed off of that buff, but just didn't really matter in the end as Remakami...
Yormo diving under tower is... Whoa, wait a minute.
Better.
He takes down. Bigger is better. It's not just big, it's Texas size. Yorm finds a kill there, diving into the tower, but the action unfolds here in duo was low. Life of the party from Happen is out. Ragnarok's gonna take a big bite out of him, locks him in place for the Shards of Ice, and Moswell doing the final touch of damage from the Shards of Fire. Amazing damage all around from the Bad Boys, locking down Happen, and maybe Hydrogen is next on the Butcher's block, but safety is found from Tagbeer, who showed up just in the nick of time to help his friend, which means Bad Boys grab that neutral camp for free, and Gold Fury might be next.
A little bit of more mana in Twig's pocket could have spelled the end for Hydrogen there. It was a bit messy around that purple buff on Bad Boys' side, but ultimately Hydrogen's ultimate was not enough to dissuade the aggression from Twig, who's able to get a lot of value from Ragnarok. Ymir, or not Ymir rather, the Baron Samdi not having Aegis, and Moswell forced to use their Aegis, is able to get away. But thinking of targets that Twig is going to be able to jump on and look for, can't pick up Karmic. That snake is too big for the puppy dog to be able to carry around, so Fenrir is really just looking to pick up Happen on cooldown unless we can burn a beads away from Tag, Paul, or Hydra.
That's a really good point. The only one without beads, aside from Yorm, who can't get picked up, is Happen. He invested in the Sunder, which makes sense, because that's what you want to do as a support, right? You want that potential to steal away objectives, but that leaves you vulnerable to the jaws of Fenrir, and Twig could come up and take advantage of you at just about any time should you not be ready for that. Now, there is CC immunity with Life of the Party, but do you want to use your ult and just save that for whenever Twig shows face? I don't know. That kind of sucks, right?
Yeah, it's, are you using your ultimate to start a fight or using it to save your life? If I'm a support, I'm just trying to get something going for my team. As it looks like Kukulkan under a lot of duress here, ulted by the Suku under the tower. Ult is not enough to dissuade him, and Tagbir scoops up the kill on top of Kukulkan, and honestly, I think you can expect to see a lot of that, Mort. The fact that Cuckoo has this Aegis that's down, and Karmic's going to be able to bully him out. Anytime Remakami steps outside of his tower, he's in the danger zone. And if Tagvir wants to abuse that, he can, and he probably should.
In the danger zone, the splash zone, and the splash bros, known as Tagvir and Karmic, are cashing in on kill after kill on Remakami's head top. He needs to play it just a tad bit safe. Now, I know there isn't really much safer you can be other than under your tower, but you got to be safer than that. Let's invest in the tier 2. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, you got to get farmed somehow. You just hide under tower all game. But no, I mean, yeah, you said it exactly. There's going to be a lot of that should Remakami not have a safer, even just communicating with your jungler, even telling Twig, hey, he's here all the time. I know we want Gold Fury, but I don't want to be 0-5 by the time 10 minutes creeps around. Speaking of that, we're 8 minutes in, and there's 3 kills on the board for Clocked In, 1 for Smite 2 Bad Boys, and there's a 2K gold lead for Clocked In right now. It might even things out should maybe Bad Boys try and rip Gold Fury right here, but Twig is going to back up. So is, oh, wait a minute, Donut Doug's taken out by Happen?
Well, a little bit of glad shield damage never hurt anybody unless you are, of course, Donut Doug, who gets scooped up there. And that is going to open up that Gold Fury for Clocked In, while Smite 2 Bad Boys missed that chance. Looks like Clocked In are just able to kind of press their advantage, and there's no contest here for it either. You mentioned if we're going to sacrifice our Kukulkan to the jungler of Clocked In, at the very least you would expect to get that Gold Fury, but it does go the way of Clocked In, who will walk away with the first one of the game.
Very nice indeed. Good stuff for Clocked In, walking away with a Gold Fury and another kill that ups their gold lead just a tad. But here's my thing. Clocked In, how do they take their gold lead that they have now, the little bit of advantage that they have, to a huge advantage to where Bad Boys don't stand a chance?
So I really do feel like they're already in the process of making that happen, and that's putting pressure on the weak points of the map. This Kukulkan should be fairly easily exploitable anytime that they're not underneath their towers, so Tagir can make easy rotations to that solo lane, kill the Cuckoo, grab Firebrands, and maintain that gold and XP lead. Even now, as Tagir starts to walk towards the solo, can he find something?
Tagir walks in Twig, and now they're throwing hands at each other. Ragnarok's out, does force the ult away from Tagir, who runs right into the whirlwind. Wait a minute, does that damage prog? No, it doesn't. Yorm doing nasty damage as well. Twig leaping over the big snake. Tagir able to find the final touch of damage, and a kill happened to do it as well. Happens dead, and Karmic's able to take down Remakami. The whirlwind just doesn't hurt that bad yet. Great stuff from Clocked In, and the Bad Boys lose 2 bodies in solo. What's next?
I mean, Twig just kind of jumped in after Tagvir without the health to really back up all that bark and bite. Beads burned away from this whole Yi, the freeze as well. Sunder comes out, Hydrogen dies to the tick. Aurora walks away with the kill. So dual lane looks really good for Smite 2 Bad Boys, but the solo lane appears to be that weak spot, and Clocked In is really just trying to hammer that in while they still can.
Did you see Happen teleport in, and his teleport skin was the eagle? I thought it was Wukong for a second. That threw me off guard for a moment, but yeah, this has been a very action-packed game. 10 minutes in, 9 kills on the board, 6 for Clocked In and 3 for Bad Boys. They have definitely come out swinging both sides, but Clocked In just tend to throw their punches a tad bit harder in the early game, and I wonder why that is. Who do you think their hardest hitters are so far? I see Happens on the top of player damage, but I mean, is that fraudulent?
I wouldn't call it fraudulent. You're gonna have Happen constantly throwing out abilities. They've got extra cooldown because of this Glad Shield, and also this Ansile pickup. Love that. I love picking up that kind of technology, especially because you could just throw out your root and then it silences. That's tech, by the way. Super good on Baron. But I'm really looking at Tagveer because they're gonna be the element that starts fights for Clocked In. The Suki's going to be able to all in on top of somebody and just make something happen, and the team will be there to follow up. So, yeah, Happens top of the damage charts, but I'm really looking at this jungler.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's all based around our junglers. These are our fight starters. You can't blame me for thinking that way, as Happen is going to take down the Pyromancer along with the rest of Clocked In. Paul definitely helping out with that burn, and Bad Boys knew none the better. And now Queen Naga's going to fall as well. Tagveer and Paul are taking this out in the blink of an eye.
Meanwhile, Smite 2 Bad Boys have positioned themselves around this left side, trying to get ready for this Gold Fury. It feels like Clocked In have definitely beaten Bad Boys at their own game. A Freeze comes out on top of Hydrogen. This could be a brawl.
The frame one jump, but diving in, Ragnarok takes a big bite out of Hydro, and he's locked down and given to Donut Doug. Here you go, big dog, a free kill for you. Doug takes advantage and places an arrow in his chest. Happen chasing down Aurora, great body block from Happen, but the Frost Breath follows, does find a stun, and the Ice Wall keeps him from going anywhere, but the Suki ults out, still chasing down Aurora. Where can he go? To his grave is where he will go. The stun from Baron makes sure Tagveer finds the kill. Another good transaction, eye for an eye situation.
Meanwhile, Smite 2 Bad Boys bring the energy over to the solo lane. Looks like Yorm could be in a bit of trouble. They're forced to ult away. And I really like the fact that you had Donut Dog and Twig immediately take that side teleporter just so that they could get away from all of the fight. Aurora sacrifices himself for the cause, but doesn't like just stand still and dies. He actually tries to take away a couple of those bottom Oracle minions for the TP, but it opens up Gold Fury for Clocked In.
Can we see a steal here? No, we cannot. Great press forward from Tagveer, doing a bit of zoning to make sure that Donut Doug can't do anything about Gold Fury falling. That's the second one of the game so far for Clocked In, but they will lose the life of Karmic, who might fall into the tower. Wait a minute, he's A-okay. He put on the juke shoes. He's all right. That worm is not just big, but he's fast too.
Can Jormungandr wear shoes, do you think? Does he have a juke jacket instead of juke shoes?
Well, what if it's just one big shoe? With the one
if
big shoe.
Jormungandr wore pants, what would it look like?
One leg.
Would it with one pant leg, or would he like? Would it split somehow?
Or maybe does he have
Dutchman?
like his shirt? Does it have no sleeves, or does it have one sleeve? Is it just
Oh.
Well, where
We're
would he?
asking big questions here.
This is what we need to know about. Where's our next Titan talk? We've got questions.
Yeah. Clumsy, I need to know.
If there's a Smite
get him
card,
on the show.
There's got to be a Smite dress-up game, right? And how does Yorm fit into this?
He's able to wear breastplate. Speaking of Yorm, he's harassing out Remakavi here, all outside my window. Unfortunate. Smite 2 Bad Boys feel like they're really looking for something here.
I'm sorry, y'all. It's been a long day. Let's get back to the game. So we're locked back in. Pyro just now came back, and Paul getting zoned away by Aurora. It looks like Bad Boys want to find something to look for. They want a kill. They want an objective. Maybe they'll just settle for this tier 1 tower in middle lane and then walk away after. Life of the party is out, but who does it lock down? Nobody.
Hydrogen just got soloed by Donut Doug off over in that side lane. Jing Wei is a character that just does a crazy amount of damage. Donut Doug's got 3 levels over Hydrogen?
What?
Since when? When did this happen? Well, for all, you know what? Actually, I don't need to know when it happens. I know when it happens. We talked about it earlier. Smite 2 Bad Boys, their weak point is that solo lane. I'll tell you where they're strong, though. Jing Wei with Donut Dog. He's going to be able to farm a crazy amount of damage. We just got to get this Hunter up and running online and put him out there on the front lines and really just start hammering in autos on top of the people that matter. We got to kill Tegvir. We got to kill Paul. It's very funny to me that we have Paul versus Moswell mid lane, and it's like the quietest part of the whole game. Like nobody, like Nuwa has assists because they're Nuwa, you know what I mean?
Right,
like
right. Great Frost Breath, followed by the jump from Twig. Might lock down Paul. The flicker's forced out, but Ragnarok in response. But he waits out the beads, and then he takes the bite. He's placed under the shards of ice, and Aurora's damage is too much for Paul to handle. But Tegvir takes out Remakami in the backline. Karmic trying to force out Twig from the situation, and Tegvir couldn't quite find his way out. Aurora cuts him off. That's a double kill and a shutdown for Aurora. The Frost Giant stocks are up.
boom. And Donut Doug just barely gets away with their life, so this keeps my two bad boys in a position. Maybe they could look at an objective or catch out a silly snake who maybe isn't where he should be, or hit the fattest pause we've seen in our life. A little bit of a chance to breathe for the both of us and for the team so far, but it has been a very intense game so far.
Man, if I had a nickel for every time there's been a pause in Smite Prime, I might have more than the prize money. No, that's not true. That's not actually true. We pay very well over here. Trust me, that's not true. So
a nickels, huh? If I had a nickel, for every time I had a nickel, it would exponentially become greater, because when you have a nickel, you gain a nickel patty. We don't handle pauses very well, do we? It's all right, we're back. What's going on, Mort?
oh my god, was that a Doofenshmirtz impression?
For legal reasons, no.
Music the platypus!
17 minutes.
This depositator!
Yeah. I headed with the entire Smite 2 area! The depositator!
The Tri-State Smurfs Prime September. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I tried.
The Tri-Brand area. Tri-Brand area, by the way, is going to be this right here. Wait. Yeah, there it is. This is the Tri-Brand area, because that's where the Firebrand spawn.
I thought you were going to
lore,
say, like,
by the way. That's
Smite 2 and Paladins or something. I don't know what the Tri-State... Can I talk about Paladins?
Secretly Smite 3. Yeah, I love Paladins. That game's awesome. It's cool. I want the Fernando Aries skin. My darling, my sweet. But you know what we get to have? This game 1. As we are back in the mix of it. 17 minutes so far, more 8-7, and Gold's about tied, I think.
Gold's about tied, and it's about time to get back into this game. Hopefully the pauses are over. Maybe Rebekami takes down Karmic, who might have stepped out of position just a tad bit. That Whirlwind, it's starting to hurt a little bit. It doesn't do massive damage numbers that melt Karmic down, but we talked about how Whirlwind is going to be used for zoning, and those damage numbers are coming online.
Well, even if it doesn't do a lot to Karmic, imagine what it's going to do to Tegvir or to Paul if they decide to walk through it. Definitely a dangerous position to be in, kind of like this Baron getting jumped and run at. Gold Fury is going to be up and available for the teams to start to argue over, so we could expect some positioning around there. But I do kind of want to hone in on this Kukulkan again, just because it is the wild card for Smite 2 Bad Boys. We do have a couple of power spikes here. Polynomicon, so when you use that Zephyr Wind Strike, you get the auto right afterwards. So there's another, bada bing, bada boom. But the Cosmic Horde is an interesting pickup. Yeah, and I like it for Cuckoo. You get a bit of extra cooldown with your int and your mana. But we're really waiting for a Totem of Death and the Rod of Tahuti for this Kukulkan. Once those items are online, then Ramakami really starts to hit.
20 minutes almost into this game. Looks like Gold Fury's getting picked up by the bad boys. Clocked in, surround the pit, looking for an end. It's down to 1,500 health. A ricochet might do good damage, but it doesn't quite connect. Twig is able to secure it for the bad boys, and Clocked in look to pick apart the pieces. Life of the party's out, but couldn't quite find a vortex. Wait, it does. It locks down Aurora, but the ice ball's out, and he's able to escape. The Sunbreaker won't be finding any kills today. Clocked in, couldn't quite find anything there, and bad boys crawl their way back into this game.
What I especially like about that Gold Fury pull is that Remakami this whole time has been able to get their farm on and maybe try to catch up so they can be a bit more impactful for the FG fights and the pyro scuffles that are to come. But because everybody had to back, that is, of course, going to mean that Clocked in have a crack at this Pyromancer. They'll confirm it for themselves. A little bit of tit for tat here between Clocked in and Smite 2 Bad Boys. But I'm actually really impressed with the way that Smite 2 Bad Boys were able to slow the game down a little bit after they took a couple initial hits. And if you look at the deaths, the only one that has really been suffering was Remakami. You know, Twig took a couple of strays by virtue of the fact that they were over in that solo lane. But the dual lane for Smite 2 Bad Boys has really been where a lot of their success has been. Still a 4-level lead for Donut Doug over Hydrogen. We really just got to start using this Jingwei to make things happen on the map. It started with that Gold Fury. It's time to start dreaming and thinking of bigger objectives and ideas. Try to find some picks and really try to look at that Fire Giant.
You want your carries to rotate? What? No, I'm just kidding. It's getting at about that time. We're 20 minutes into this game. So yeah, I imagine we're getting to that point where Donut Doug should start showing face, good lord, start showing face around these objectives. And Happen might be looking for a root on Twig. It does connect, but Twig jumps out in the nick of time. I don't think we find anything crazy there, but the Fire Giant's up, Pyro Bomb on the floor. I wonder what the next move is for Clocked in to continue their lead. I guess it's not a lead because they're down on gold. This game's neck and neck.
Yeah, I would just call this tied, honestly, at this point. Like, 400 gold is kind of peanuts at this stage of the game. It doesn't really mean too much. If you're asking for Clocked in to try to find a leverage their lead, a lot of it has to do with getting Hydrogen back up and running. We need levels and gold to this Hou Yi so that we can really start to threaten larger objectives and look at towers and phoenixes instead of having to rely solely on the damage that Tegvir and Paul are going to be dishing out for the most part. Right.
Damage needs to be placed on both sides of the ball, or not both sides. Let's drop that. So
balls,
Fire Giant getting hovered around.
Sides? Yes. Yeah, my bad. Continue.
Good lord, Buse. Karmic is here in the pit of the Fire Giant. All 5 of the bad boys chipping away at the health bar. Clocked in know this. Karmic gives them the info, and everybody rotates over. The Fire Giant's dropped and is left with now generating back to full health. Neither team engages. We're back to the interesting song and dance, and Queen Naga getting sieged by Clocked in.
This does ultimately benefit Clocked in because it's getting some more time for Hydrogen to get their items online. But Smite 2 Bad Boys, I also feel, are in a position where maybe they don't have to stress out about it too much. They're playing a similar game with their Kukulkan. So it comes down to who's going to be more impactful, the Hou Yi or the Cuckoo. I believe it's going to be the Hou Yi. Like, yeah, Cuckoo's going to be able to do a lot of damage. The Ratatouille is online for them now. That's one of the indicators we were looking for to know if that big damage was on its way. But when it comes to who's going to be able to really be a problem, Smite 2 Bad Boys only have the one tank. Hydrogen is going to be that tank shredder. So put him up there. Put him in front of that Ymir, not too close, and let him operate. Either that or let Paul or Tegvir be able to throw some chip damage at him and take him down. But with this Yogi's Necklace Spirit Robe combination, this menace of a build, Aurora is going to be loath to be too low on health.
Now, I'm kind of wondering the value that we're getting from Nuwa so far. Do you think that investment has paid off? Has she really been hitting hard, or do you think that comes later on into the game?
I think we're at the stage now where maybe she really starts to show up and be an issue. Oh, here's that damage from Remakami as Karmic forced to world surf into Wei. Get out of dodge. I feel like the ultimate missed a little bit too, otherwise maybe it could have been a lot worse.
Tegvir here, looking to collapse on Twig, who was trying to jump on to Karmic, but forced to use Ragnarok and get that puppy back to base. He'll be all right. He's A-okay. Beads was not forced out, but the Ragnarok was. And we're back to seeing that interesting build that Twig picked up last time we saw the bad boys, specifically Twig on Fenrir. He had this weird, Rune Forge and the Golden Blade.
Oh, yeah.
But he's back on it. Wait, Pyromancer are getting taken out by bad boys. Maybe they melt this and Clockton can't do anything about it? No, they can't.
I do like that you bring up this build for the Fenrir, because it is kind of funky to see. It's a variant of the tank Fenrir, but what I really like about it is Rune Forge is going to be proccing, or you'll be able to build the rune off of your Brutalize. That's cool. Okay, so you have Berserker Shield as well, and Contagion, so you're doing a lot of damage there while staying super tanky. That's kind of saucy. I can get behind that, and Golden Blade as well. Remember, the damage from Golden Blade doesn't scale off of your health anymore, it scales off of your prots, so this Berserker's is doing quite a bit. When the Fenrir drops below a certain health threshold, that Brutalize really gonna start hurting. So, this Fenrir's just kind of built to run at Paul, huh? Like, really just wants to get at either Paul or Hydrogen. Just one, like, Hide of the Nemean and an Ancile combination, and suddenly, dude, Twig is gonna be a monster. That's gross.
Everyone says Paul is better. How can he be better if he's dead? That's the mentality that Twig has going into these team fights. And let's see if that mentality comes to life. Fire Giant getting taken away by the bad boys. Clocked in just now showing up. The Fire Giant's at about half health, and everybody's committed. Shards of Ice is out. World Serpent as well. Aurora is able to secure that fire, and Happen finds a kill as well. Hydro split pushing on left side means the Clocked in are down one man, but they still took out Twig. Can they find another? Remikami might be getting choked out by the ice ball that was left up by Aurora. He might have killed his friend there.
Unfortunate, but Happen is able to find that dagger, and this whole time Hydrogen is split pushing on that left side, so Smite 2 bad boys get the Gold Fury, but still are in a position where they could stand to lose a lot more, especially this third Gold Fury pip for Clocked in. Hydrogen's caught out.
Hydro's caught with nowhere to go, and Donut Doug finds the final touch of death. Karmic just a tad bit late to save his friend. Now Clocked in are forced to back up, and do they give up this Ancient Fury for free? I mean, bad boys are still down 2 bodies. Twig just now got out of the base, but they don't have health bars. Maybe Clocked in realized, hey, this isn't our smartest fight. I mean, Tagveer does have a lot of damage online. He's 5-1. He's also got a dagger in hand. Karmic doesn't want to give this up for free either. Paul just now showing face, and the Ancient Fury sitting at about half health. Aurora still maintaining the aggro, so it's not regenerating health just yet. But Clocked in now walking up. It's at about 5,000. Nobody has aggro. It's regenerating yet again. Both teams are kind of just slowly poking away, but the Ancient Fury dropped. Oh, it's getting picked back up by bad boys. Frost Breath might be out, but Ice Wall will get Aurora to safety. What is our engage here? What is going on?
I mean, without Aurora's freeze, it's going to be tough. Clocked in are just kind of staring back and forth at the Smite 2 bad boys, but Remikami and Twig have rejoined the fight, so they should have tempo here.
All 10 are here. All 10 bodies. Ultimate's online as well as Shards of Ice. The Ancient Fury might be getting taken down here. Wait a minute. Shards of Ice didn't kill it. It's still at about 1,000 health, and Paul's able to take it. Paul's able to take it for Clocked in. He does lose his life in the process, but he's able to find the gold. But that leaves Tagveer by his lonely. He does have the dagger online. Twig putting a lot of pressure onto him. The dagger's used. Tagveer's back, and he soaks up the damage from the cold. Spirit of the 9 wins. There's no spirit to be had as Hydro takes you to your grave, and a lot of low health bars on the side of the bad boys. Karmic chases them down, looking for more kills. Only 1 dead so far. Great body block from Karmic. Aurora can't walk through the giant that is known as Jormungandr. That's another pick for Clocked in, celebrating their 3rd Gold Fury with 2 kills in pocket. Clocked in stocks are up.
Paul just put it all on the line to get that Ancient Gold Fury, and it's so unfortunate the dagger popped by Tagveer, and the Spirit of the 9 wins just a little bit off the mark. And it's interesting that at the start of that fight too, Remikami ends up taking a ton of poke, not only from what Baron was able to put out with that Life of the Party as a Pyromancer is picked up by Clocked in as well, but also just the damage that Paul and Tagveer put out just by simply existing. And It feels like this Cuckoo is not positioning in maybe the way I would like to see them. They're very forward stancing, very much trying to get in there and get active. That's how a solo laner thinks. That's how a solo laner positions. That's what you do if you have prots to take a couple of hits and then get out. Cuckoo does not have those prots. Cuckoo has a Ratatouille and a Dream, right? Yes, you do a lot of damage. Yeah, you can get in there. You are so squishy. It takes a stiff breeze to kill this Kukulkan, right? And Clocked In is more than a stiff breeze. They are a strong gale that is able to just fan the flames of the fires that they have been soaking inside their hearts to be able to take this game 1. They blow out the flame of the Fire Giant buff that the Smite 2 bad boys worked so hard to get. Just because you got FG doesn't mean you can walk away with the map. Just because you do a lot of damage doesn't mean you can stand in front of everybody and expect them to be scared of you. You'll just die.
Been a minute since we recapped your Muse. We're 29 minutes into this game, creeping up on 30. 12 kills in for Clocked In and 10 for the bad boys. Clocked In have a 2k gold lead, more or less. They've got 3 pips of the Gold Fury. Bad boys only have 1. So their siege for Clocked In looks promising. If they can manage to get their hands on a couple more tools, maybe the Ancient Fury debuff or a Fire Giant belt, I mean, that could really spell trouble for the bad boys. But bad boys feel alive and well. I mean, they're not giving up just yet. They contested that Gold Fury pretty well. I mean, they didn't lose all 5, right? They walked away with some alive bodies, and while they might not have gotten the gold itself, I think they definitely got some kills in the process, so it's not looking terrible for bad boys right now.
They have the pieces to be able to win team fights. That's the thing. While Clocked In have been able to walk away victorious from these last couple of scuffles, Smite 2 bad boys can absolutely take this away, right? They have the pieces, and the pieces lie in Aurora being able to get in there, hit a big freeze, be able to wall people off, this Cuckoo being able to stay in the back, stay alive, ult before you die, that type of thing. That's how Smite 2 bad boys win. But if Clocked In are able to all in and find that W, they got it.
Fire Giant getting taken away by the bad boys, but Clocked In show up. Happen pressing forward, looking to zone them off of the fire. I don't think Clocked In want it for themselves, but they don't want bad boys to take it. That's for damn sure. So they press forward to make sure that bad boys don't take it away, and then they waltz away themselves and leave that Fire Giant up. Ancient Fury coming online right as we speak, and Pyro will be about 30 seconds out. A lot on the map for both teams to look at, but what's the game plan for Clocked In to put the final nail in the coffin for the bad boys? Do we want Ancient so we can debuff that left bird? Do we want Fire so we can just run at the bad boys? What's the move?
Honestly, Clocked In could stance up around this FG pit and see if they can bait in Smite 2 bad boys. Look for a pick. It's very much a pick comp here. You've got Baron Samedi with Wrap It Up. That life of the party can isolate somebody. Remember, no beads for the bad boys and no talismans either. These characters are very susceptible to CC, so Happen, there's a big spotlight on him to look at him and make sure that he can make something happen. If not him, then Karmic and Tagveer are going to be able to get in there and cause a lot of chaos.
Fire Giant burn begins. Clocked In decide they want the fire, and the ice wall maybe looking to block off some basics from Hydro. It's the best that Aurora can do right now because he can't just waltz in willy-nilly. Fire Giant down to about half health, and Hydro maintaining the aggro, still continuing to burn. McCormick around the corner looking for a potential engage, maybe just looking to disrupt bad boys from jumping in. Caltrops are out, Happen pressing forward. Maybe looking for an engage. Ramakami very low on health. Life of the party's out, followed by the Sunbreak, and World Serpent's out as well. Great knockup. Happens able to find a kill. Hydro finds the next. Shards of Ice will lock down Aurora, and Hydro finds his body. Tagveer pressing forward, but does get a bit low on health. Damage out from Maswal, but doesn't quite find any kills. Tagveer's very low. Happen and Hydro are as well. Maybe Clocked In don't feel so comfortable taking away the fire, but they did push bad boys off and found 2 kills in the process.
Again, Ramakami just takes a bunch of poke walking through Caltrops, sucked in by a Baron and dies. There's so much potential with Kukulkan, but I'll tell you what, none of that potential matters if what this Kukulkan is doing is staring at the gray screen more often than not. Like 0-7 and 2 has not been able to be the impact that we expected from it so far. And at this stage of the game, Smite 2 bad boys really got to start thinking about where they want Ramakami to position. Looks like Clocked In are going to be able to have this Fire Giant, and Smite 2 bad boys take the Ancient Gold Fury as a consolation prize.
Well, you know what? I like to view it as less of a consolation prize, and you are partially correct on that, but also it's something you're taking away from Clocked In, because with all 5 here on the Fire Giant, you're taking away a resource that they could have just walked to afterwards. I mean, regularly, if the Ancient Fury was up, we grab Pyro, and then we make our way there, so we have everything that we want to walk forward. But without Ancient Fury, those structures in middle, like the tier 2 and the birds, are still relatively damage dealing, right? They're not debuff little statures just sitting there and doing nothing. They actually hurt now. So Clocked In need to be careful when they want to fight, when they want to engage and start something their way.
Bit of a breather here, a reset for everybody involved as Clocked In with this Fire Giant decide where they want to go. It feels like the easy answer would be that left side Phoenix. Taking a quick glance at the builds, I mean, Paul's online. Very quiet game from Paul. It's been the Tegvir Karmic show, I think. So far, so good. Happen as well. And I really like the build as well from Happen. We talked about this Glad Shield Ansile pickup. They've also got Spectral. It's a good answer to Donut Dog and also to Twig, who's kind of relying on auto attacks. So far, the pieces are really coming together for Clocked In. Smite 2 Bad Boys do have a fairly solid defense. Anti-siege with this Kukulkan, but I don't think it matters if nobody's here to stop him.
Paul takes a lot of damage from Twig, but does even more back to Twig, who's on the run now, and maybe Karmic shuts him down. World Serpent is out, but I don't think Karmic's looking for him. I think Karmic's looking to escape with his own life. Twig very low on health, but around the corner is Karmic, but Twig jumps right over him, and Karmic going invis, not looking to fight this out. Look on the left side, Hydro Happen, Paul all pressing forward on the left. Maybe they go for a bird here. It's only Mazbal left to defend. Mazbal and Donut Doug, the Queen Nagas, just walk away. They don't care about the bird. You think they care about a freaking Phoenix? No, they don't. The Ricochet doesn't quite hit the mark. Clocked In, still looking to find this left bird, but Bad Boys here and posturing around it.
Minotaur will walk up. That could be danger. Ragnarok over the wall. Burns the beats from Happen.
Sunbreaker's out as well. Karmic looking for a knockup, does a spin into the back line. Tegvir in the back, causing ruckus, and Twig is first on the block. Next is Donut Doug. Life of the party finds a great pull, and Maswal by is lonely. That's 3 bodies down. Happen does lose his life, though, and diving in is Karmic, looking to stop her ore from healing up, and the Titan could be next, but Clocked In decide it's not the move. This is not the time that we end. Let's back up. Maybe grab this tier 2. Maybe we grab more farm as well. And we'll end this game at a later time. 35.5 minutes in, and we're still here. Clocked In maintaining their lead. Wait a minute, they turn this back around. World Serpent finds the knockup, and that's a double kill from Paul. Aurora takes him down from the grave, but that's a deicide for Clocked In, and surely they end the game here with nobody standing in their way. Clocked In have locked in the W for game 1.
I mean, they caught out the last 2 members of Smite 2 Bad Boys in that corridor. And it's like I said, Smite 2 Bad Boys have such strong anti-siege capabilities, but we never had a chance to actually see it in action. It felt like we were never grouped up at the end, and Smite 2 Bad Boys just felt a little bit lost, all things considering, going through that game. So hopefully there's some changes being made to both the picks and the bans. I think we keep the Cuckoo back in the closet. We don't want to bring that out. Should have stayed in the cookbook, and maybe see what else we can do going into game 2.
Well, we're going to look into the cookbook while we wait for game 2 to show up and see if maybe there's a bit more retaliation to be had. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back in just a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We're live on Smite Prime and Smite Game. This is Morty on the mic. We've got Jithens behind the scenes. Musi is out, and Spirited Book is in. How we feeling, Book?
Pretty good. Excited to be here. Excited to be casting my first Smite Prime finals. It's and I get to cast Paul, one of my favorite players. My bias for the Pittsburgh Knights Season 7 roster is showing a little bit in this moment, but Clocked In, taking game number 1. And I agree, it's off the back of Karmic, Tegvir, and Paul just putting in an absolute clinic of a performance out of this mid 2v2, and Karmic just taking advantage of this Cuckoo Khan in the soul lane, which I did not like. I agree with that Jithens has put down there, the go away, get this Cuckoo Khan out of here, man.
go away indeed. And I think that's what he wanted to make happen with that Kukulkan pick. He wanted to make them go away by putting out that zoning pressure, but it didn't exactly work out. He played a little bit too far forward, and Ramakami just kept getting caught out.
Yep.
And one thing led to another, ended up losing the game, and it is what it is. But that's all in the past. Game 2 is upon us now.
Yep.
The future is now. And how do we feel this is going to go? Are we investing in a sweep, or do you think we'll maybe go to 3?
I wouldn't be surprised if the likes of Clocked In just take this one. I kind of went into today saying I think Clocked In are the favorites going into today. They are probably just the best team here. They're looking really strong. It really is going to be very difficult, especially with what a performance from Tegvir in the last game. I've kind of been a little critical of Tegvir's God pool personally, of like, oh, this guy can play what? Achilles, Susano, what else? Well, now he's shown that he can play the Tsukiyomi as well, and it was a very impressive performance out of Tegvir in that last game. So I'm excited to see what he plays in this next one. Twig with a decent performance on the Fender, but I think more importantly, I think the Fender needs to be paired with something a lot stronger in the mid lane from Moswall. I think that was the kind of question mark for me, the new Wa. I think putting something like the Zeus paired with the Fender was really good that last time around. We saw it from the side of Smite 2 Bad Boys, but this time around, we'll have to see what they decide to do in the Pixim bans, if you would please, Mr. Jithins, as we'll see what exactly Smite 2 Bad Boys decide to change.
And I really don't want to argue too hard on the Nuwa viability. You're the mid expert between us, I know that. But what confuses me a little bit is that we saw Benny earlier today on the Nuwa, and he put out some good damage numbers. He won on the Nuwa. So why wasn't Moswall able to do the same? Was it because of the build, or maybe he just shut him down a little bit more? Kind of wondering, like, where did it go wrong for that game 1 with Moswall?
I think Moswall just needed a little more. Look, Nuwa is one of those characters that just takes a while to get online, and the game just didn't really go long enough, which is crazy to say because it did go to a good distance. It's a character that takes time to cook, and I think there's a lot of other mages that are available to you that you can do what Nuwa does just a little bit sooner. I mentioned the Zeus. I'm surprised he didn't go for the Baron there. I thought that was a surefire lock-in looking at the drafts, but decided to go more towards just a little safer of an option. Fortunate. I do like these band shifts already, though. Yemo from Smite 2 Bad Boys. Artemis, again, another shout out to Moswall and Donut Doug, who have both piloted this character again today.
Ares banned out as well. We don't want a roar on Ares because we know how that one goes. That is a story as old as time. You know just as well as I do that will be a written game. And Achilles out as well. Still going to be taken away from Aurora, also, who's catching a lot of strays right now. We love Aurora around here. And Paul is losing Merlin capability. I wonder who he goes now.
It's not gonna be the Hecate. I'm kind of surprised by this here. Instead, it's gonna be an Agni lock-in going the way of Clocked In. Smite 2 Bad Boys hovering over this Aladdin here. I mean, we've talked about it earlier. Twig doesn't really scream as a Aladdin player to me. And they're gonna go with the Yorm as well.
And I'm kind of wondering if maybe we're just taking this away from Karmic. I don't see Ramakami playing Yorm like that. Maybe this goes to Twig. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. I know it sounds a little wild, but we've seen more rambunctious things on Smite Prime, especially when we get to this later part of the bracket like this. That's when we tend to see the wild cards pulled out, because if you pull them out too early, then your teams who are watching these games know that's who they play. That's who we need to look out for. We keep that band, right? But when you bust these wild cards out at this point, dude, Clocked In are not ready for an Aladdin mid. They're not ready for a Yorm jungle or something wild along those lines. For some of y'all viewers, I know it sounds like Morty is talking crazy right now. We're just going to mute him and listen to Book only, because Book actually knows what he's talking about. I promise you, there are crazier things out there that have went nuts during the closed bracket. So, Yorm, Aladdin, Locked In, Tsukiyomi, and Ymir here as well. And I'm wondering, is this maybe another Happen support, Ymir?
Probably. And so Smite 2 Bad Boys, they're going to pair. Look, okay, I took a moment because I saw these lock-ins here. Agni first for Clocked In, Aladdin Yorm for Smite 2 Bad Boys. And I had to take a moment. I legitimately asked, are these teams switched? Did we, because Yorm Aladdin is exactly what Clocked In would love to play here. They ran it last game. Smite 2 Bad Boys would love the Agni. We've seen Moswell pilot it so many times now. It just took me by surprise. If Smite 2 Bad Boys are going to be the ones taking away these picks, I don't know if I've seen Twig really play the Aladdin much. Excited to see how it performs. I'm excited to see how this Clocked In roster responds, though, because I don't know if I've ever seen Paul play Agni before, but with that Uller lock-in tells me that Agni is probably going to go into the ADC role, and Paul is going to be the one piloting his signature Uller in the mid lane here.
Hercules lock-in for Clocked In as well. Uller, Herc, Tsukiyomi, Agni, Ymir. Okay, I'm kind of putting new things together. I see a lot of damage capability. I see them starting fights through picks, but do you think that Herc's Excavate is enough to start fights like a full-fledged team fight?
Honestly, I think the fight might start off of either an Uller Axe, a Ymir wall even. The Agni stun from a distance is a great way to start fights. Especially because you look at the Smite 2 Bad Boys comp, the Zeus is going to be the target, incredibly immobile, deadly to the walls, and the Herc is going to be able to dive him pretty effectively as well. With that Baron lock-in here, though, I believe that is Baron's... that might be a Baron solo Yorm support, potentially. It could be Baron solo support as well, but I'm not entirely sold on where all these characters are going just yet for Smite 2 Bad Boys.
Well, we both know Remikami. Remikami's got a god pool as deep as the Atlantic Ocean. This guy will play just about any god he wants to for any reason that he thinks is probable. He's going to bust it out. So part of me thinks that this could be a Yorm on Remikami, but there is an aspect for Yorm support. That's very true as well. That could be the move, and letting Baron go into solo. That's a classic. We saw Fino go that multiple times throughout the Founders series, and especially with the aspect of Asteria, that has only gotten stronger since he used to run that all the time. So there's a lot to analyze here. Is this maybe Uller in the mid for Paul, and then Agni is taken into carry? You think so? I think so too.
Paul is known for his Uller performances, and Agni has never really been one of his signature characters at all. And then with the Zeus takeaway, I think it is absolutely Uller mid here for Paul. I think the 2v2 fight potential between him and Tegvir rocketing the Tsukiyomi yet again is just deadly. And I think they're just going to start running it down from minute one. Maybe once first item comes online for Paul on the Uller, I think he's going to be able to continue to just snowball slowly but surely in the mid lane and then transfer that over to side lanes. I think that's the game plan here for Clocked In the early game.
Mm-hmm. I think you're absolutely right. Because Paul, we all know Paul. We don't got to talk about Paul like that. Everybody that's here that is even remotely a ball knower knows about Paul and what he's capable of. And I also like throwing Agni towards carry. That aspect of combustion makes him such a strong laner in duo. You're able to get some early kills out because Flame Wave doesn't lose any damage. You also get just hard-hitting basics through your passive. Agni can bring so much to the table. And that early game damage from Flame Wave combined with Ymir's Frostbite passive that can just melt health bars. There is so much first blood capability in duo with that lineup. And then now Paul can rotate over because he's mobile. He's Uller. He can jump in and help out as well. He's practically a second jungler if he wants to make the rotations. Everything is starting to come together for Clocked In.
Mort, I just realized that Jingwei went unpicked, unbanned between Hydrogen and Donut Doug. This is 2025, by the way. We're in potentially our final game of the day, and Clocked In and Smite 2 Bad Boys, the biggest premier players of this character, Hydrogen and Donut Doug. Tegvir has also can pilot it because he's played ADC once upon a time, and no one's picked it. It has gone by the wayside and out the window. We are completely changing the ideas. It's all about the early and mid game, and that's what the Agni can kind of do a little bit more in comparison to the Jingwei Hui as well. These are ADCs that can fight in the lane and also just do decently well in the mid to late, really contribute to their team. Jingwei is the true late game carry. These are characters that could just provide more for the team.
Well, we'll see how that unfolds as we dive in. This is game 2 of the grand finals between Clocked In and the Bad Boys. And we'll find out now. Will Clocked In sweep the set and secure that grand prize, or will Bad Boys have something else to say about it?
It is going to be a roar on the Zeus. Huh. Okay. Listen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, look, it's all out the window, man. It is Twig piloting the Aladdin in the jungle. I'm excited to see how he performs on it. And Aurora is Zeus support with a Sunder, a War Flag, and a Baron's Brew.
I told you, bro, these random wild card picks show up right now. And just when you think you know Aurora, this is what he busts out. I see the vision. There's hard CC that can be hit in a multitude of bodies. Hold on, let me hear this through. This is our thing, Book. You say the meta stuff. I'll give y'all vision for the stuff that doesn't make sense. He can hit multiple stuns should the chain lightning hit how he wants to. War Flag will boost up the attack speed of his own. And think about it, the base damage from Zeus basics are there by himself. He doesn't need damage items for the first little bit. Zeus is just going to hurt by himself. So there's a little bit of vision to be had here. I'm excited to see how this goes down. Let's look at where Twig's at right now. He's invading that purple buff from Twigveer.
He's invading the speed here, and look at this, Tegveer on the way to defend it. I think Twig got out with the speed, but Tegveer on the chase here. Yeah, Twig did end up stealing that one away and is going to continue to just harass Tegveer in his own jungle. This is a great start for Smite 2 Bad Boys already, and I believe Twig got that one as well.
No way, he walks away. That's wild. Yep. Come on, Twig. Let that man just have a sliver of farm. You don't need to be that annoying yet. We've got a whole game to go, man.
This is a pretty bad start now for Clocked In, because it's a great start for Twig, bad start for Tegveer for obvious reasons, but more importantly, this has allowed Paul to get a little bit more solo farm here in the mid lane, rotated on over to the right to just take those back camps. Doug has to jump away to safety. Aurora, he's a Zeus. He's awfully vulnerable here.
No way. Aurora almost lost his life, but he's able to get out of there. Happen takes a lot of damage as well, and the stun not online just yet. Aurora doesn't have a lockdown, but a lot of low health bodies over here in duo.
Paul trying to defend on this buff. He got it, and now Twig has to dash away to safety. And Paul just continuing to be aggressive here on this Hooler. This is what I want to see out of this pick, even though his jungler, just got invaded as Roar steals that one away with the chain lightning. Aurora showing that even supports can hit line skill shots.
Wow, this is pretty wild. I can't believe we're seeing the success here. Paul in middle lane does force out the Aegis from Moswall, who sits at about 100 health. Consigned Spirits helps out with that health bar just a tad bit, but Tegveer's around the corner. He doesn't have an ult though, so I don't think we dive Moswall just yet, but the opportunity is there. Look at Twig invading yet again. This guy just doesn't give up. As more action unfolding here in duo, look at the Bad Boys pressing forward and looking for a kill on Happen. They're able to find it, and Hydro by himself by the teleporter, waiting for some reinforcements, but Tegveer is way too far away to show up, so Bad Boys just walk away. They take down Happen and then just waltz out of there unscathed. Talk about success for the Bad Boys.
Captain Twig going back to his old tried and true EU name, the back camp bandit himself, shows up here in finals of Smite Prime. And I mean, this is what you want to keep seeing him doing. He's level 4 taking on against level 3 Tegveer.
The back camp bandit, the back camp burglar. That's so funny, dude. Twig, Captain Twig, now formerly known as Captain Twig, but look, they're still duking it out by the Firebrands. Tegveer just doesn't want to stop fighting. He wants to find some little bit of snowball to grab onto and then just ride that to the top. Is Paul solos Moswall in middle? No way.
I mean, it was bound to happen eventually. Paul continuing to pressure out Moswall here in the mid lane, keeping him fairly low in terms of the HP bar. Twig here on this right-hand side, still only level 4 to Tegveer's level 3, trying to get a blue buff invade here onto Karmic.
A Twig is here by the blue buff. Wasn't able to steal it away, but just showing face, trying to be annoying. Both junglers just kind of in each other's jungles, looking to steal away resources and whatever they can get their hands on to put each other in the lead. 4-minute mark right here and 1 kill on each side. If Paul had a tad bit more mana, he could easily jump in on Moswell here.
Yeah, Moswell low yet again. This is the power of this Uller mid here from Paul and why so many people end up banning it away from him in important games like this. There's a time period where it was just triple ban Paul. Every Pro League match you face him, triple ban Paul, and you know, we'll keep him on a character that doesn't necessarily hard carry, because Paul will eventually back to base here. I do believe he's going for I'm not quite sure actually. This is an interesting first 2 items. I think that's the Oathsworn first here for Paul, if I'm not mistaken. Not the traditional Transcendence, not the traditional Hydras we see often first overall. This is going to allow Paul to really set up not only for himself, but Tegvir as well, who is also a physical character.
That's a really good point. I was just thinking about that during picks and bans too. Lightning Storm here in duo as Aurora trying to get this middle camp, and it looks like he might have got his hands on it, and Twig's just a tad bit late, but that's a-okay.
You can see Tegvir hovering on the left-hand side as well. Now level 5 between these 2 junglers. Twig won't be able to bully out this Tegvir anymore, as Tegvir is going to go for the 1v1.
No way, amazing ult, but the lamp doesn't connect. It just went right into the wall. Tegvir is able to take him down because of that. Frost Breath connects, and down might go Donut Doug, but here's Paul. Paul's here, finds the stun. Hydro finds the final touch of death. 2 bodies in the ground for the bad boys, and clocked in, cash in on a free Gold Fury.
Into the lamp flew right by my window with that one, as Clocked In come up big with 2 important kills, and they're onto the Gold Fury. Aurora on the way. No Lightning Storm to contest, but does have Sunder.
Chain Lightning's out, Lightning Storm as well, but Paul is able to secure the Gold Fury.
Okay.
Oswald takes down Tegvir as a constellation prize. It might not be a Gold Fury, but a kill is okay nonetheless, as we're 5 minutes in, 6 minutes to be exact, and a Gold Fury pip in the hands of Clocked In, but Bad Boys have a gold lead? How is that?
I mean, it's just off the early pressure of Twig in the jungle, invading early on, took away a lot of Tegvir's farm. It'll start to balance out now that Tegvir is on top of his own jungle camps, and Twig is now going to be focused more on farming up his own, now that Twig has taken a spill here as well. So Tegvir will catch up in terms of the gold. You can already see, was towards the bottom, now rocketing towards the middle of the pack, though. Look at Karmic all the way towards the bottom, while Remikami is right at the top.
That's an interesting thought. I want to dive back on that and see how that lands after we get through part of this mid-game phase. I think it's an interesting touchback.
Yeah, for sure. And you can already see Remikami going for an interesting build. The Triton's Conch first here overall for the Jormunganders. We see a potential purple buff invade from happen here on the left-hand side.
He does have Sunder. He maybe takes that away. No, he does not secure that. Lightning Storms out, does find a good amount of damage on to happen. Tegvir's around the corner. Maybe we chase down Aurora. Oh, he did. He was just waiting for Hydro to take that. Nice.
Yeah, I just don't. I'm kind of surprised he just didn't go and pick it up. Maybe Happen was just focused on the fight. But yeah, I mean, Doug's not picking it up, so they got that one there. That's a great invade from Happen. The Sunder just allowing himself to invade and be aggressive early on. And so already just continuing to do that, especially because my 2 bad boys, remember, they're the ones that got first blood here on the left-hand side with the help of the Zeus support, but it's now Clocked In, thanks to that Gold Fury, that are able to exert some pressure here over on the left-hand side, especially now that Tegvir is kind of back in this game, has that first item completed. It's the Crusher for the likes of Tegvir here. It's going to be a bit of CDR, a bit of strength, and some bonus damage off that passive.
This is a bit of a brawl by the Firebrands, Karmic and Remikami fighting over this as the Excavate comes out and secures a couple of those pips. Looks like all of them went to Karmic. Very nice.
Yeah, nice play from Karmic there. Rocking that awesome title, as you mentioned last game, but we haven't really talked about the matchup here in the solo lane. Hercules versus Jormungandr. Herc is has been deemed that sort of counter pick to Yorm for a while now, because he has 2 abilities, now 3 abilities, that proc the Yorm passive instantly. You know, he's got the push, he's got the pull, and he's got the ultimate now that also knocks up. So Remikami is going to get that passive procced more often, where he takes bonus damage as this slippery snake, though. Speaking of slippery, Doug gonna get caught on this left-hand side, thanks to the likes of Hydrogen and Happen, who make that 2v1 happen.
Great job from Hydro and Happen securing a kill on Donut Doug and creeping around the corners. Aurora, I hope he doesn't get caught as well. Maybe an ice wall could lock him in place, but I don't think so. I think we're back to the farming game as Twig shows up to duo quite possibly and maybe looks to make something happen while Karmic doesn't have his ult online just yet, but Twig backs off. Maybe looks to put a little prio on some camps instead.
It's a Prophetic Cloak, second overall here for Remikami. Again, this is a very odd build for me. I'm kind of surprised it's not more of the hybrid style CDR build I would expect from a Jormungandr, where you just want to, you know, continue to spit out as many pools of poison as possible to just play zone control with the help of damage. Going for the Prophetic Cloak means this is a Yorm playing for the long con, as Moswell could get caught here in the mid lane.
Oh no, Ice Ball does do a lot of disruption there, but around the corners, Twig, maybe looking at a lockdown Happen under the tier 1 tower, and that he does. Twig finds a kill on Happen.
Remy?
And looks like Remikami is just a tad bit late. Paul finds the jump, finds the safety under the tower, and nothing escalates from there. 1 kill, 1 and done, clocked in, lost 1 body.
This is right as Gold Fury is due to spawn as well, and Remikami continuing to exert this pressure here in the mid lane. Twig already around the objective here. Aurora and Remy on the way. This should be the Gold Fury going the way of the Smite 2 bad boys, though clocked in. They're rotating on over to contest.
Gold Fury's getting taken down. Sunbreaker's out. But who happened? Hydro looking for the final touch of damage. Aurora is able to take that for the bad boys, and Tegvir wasn't there in time. The World Serpent's out. He's using the ult to cash in a bit of an escape. He's A-okay. Bad boys are just finding little things like that all across the map. It's not massive victories that really put them in the lead, but it's just keeping them alive, keeping them afloat, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the later this game goes, you have an Aladdin, you have a Baron Somni who's building towards full damage. And speaking of Baron Somni, gonna pull back? No, Karmic just gets the dash off in time, though that beads is pulled now off of this Hercules. But the later this game goes here for the Smite 2 bad boys, I think just the better it gets. Yorm in the late game, really strong. Aladdin, really strong in the late game. Zeus support, remains to be seen just yet. But Baron and Hui also quite strong in the late game as well. Smite 2 bad boys, they just gotta get there, and they gotta get those important items online.
You know what? I'm a big fan of this Prophetic on Remikami's Yorm because all of the range that his 1 has, and even then it's a tick damage that just sits on the ground. So even if he doesn't initially connect with the 1, if they walk over it, that's a Prophetic Cloak proc. I mean, that you could easily just stack that up if you just keep showing up to team fights. I don't know. I think there's a lot of vision right there, especially if you're investing in that late game Yorm that you talked about. There's a lot of vision to be had there, as maybe Happen shows up, looks for an Ice Ball, Frost Breath combo, does find a stun on Donut Doug, but Hydro not close by, so no kill found. But I like the pressure that Happen's trying to put out here.
Yeah, Happen just continuing to roam to these side lanes. That freeze was awfully short. I'm curious what Happen is maxing here on this Ymir, because that freeze felt awfully short to me so far. And yeah, okay, so it's 2 points in the freeze, the 2 almost maxed out, and then a point in the wall. I feel like most supports tend to go towards the wall and the freeze max before the 2 just for extra CC, but Happen may be choosing to be just more aggressive here and put out more damage in the early game, and that's why he's gone for the 2 max instead.
Lightning Storm's out. Ice Ball locks down Aurora. He has nowhere to go. No Phantom Shell to save his life, and he does find a stun. Hydro locks him down. Happen finds the final touch of death, and Aurora is dead. Clocked in retreat because they don't want to fight from there. And that's an interesting take. Honestly, I feel like Clocked in could have really won that fight, but instead they played it safe as Hydro finds a great flame wave followed by the Learning Bro. That does amazing damage, but frame 1 jump over the wall. Donut Doug is out. Tegvir looking to chase.
Great
Sunbreaker walls. Oh my God, that was beautiful, Doug. Oh my God.
Yeah, Doug just happy he turned around to throw out the 4 key on that one. Well played from him, but just bit off a little more he could chew. Speaking of biting off more you could chew, Moswell a bit caught here, but now he's actually looking for Happen.
Life of the party takes in Happen. Can he find an escape though? Stun from Zeus will lock him in place, and Moswell is able to find the final touch of death. Down goes Happen into the grave, and bad boys cash in on another kill. What can they find from there? Gold Fury's not up yet. Pyromancer isn't either. Maybe they go for this tier 1 that Paul is so eager to defend, especially with the backup of Tegvir.
The more I look at this clocked in composition, the more I get a little bit worried for them, as you know, their comp is really good at all-inning, but outside of that, once they all in, if it does not go their way, the fight becomes a whole lot more difficult in that moment. Look at Tsukiyomi. It's a very all-in character. The Uller can all in from a distance, sure, but again, if it just doesn't go their way in a moment's notice, Ymir easy to lock down and catch out in awkward moments. It's going to be tough for Clocked In to escape and bail out of the team fight if it just goes awry. But I mean, these are tried and true veteran players who have been around for a hot minute. You'd expect them to be able to execute actions like this perfectly, as Happen could get caught here.
Beads is out, does negate
Good
the
ult.
lamp, but the Sunbreaker's out as well. Looks like Happen has nowhere to go. Donut Doug finds a kill, and that's another pick for the bad boys. Just cashing in on little victories like that, finding little things wherever they can to make sure that they stay afloat. No real huge lead yet, as we're at the 15-minute mark, and there's no real gold lead or no kill lead either. Both teams have 5.
Jingwei certainly cannot do that, and really happy Doug picked up the Hou there to make that kind of play. That's 2 ultimates that back-to-back just come up big because of the wall on the Hou. The +1 for that character, you know, there's been a lot of rumblings about how powerful that addition to the character is in the ultimate, as Aurora could get caught here. Paul and Tegvir on the way.
Great stun, but we won't find anything from there as Paul is forced out of the fight by Twig, who runs up the wall and dashes out of there. Tegvir wants to fight, but there's just no engage. That seems to be a consistent problem for Clocked In, is that they're feeling these fights. They want to make things happen, but there's just no massive engage, especially without Hercules there. No huge CC to keep everybody in place and let the rest of the team take advantage of. It kind of just seems like we're looking for whoever's out and then taking advantage of them from there.
Speaking of catching someone out, Karmic around the backhand side here at Moswell.
Wait, Beads is forced out from Paul. Can he make it to safety? No, we can't. The life of the party will take him down. Karmic's finally here, followed by the Sukiyo, which does a whole lot of damage. Twig is out. No, he's not. Hydro takes him down. That's a shutdown for Hydro's pockets, and that's 2 kills for Clocked In, and all they've lost is Paul so far. But with Remikami stuck here in mid, surely he falls? No, he just ults out of there. But wait a minute, does that mean Gold Fury burn here? Because no way Yorm can test this. He's got one more jump on his ult. He uses it to get away. Happens up there in the front, trying to zone away all the bad boys, and Clocked In might get this Gold Fury for free. Looks like they are.
My 2 bad boys, they kill Paul, but at what cost? They just... Look, it was so good, but the rest of the boys of Clocked In were just there first to back up Paul. As long as he dies, we'll make sure that we kill the 2 members that are killing you for it. And Clocked In, they answer beautifully just by being there first. My 2 bad boys, they were just a little too late to the party. They have to be faster on their response times. Be towards the fight before your opponents is so important at this level of Smite, as Aurora has to be a little careful here. He doesn't get all in by Karmic, though. Aurora, very tanky now. Gets pushed back in, but there's the engage from Twig.
Driving strike from Aurora is going to maybe put him out of position, but he's able to walk back. Ice Ball, followed by the life of the party, does so much damage to Clocked In. They need to get out of this fight fast, but Tegvir around the corner, Sukiyo around the entire lane, just doing so much damage, and down goes Moswell. Paul finds another kill, but down goes Paul as well. That's 1 body down on each side so far. Driving strike pushes Remikami to his grave. 3 bodies dead for Smite 2 bad boys. They might lose another as Aurora all by himself defending this tier 1. Tegvir presses forward and could care less about a lightning storm, could care less about a chain lightning, but he certainly cares about the tower, the Sunder as well. Aurora fighting with his life, and he barely walks away alive, but Tegvir doesn't meet the same fortune. Great stuff right there.
Oh.
Is that a wish from Twig? Is he back?
Wealth Wish. No, that was a Wealth Wish. He respawned and wished for wealth. He must have just gotten an important item spike, the Heartseeker here. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have wanted to use it here. We'll see if Twig wants to get active here in the next few minutes. But again, just there's been a couple kills from Twig already. The 1, kill, the 3 assists, still holding on to that Wealth Wish till now. kind of surprised to see that. I believe he still has the Power Wish in hand. I haven't heard that one just yet. And of course, obviously the Immortality available to him as well. Happen with the Wall of a Lifetime in mid to deny the ultimate from Moswell. That stun as Twig. Look at a 1v1 against Paul here, but getting the worst end of it.
No way. Paul almost found a solo right there, but reinforcements from the bad boys arrived and kept Paul from finding anything right there. I think that we need to see some grouping around these objectives, because right now we're kind of at this weird fighting phase where it's not a whole lot of kills, but a couple skirmishes every now and then that always end up with a little bit of blood spilled here at the 19-minute mark, where there is a 3K gold lead for Clocked In. They've got 2 kills over their opponents as well. I don't think that bad boys are out of this by any means, but Clocked In are starting to find a bit of footing over their opponent.
Pyromancer will be the target here of Clocked In. My 2 bad boys are in the area to respond, and so that forces Clocked In to get off of the objective. But I feel like Clocked In, they want to be looking for these engages in the jungle, because you just have a Ymir wall to start a fight. I mentioned it earlier. Look at the 2 important targets here. It's Moswell and Aurora, who are just immobile, no dashes to get over that wall, no shell between the 2 to avoid that Ymir wall. And so they are prime targets for Happen, and then Paul and Tegvir's damage from a distance will follow up off of the inevitable freeze from Happen. And those are honestly prime targets. Aurora might get out with his life because of how tanky he is at this point. 3 items completed for him, but Moswell just going for a full damage build will not be able to survive moments like that.
Happen walks forward, maybe looking to set up a kill for the rest of Clocked In, but out goes Donut Doug. So does Twig as well, but Iceball finds him after the dash at the wall. Sunbreaker looking for a response, and the lamp doesn't show up in time. Karmic's able to take down Twig, and around the other side of the purple buff is Paul doing massive damage to Aurora, but those tank items really coming in handy. Ults out from World Serpent, looking to maybe do a bit of disruption so bad boys can press forward, but instead they retreat. They have their tail between their legs, and they walk under that tier 1. Maybe Clocked In walk towards this Ancient that just now spawned.
The aggression from Clocked In has been perfectly predicted every time by the Gold Fury respawn timer. Consistently, they've played aggressive as soon as it's due to spawn, as Moswell gets his ult forced in the left-hand side here. I can't imagine the Smite 2 bad boys look to contest this objective here. They just have no ultimates. They're down Twig for another 3 seconds here. And no, they'll look to spread the map here and find whatever farm they can. 3 Gold Furies, 21 minutes in, going the way of Clocked In our potentially final game. Aurora on the way. Can he steal it?
No way. Happen's able to get that Gold Fury and Excavate. Might lock down Aurora. The knockup follows, and the driving strike into the wall lets Tegvir take advantage of an out-of-position Aurora. That's a kill and a Gold Fury, and that's an Ancient Fury as well. So tier 2 could fall in the blink of an eye should Clocked In go for it, but I think they have other plans.
Systematic from Clocked In. They get the Gold Fury, the Ancient Fury, that it makes it easier to take down the towers, and then immediately goes towards that Pyromancer. Not only are you prepping yourself for another bomb to push lanes with, as Moswell could be in trouble here.
No way. Moswell, please be careful, my man. Paul takes advantage of him, and Twig runs up the wall and runs away to safety. Man, we just can't seem to find an in here. Bad boys always just getting caught out. Just little things like that. Positioning and lack of vision are really hurting bad boys.
Yeah, and Clocked In, they just have so much mobility outside of the Ymir on their team. Ymir really is the only one on this team that isn't able to be mobile and active. Everyone has a dash or some extra movement speed to their name. Yeah, Happen can use the wall to kind of boost himself into the air and as a mini dash, but I feel like he's not been doing that. It's just, if I die, that's fine. My team will kill everyone if I end up dying in the mid to late game, and I feel like that's a worthwhile trade. Support, if you kill 4 people, will always be worth here, especially if you're Clocked In, who have double ADC. They can kind of just pull objectives whenever they want. Their Secure isn't as good as, say, Smite 2 bad boys traditionally would with a mage, though Uller granting pretty phenomenal Secure in the late game. They're still in a position where they could just kind of pull objectives and shred it whenever they want to.
Queen Naga getting taken down by Clocked In. Add it to the list of objectives they have when they want to siege. Ancient debuff still on a couple of those towers. They've got Queen Nagas. They've got a Pyro Bomb as well. I mean, they've got everything they need Clocked In if they want to just run forward. Fire Giant could be the only thing at their disposal that's not at their disposal to really just press W. But Spike 2 Bad Boys kind of holding on with a little bit of life here at the 23-minute mark. They're down 5 kills and 5,000 gold, but they're finding little picks here and there. It's been a while since they've really had a big kill, but you know what? They're still here. They're still standing. How do Bad Boys creep their way back into this game? Hopefully they don't lose Aurora, who's ice walled off. Great slow by happen, and Lightning Storm's out in retaliation, but the damage just isn't there. Aurora just can't do anything. He's got no escape. He's got no damage, and he's not that tanky because he's Zeus.
Yeah, Aurora just getting caught out again there, and Happen with his Ymir pick continuing to pop off with those walls, just isolating characters with no dashes to their name and taking down Aurora here. It doesn't really net them anything. Clocked In still just going to take their time here and just spend some more time farming up. They're nearly at level 20s on their important characters. Level 19 for Tegvir, level 19, now level 20 for Paul, level 20 on Hydrogen. Tegvir, the only carry on this Clocked In roster, still farming for 20 here. You got to imagine once they hit that mark, Fire Giant will be the target here of this Clocked In roster.
So I'm wondering who should be the biggest target. How am I going to
Clocked
word this?
In?
Yeah, I just,
Yeah.
who should Bad Boys be aiming for? You know what I mean? Because there's so much threat across the board.
Yeah, I've been kind of trying to think, how do Smite 2 Bad Boys get back in this game? You might just have to start playing front to back style and try an all in Happen, but that's not what you want to do. I briefly mentioned it. If Happen's the one that gets all in, Clocked In, they just W key. They get to run forward for free. Their carries get to free cast. But they're just in such a bad spot, Smite 2 Bad Boys, that you just might have to roll the dice and hope that works out. As Hydrogen gonna find a stun on the Twig here, who just has to dash away to safety. Remikami gets his ult force mid.
So no real threat found there. Clocked In walking away from middle and make their way towards fire. Ancient debuffs no longer there on those towers. The Ancient Fury's up on the left side. Clocked In care more about this Fire Giant, and honestly, I don't blame them. Look at Karmic up front doing a bit of zoning for the Bad Boys so they don't walk up and take that objective as the burn continues, but the fight looks like it's about to unfold. Ice Wall by the Sunbreaker's out. Look at Aurora diving forward, but he might lose his life. Look at Twig, did so much to happen in such a short amount of time. The Q-Fig almost found him there, but he used the Ice Wall to dash on out. Looks like the Fire Giant was dropped. Paul almost got caught out there. The beads was forced out. The Learning Bow proc did massive damage to Twig, who's forced to dash away yet again. There are a lot of close calls there, but no kills suffered just yet.
Smite 2 Bad Boys, though, they showed that they can be in this. That was not bad for them at all. Moswell has to be careful here, though, because Hydrogen is on the hunt here, and they're going to catch out this Baron.
Oh my God, Moswell down. Karmic finds a kill.
That's not good.
This could be the end that Clocked In need to cash in on this Fire Giant. This could be what they need. One body down, and Moswell is their big damage dealer over there. So I'd like to see maybe something from Clocked In. Wait a minute. Jump over the wall. Donut Doug is good. 3-man stun from Aurora, but that doesn't really stop the plans of Clocked In. As look at Yorm, who's kind of hanging out with the World Serpent. Karmic in the back line finds Donut Doug. That's 2 bodies down far. Ice Wall might make Aurora fall as well. Great knockout followed by the driving strike into the wall. Massive damage from Tegvir. The lightning strikes out, but it won't save him. Not today. Happened another great wall. Look at Happen with these walls, man. There's nowhere for Aurora to go. 3 bodies dead. Bad Boys are just not living through these fights. Clocked In, walk towards the Fire Giant, and look to reap the rewards they just earned.
Happen's having a great time here so far, as he'll just drop the wall almost in the exact same place twice in a row, and both times it gets him and his team huge value. Pick on the support, but Karmic is the one that makes it happen there, chasing out Donut Doug on the backhand side and finding that kill onto the 80 carry. Fire Giant on all 5 members here have Clocked In, 27 minutes in, 3 Gold Furies, and now a Pyro Bomb to their name. Got to imagine Clocked In, they take this huge gold lead and just transfer it over to some map lead on the left-hand side and maybe look to push down a Phoenix here.
Good Lord. I have no idea what Bad Boys do to hold on to this game, because look at where we're at. 28 minutes in, a Pyro Bomb, a Dagger, Fire Giant belts on all 5 members of Clocked In, a 9K gold lead. I just don't know how Clocked In could be stopped here.
Oh, my two bad boys, though, you can see they're grouping on the right-hand side. This is kind of what they have to do. They have to try and catch somebody out here as a surprise, or they might go for a base race. You're kind of 28 minutes in. You have Donut Doug, who has some items completed. No Oboe just yet, but you can see Karmic on the way here to this right-hand side. So the base race will be stunted. Twig, though, going to get pincered here on this left-hand side. Could be in trouble.
Okay. Okay, there's 4 on left. Paul finds Twig. Down he goes. Maybe Clocked In, rush forward from here. Karmic and Moswall are up the right side. But Karmic maybe looking for a kill on his own. Wait a minute. Doug's over there. I'm sorry. That's Doug and Remikami. And Karmic finds Donut Doug. Remikami can't do anything about it. That's 2 bodies down. Clocked In might be ending this right here. The bird is melting in quick time, and Fire Giant Belt's still online. They're going to go for the tier 2 in middle instead of running straight for the Titan. That makes sense because there's 2 tier 2s up, so you don't want to start that burn just yet. But down the tier 2 goes very, very quickly. Bad Boys just can't contest.
Bad Boys, I don't know. They're just trying to throw Hail Marys at a dartboard, and it's just not coming up their way. Clocked In, making the safe call. They don't want to make any potential throws here. They take the left-hand side bird, back off, take down the tier 2 in mid. Now they're going to take down the mid Phoenix.
Lightning Storm's out. I don't think Clocked In cares. I'm not going to lie to you. It doesn't do damage, and there's no stun found as Clocked In just rip the bird and then walk away. They got 2 birds. They got a tier 2 as well. Now they make their way towards Ancient Fury with 90 seconds left on the buffs for Fire Giant. Dude, this looks really good. This looks like in-game potential for Clocked In. This could easily be a swept set here in about 5 minutes or less.
I mean, this is just the power of this roster. Clocked In have been dominant all circuit long here, week in and week out, just continuing to perform. And this is just the top team for a reason. Clocked In just looks so good here. And they're just playing everything systematically. Every time Gold Fury was due to spawn, what happened? Clocked In played aggressive somewhere, poked out someone's HP bar, forced a relic or 2, maybe even got some kills, and then went to the objective. They are just playing Smite better than Smite 2 Bad Boys so far. It's not over. The Titan's still alive. There's a lot of homework that Smite 2 Bad Boys have to do. They have to keep left side pushed out, mid pushed out from the waves. As Remikami gets caught here in mid lane by Paul. Just too much damage out of this Uller.
Look, I'm sure he felt comfortable with the ult online. He could have just, jumped out if he would have hit it a tad bit earlier, but there's just no reason to be up that far. I know you need farm. I know we need gold. I know we need to hold on to everything that we can at this point in time. I just don't think that's smart. That really was not smart. Now down 1 body, Bad Boys could be considering their final defense of the game and how well it'll go now that they're down 1 man, their tank of all. I really don't know how this will go, but Clocked In continue to walk forward. The tier 2 down, and the final bird will be next. Maybe they just walk forward from here. This could be the move. Great knockup from Karmic. Is going to take down Donut Doug. This will be the end of all days. This is the end. Excavates out, followed by the Lightning Storm. Looks like Bad Boys are fighting with everything they've got left, but nothing will stop Clocked In from getting this W. That's a 2-0 sweep in the grand finals. Shout out Clocked In and congratulations.
Congratulations to Clocked In. What a just dominant performance there in game number 2, continuing their elite and excellent performance here at Smite Prime all month long. They have been at it over and over again. And man, just what a performance. Paul, standout performance. Tegavir, standout performance. Hydrogen popping off there. And Karmic is my MVP for that last game there. Just popping off on the Hercules, finding pick time after time after time. Happen as well. Those Ymir walls, clutch in critical moments.
Extremely clutch moments from Karmic. I love to see the Hercules do those big things, those knockups, those stuns, and the damage from Karmic was immense. There was so much going on right there. I mean, oh my goodness. Paul, extremely comfortable in his bag on that Ulir. But that being said, we're going to take a quick break. Before we go over all the details, we'll be right back in just a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We're live on Smite Prime and Smite Game. This is more to hear. We've got Jithens in the bag and Book next to me here in the booth. We're going to take a little recap over what we just saw in the grand finals after Clocked In just cashed in on a massive victory. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I mean, look, Clocked In, they just, I think, had the better draft going into this game and then just had the better options here. I mean, look, Aurora on the Zeus support, it just kind of didn't really work out there. I think at the end of the day, it was an unfortunate situation, though. Great counterpick from Happen in particular to say, yeah, I'll pick up the Ymir. You have two important carry characters that can easily be locked down by my wall. And again, Happen just comes up big for his team. It focuses out Moswell, focuses out Aurora, and then the rest of the team on the way in. And that nets them kill after kill after kill until the gold lead became just a little too much for Smite 2 bad boys to handle. Clocked In are your September Smite Prime champions. I mean, what a performance from them overall. Like, everyone stepped up today, I thought.
Yeah, there was a lot on both sides. And let's see what Clocked In just won. $7,000. 7,000 bones and up to 125 diamonds. Oh my lord, that's so many skins. 125 diamonds is like every announcer pack, I don't actually know the math, and we're gonna see who is gonna get this champion title. It's gonna be all the members of Clocked In. They're not gonna be able to flex this right here.
Yeah, a couple of them already had it. You saw, and yeah, so they're gonna maybe some new members are gonna be able to rock it unless they don't already have it.
And we've got this new badge to show off as well, Smite Prime. Ooh.
That's cool. That's really cool. I like that. I like the little, the shape of it. And I like the little logo inside. I quite like this logo quite a bit. I think that's really cool.
And an MVP to announce. Let's see what they're going to win. It's this neat little trophy. It looks pretty nice. Jithen's made it. It's got a little light under it, and it shows up on your bookcase or maybe in your car. I don't know, wherever you want to put it, really.
Surely you put it up on the shelf. I mean, you see most like pro players that they used to, frame their jerseys. Surely this is going up on the shelf alongside those.
I'd probably put like a roll of toilet paper on it in the bathroom. Just set it up top. I'm sorry, Jithens. Let's take a look at the bracket, see how we got here. All the amazing games that have unfolded today and the 8 teams that have worked their butt off all month to get to this point in time. And man, it was an incredible set that we watched today of games. Clocked In, high velocity. I'm not going to say the rest. Unforgettable. I mean,
I appreciate
there's a lot of incredible teams that have fought their way in, and Clocked In inevitably just take it all. But one more announcement to show off to the rest of y'all. There's another month of Smite Prime action. Just when you think we're gone,
nice,
we're back with more October circuit around next Saturday, every Saturday of October, with another $7,000 of cash prizing, another 125,000 diamonds to win. So much on the line. And keep in mind, everybody, this is open bracket. This is not reserved to, oh, these are contracted players or these are blah, blah, blah. You grab yourself, you grab 4 friends, you make it 5, you sign up in the Discord or on the website, Smite Prime, something like that. Whatever it is, Jithens will tell you if you jump in the Discord, and you can get signed up today. That being said, folks, we are done for tonight. Thank you all for being here for this long but exciting day of Smite. We'll see you all next Saturday at noon sharp on Smite Prime and Smite Game. Take it easy, gamers. Thanks, y'all.